Foolishness. You liked this program. I watched AEW this week, and we're talking about March 17th because I wanted to see if anybody else was going to make me trend on Twitter. I need to be prepared for if anybody else needed my help in getting over and becoming famous. But you liked this program? That's what you said earlier?
I liked elements of it. I thought this was one of the better episodes they've had in a long time.
What?
Even with the bad audio, yeah.
This was one of the better episodes. All right.
Look, it's never going to be a classically good wrestling show.
But no, a couple weeks ago I said this is probably the best show I've seen him do. And this show wasn't anywhere near that show.
I think the first 30 minutes, give or take, were really good for AEW with some good high points. Now, there was some real crap on the show, too. But I thought there was some good stuff on the show. And a lot of AEW shows I watch, and at best, maybe I get one segment I enjoy. There were a few things I enjoyed on here.
All right. Well, we'll try to ruin that for you. The first match was Cody against Penthouse, stemming from that vicious angle last week where Penthouse said that he would hurt Cody's arm so he couldn't hold his baby daughter, and Cody lost his shit and tried to kill him. I like Alex the Interpreter. He's got a slappable face.
He's good at this.
He's got a heel personality.
Yeah.
And I figured, okay, Cody can have a match with either one of the Lucha brothers that might make some sense. So I went into it like that, and this was by no means as sloppy or as all over the page as most of the matches involving either one of the Lucha brothers are. But as soon as here comes Cody down not down the ramp, there's no off the stage, I wrote down every AEW match starts with a jump start and every match ends with an afterbirth. And I'll be son of a bit within seconds. Penthouse jump started it with a flip over the top rope and body blocked Cody while he was still on stage. And immediately started getting heat on Cody. So now at least we know the Lucha brothers have been baby faces and heels and back and forth. Now they're split up. Now Felix is teaming with Pac and Penthouse is on his own, but he's a heel this week. At least we can figure it out. So that was good. They had a match. I can't say this was a bad, rotten match like most of the matches they have on their TV show. It wasn't Cody's best work because, you know, it's still Penthouse. And they're still going to do shit. Why did they pull a cloth banner-wrapped barricade over the railing from outside the barricade? There was a barricade outside the barricade, which they pulled over and leaned up there, and it meant nothing for the next 10 minutes.
And why did the wrestlers sitting at ringside help?
Bring it over. And it's a common theme. Every time somebody sets up some of these pieces of furniture, then they leave them there for 10 minutes. Why do you roll out and leave a fight you're in to grab furniture and set it up and don't do anything with it? Because 10 minutes later, somebody's accidentally going to fall through it, right? If it's fuck. Cody did a dive, knocked Penthouse finally into the guardrail, but it didn't make any noise and it didn't break because it's a guardrail. It went a while and they did a ton of big moves with everybody kicking out of everything. Like I said, it wasn't rotten. I don't care about Penthouse that much, but it was not a Cody classic, but it wasn't bad. But then suddenly Penthouse does the thing where he gets a hold of Cody's bad shoulder and snaps it. Boom, and Cody sells it, and Penthouse goes, ha, 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 and Cody schoolboys him, 1, 2, 3. Out of nowhere. What? And then, what did I just say at the top of the review? Every match has a jump start, and every match has an afterbirth. And immediately, Penthouse jumps back on Cody to get more heat, and did you see the horrible, fake play punches that he was raining down upon Cody's head and arm and vicinity of thereabouts?
Yeah, I saw.
They're on television. They act like that they're in the middle of a group and then nobody's going to fucking see this and they're just doing meaningless motion thinking it'll get lost in all this chaos, but they're on television. They're the only people doing anything. You can't get away with doing shit that looks like that. So anyway, he's doing that. Cody's covering up. Arn comes in and does nothing. And it buried him. Because as he comes in and just stands there looking like, should I stop this guy from beating the shit out of my friend? Then here comes Dustin and Billy Gunn and his son, and they make the save, and Arn is kind of left standing. I'm not saying he should have taken a bunch of bumps. Shouldn't he be, since he's closest, shouldn't he be the first one in there? Shouldn't he go over and grab Penthouse by the mask from behind and start pulling him off? Should Penthouse not then spin around and grab Arn, and he's going to do something to Arn, but there's Dustin, and there's fucking... It would have made it look like Arn was trying to do something instead of being scared to approach this fucking guy that he's twice the size of. That's just what I... And then here comes QT Marshall, who's late to the save and late to the party, and they're all going, where were you? And he's like, well, he was obviously just not fucking interested. So they're already telegraphing that there's problems with QT, what he said last week on the interview. Now but they're telling us that this is going to happen rather than letting us wonder. Couldn't QT have come out with a towel wrapped around him and shampoo in his hair and flip-flops on like he was in the shower? Shit. Wasn't my fault. I didn't know this was going to happen. He just walks out like, oh shit, something's going on. So of course he's going to turn on him.
But no one cares. I mean, that's the other thing.
Nobody cares.
Cody is an AEW star. And for some reason, he has wanted to have this giant nightmare family.
Conglomerate.
Because there are all sorts of people in this, including Billy Gunn and his kids, who are always at ringside and then just randomly jumped into the ring to help out Cody against Pentagon.
Why didn't they? If they were going to do that, why didn't they get there before Dustin did? They were only fucking 20 feet away.
But here's the thing. Dustin is still great in the ring, although they really haven't been doing anything with him that we've seen on Dynamite in a while. I don't know what he does on the YouTube shows, if anything. You can't tell me there's anyone who cares about anything going on with the Nightmare family or anyone else in it, including this heel turn for QT Marshall, a guy that all of a sudden was there. No one knew who he was. All of a sudden he was a part of Cody's little group. He never really got over. He never got big reactions from anyone. And I'm not trying to put him down, but I'm just saying, why should anyone care about this? What is the point of this? And
because more people have to turn. We've only had like 16 turns in the last 3 weeks.
Cody's, I don't know. I was thinking this is too much Dusty. You're getting beat up after the bell and 25 baby faces need to dive in there and make sure you're alive because they love you. Whatever. All things considered, though, I thought it was one of the better. I enjoyed this more than most of the Pentagon Jr. matches I've seen.
Well, yes. His name is not Pentagon Jr. It's El Miedo Benito, Casa Bonita. I don't fucking know. That's another thing. Why did he change his name to something that no American can pronounce?
Because apparently the name Pentagon Jr. is owned by, if it's not AAA, it's maybe Lucha Underground. Someone owns it. He can't even use that name anymore.
Does that mean he needs to change his name to the goddamn biggest tongue twister in the history of modern wrestling?
I think it's stupid, but apparently it means something to him. So that's exactly what they did.
All right, Bar Brady was in the back with... Is it too early in the clip to say dumb fucks?
Yep.
Okay, well, Pieface and Balding were back there, trying to do a promo again where they have that badass attitude, and then Don Callis comes in, tried to get him over verbally, which is a lost cause, but Callis's promo was good. It's just, it's the Bucks, and it just seems like everybody that's involved with them has their tongue in their cheek, and nobody really means any of this. And why? He's laughing about their father's injury while he's 2 feet from him with no backup, and they just allow him to come in and browbeat him like that? If I was going to browbeat a babyface, I had the Midnight Express behind me. So at least there was some element of, we won't snatch this guy right off.
they seem surprised he didn't have the black eye that they apparently gave him, 2.5 months ago? Like, what about the eye? Yeah, well, that was a while ago, even if he wasn't faking it. That was a long time ago, Bucky.
But anyway, that was that. The time that you've been waiting for, because we teased this earlier in the show here, but this was where they played the spot of the new Brody and Candy reality television program.
No, Cody and Brandi. Brody and Candy.
I just wanted to say it like that. You know why. Social climbers. I would be circumcised with a loose shark's tooth before I would do a reality TV show where they let cameras in your house and film your personal life. And they have been lusting after this and wanting this. You hit it on the head earlier. Apparently, they don't care about wrestling now. They think they're going to be regular old celebrities, regular celebrities, not just because they're celebrities because they're in something that they do semi-well, or in Cody's case. They're just going to be celebrities on TV because that's what everybody's goal in life to be is now. What's the show called? I forgot to write down the title of it.
We're Desperate. No, I believe it's called Rhodes to the Top.
Yeah, whatever. Oh, Jesus Christ. So now they have suckered this poor billionaire who just desperately wanted to have live action figures to play with into installing them on this so they could get in with TNT, and Cody gets on a game show, and now they've got a reality show. Like, anybody wants to watch any fucking reality show, much less one about Brody and Candy. And here we go, and more ways to expose the wrestling business and tell people how it really works. But if they knew how it really worked, how they work it, this can't miss. This is going to be a fucking abortion all the way around. I'm sure Brandi's going to have a ton of fun.
Oh, I guarantee you she's been waiting for this. He's been waiting for this. This is what they want. I've said it from the beginning. Cody Rhodes fell back onto wrestling. His goal was never to be a wrestler. It was never to follow in his father's footsteps. He wanted to be an actor, and it didn't work. Now this is what they've got. AEW have this relationship with TNT. And you would think with AEW and TNT's relationship and TNT launching that Go Big show, it's a great opportunity to take a wrestler you have and maybe get them in front of a new audience and get them over. And naturally, that wrestler was Cody, who has done almost nothing on that show in the last 6 months, maybe longer. And now there's going to be a reality show. Same thing. It's Cody and Brandi. Every AEW fan hates Brandi because they realize she's been stuffed down their throats from day one. The Nightmare Collective, her and Kong, cutting people's hairs, babyface turn, heel turn, back and forth. She's a valet. She's storming to the ring in Cody's defense. She's at ringside. I mean, just one thing, baby announcement, gender reveal. These things weren't done for the AEW fans. They were done for the ego of Cody and Brandi, who desperately want to be Triple H and Stephanie, period. And this is so silly. I don't know if we have to watch this and review it.
No, we don't. No, I'm making up any kind of rule I need to make up about reality television programs.
But this is what they wanted. It's, whatever, the Spencer Pratt and his girlfriend of fucking AEW.
Who?
Reality suckers from other shows.
Okay.
This is just pathetic. And again, this is one of those things where I saw AEW fans up in arms. What is this? Why would they do this? We don't want this. And again, Cody doesn't really care what the fans think. It's what Cody and Brandi want to do. They are in Atlanta. I wonder how many episodes before DDP shows up to start doing an infomercial for his
Wait a minute,
show.
bada boom, bada bing. DDP, the founder and operator and manipulator of DDPY, which is what? Not yoga, because it ain't just fucking yoga or whatever.
Yeah, I guarantee he'll show up on that show wearing a DDP yoga shirt within like the first 6 episodes.
He can't do the whole cameo promo because it's only going to be a 30-minute show.
I think look, Cody at times has done stuff right, and you can't take anything
I was
away.
a huge fan. He was the only one I had any faith in when this thing started. And that came crashing down after a number of months.
You can't take anything away from him putting his body on the line, from blading to mishaps like the chair and when he dove onto the ramp and he did the moonsault off the top of the cage. But this show and so much of what Cody and Brandi have been in AEW is tone deaf. It's tone deaf to their audience and what people really want. It's not about what wrestling fans want. It's about what Cody and Brandi want. And this is why, I don't know. I'll give it maybe, I've been pretty good with my AEW bets with my friends. Tony Khan being an on-air character. I still have another, I think, several months before he has to start sleeping with one of the on-air performers. Cheerleaders count. Jaguar cheerleaders count. I was thinking about doing one about him going to rehab within a couple of years, but I don't know if we'll do that. But I'll bet you we're a year to 18 months away from all of the legitimate problems between the executive vice presidents coming out and being open warfare, where all of a sudden, let's just say Omega and the Bucks say, what the hell is Cody doing? There's a complete disconnect. And we'll see. I think we're going to have internal warfare within 18 months.
Well, hopefully it'll be more exciting than the rest of the program. Maybe they'll televise that.
What do you think? I'm saying that they're tone deaf. What do you think, looking at this show and this commercial and the way Cody has been used and the way Brandi has been used on this show? What are your thoughts?
I think that Cody is already looking past wrestling and wants to be a celebrity. And I think that wrestling has already looked past Brandi and she doesn't give a shit. She just wants to be on TV. And Brandi. So, yeah. I mean, let's face it. Brandi was a limited wrestler at best, and nobody is encouraging her to do more of it. So how else is she going to be on TV and be a star? But yeah, I'm like you. These people have few similarities. They got stuck in the Bullet Club thing, which led to the Elite, which led to them temporarily getting over with a niche audience, which led to them getting this deal. But that doesn't mean they can work together or think the same way or like each other. They like all their friends, but all their friends are not necessarily all the people in the Bullet Club or whatever. I'm wondering speaking of friends, why do Nyla Rose nor Vicky Guerrero have no friends? Apparently.
Why can't Nyla Rose win a match?
I was about to say, they got no friends. They want to bury these two. And I'm going to tell you what I've seen on Twitter yesterday before I tell you what I saw in this match real briefly. They've got a beach towel now dedicated to the Vicious Vixens, Nyla Rose and Vicky Guerrero, where they are on the beach posing in bikinis. And they are selling this as a piece of merchandise. Now, besides the fact that they have botched Nyla Rose completely since the start, Nyla Rose could have been the monster heel center of the AEW women's wheel, but that opportunity was lost a long time ago when they beat her constantly, booked her like an idiot, and had her sell for all of Olivier's fetish objects. And Vicky Guerrero has a name, obviously, from WWE television. She was featured prominently. And all she's done is come out, cut a few short pre-tape promos, and stand in a corner like every other legend they turn into a manager. And don't let them do any of the manager things that managers do. And now they think that of everybody on their women's roster, the way to market Nyla Rose, the 200 and some odd pound Native American beast, and Vicky Guerrero, not to even insult this nice lady, but why put a 50-something-year-old woman in a bikini, and they're the two they were going to sell bikini towels of? What the fuck? So in this match, Nyla Rose against Ty Conti, who is now babyface and she's in the Dark Order. And I mean, I was running late because I knew what was going to happen. I said, Nyla Rose is going to do a job and there's going to be an afterbirth. Guess what? Ty Conti hit some very awkward knees and a DDT and beat Nyla Rose 1, 2, 3. And then they had an afterbirth. And the Beast took over on the 100-pound blonde cheerleader that just kicked her ass and went for a power bomb but had to wait because Shida was late. Shida comes out and beats Rose's ass. And then here comes the Bunny for some reason. There's a tag team match next week. That's the reason. That's the booking reason. But there's no reason in storyline why Bunny should have just run out and grabbed a kendo stick and just wailed the shit out of everybody. So Bunny, the most unintimidating physical specimen of the bunch of these, just came out and just fucking laid waste to everybody. And then...
Well, she's having a rough night. QT's wife showed up.
Well, that's true. But then Matt Hardy and the Butcher and the Baker were on the stage starting to cut a promo, but instead Matt just made a flat statement about the Bunny, and then they all stood there. Just the women's title tournament wasn't what it could have been because the Bunny wasn't in it. That was it. Right? Did my audio go out? Did I miss something?
I don't think so. I wasn't paying too close of attention to this segment. This was kind of the bathroom break segment where they get all the bathroom break wrestlers out there all at once. But it sounds about right.
Then Tony did an interview with QT Marshall, who I thought it was wonderful. Not only wonderful, but romantic of QT Marshall to point out his wife in the crowd, his wife that he's been married to for years, his wife that they've known each other since they were 8 years old. And I just wonder if his wife knows that QT was fucking the Bunny about 6 months ago, wasn't he?
He was with the Bunny. I think the gimmick was she took his credit cards eventually, and
because he was so in love with the Bunny, she was using him as a pay slave and taking his credit cards and taking his money. And he was a sap who was enamored of her and her upper frontal protuberances and the scent of her minge and all those other type of things, and just falling all over himself. And she, to become a heel, scorned him. I wonder how his wife felt about that.
He said, "There's my wife." The camera was on her. They were ready.
Instantly.
They were right on her.
Instantly.
But yeah, but stop.
Go ahead.
But you need to stop applying logic to the booking in AEW. It's something in the past. It's gone now, and we could just move on to QT being the family man.
The Booker of the Year is very logical. So then his promo is he's taking credit for a lot of the work in AEW. These guys are so concerned about who's out working who and who's working hard. I think they ought to be working smart. But now he did a lot of the work in AEW. He works hard for Cody. He's going to be up all night working hard for Cody, even though he never explained why that the work of Cody's assistant requires him to stay up all night. I don't know what fuck business they're in. But this material and this whole premise is rotten, and it's just burying QT Marshall. He's obviously switching heel, but I don't believe his story. I don't believe his reasoning. This is set up, and he wants an exhibition match next week with Cody, so we might as well call him QT Zbyszko. And then Cody comes out with his arm in a sling. His arm is in a sling, but he's accepting an exhibition match with a friend of his next week on television, and Arn Anderson will be the referee. You know what Vince McMahon used to call all this? Angle alert. We're telling you we're going to shoot something. Then Cody went forever accepting the exhibition. Cody's response wasn't bad. QT was horrible because, for one thing, even though he can talk, there's nobody. I couldn't tell this story and make it sound plausible, the one that they gave him. So the reason for the challenge was shite. Even if the acceptance of the challenge by Cody wasn't the worst thing I ever saw. But is he going to hit him over the head with a chair? What do you think? What?
The problem
he should have Larry Zbyszko referee instead of fucking Arn, because Zbyszko made a ton of money off that angle.
The problem with doing Zbyszko and Bruno here is that Cody's not Bruno. Now, Zbyszko had been in and out of the territory since what, 72, 73?
8 years, and it was introduced and spent several years specifically as Bruno's protege.
And everyone knew that story.
Then had become a tag team champion.
When they started doing it on TV, everyone knew the roles. Everyone knew that Zbyszko was Bruno's student. He grew up in Pittsburgh, idolizing Bruno. He had some success. He had been a tag team champion with Tony Garea. And then the turn happened, and the promos were great, but it worked because it was Bruno.
Right.
We still don't understand exactly what Cody and QT's relationship is.
We know that QT works very hard.
They have the school. Cody's in the back with the headset on. He needs an assistant to help him with that. I think...
Who's on headset? Bill. Bill's on headset.
I don't know. I mean, we'll see how this works. Cody Rhodes, maybe because his priorities are in other places, has been lost at sea as an on-air character, at least since the Brody Lee match. Because what has he done since then? The Shaq match, whatever you want to say about it, made no sense in the setup, made no sense in the execution, and then it was gone and it was over.
Forgotten.
Nothing with Cody has mattered in a long period of time. And I think we'll talk about what he's been doing during this period of time in a little bit. They're trying to make people care about QT. I could be wrong, but I don't think he's one of the AEW talents that the AEW fans really are invested in.
He's a good wrestler. But they've done nothing with him except make him a trainer/flunky, and then they give him a ridiculous reason to be upset at a guy and then telegraph that he's going to turn on this guy or there's going to be some breakup or whatever. Who knows? Maybe the swerve will be Arn goes with QT. I don't know.
I don't know why anyone cares, though.
Well, I didn't say anybody cared. We're just trying to figure out what they're thinking.
Cody still has that over-the-top entrance, like he is the biggest superstar in the company. And obviously he thinks of himself in that manner. And he tries to get his guys to work with him. Sean Spears was a Cody guy. QT Marshall is a Cody guy. But I have to say, because maybe he hasn't really done much since the TNT title run, and even during that run you started hearing the whispers, I feel like a lot of the AEW hardcore fan base, not the people who listen to the Jim Cornette podcasts because they want to hear someone else criticize AEW, the actual AEW hardcore fans, I feel like a lot of them are over Cody. And when you look at the other executive vice presidents, whether you like them or not, Kenny Omega constantly doing something. The Young Bucks constantly doing something.
Constantly.
And they're out there working as hard as they can for their style. What the hell has Cody been doing? And I think it's becoming clear to a lot of people that Cody and Brandi obviously see themselves as being one thing, but the AEW hardcore fan may not accept that and may not see them at that level right now.
We will get to...
Cody's Bruno in this situation. I mean, really think about it. Cody is Bruno in this situation. This guy who was a mid-carder for years and finally got elevated to another point with some of the things happening before AEW and AEW. Now, again, he latched on to the Young Bucks. So whatever credit for a lot of that stuff you want to give, it really goes to the Young Bucks. And then eventually Omega. But Cody latched on to what the Young Bucks were doing.
I'm not sure I'm giving a lot of credit.
Cody latched onto what the Young Bucks were doing. Cody really didn't matter much to New Japan, but they used him. Cody was in Ring of Honor, got a nice push. Everyone went crazy about that Dustin Rhodes match. And wow, that was the best thing Cody had ever done. This is what Cody could be. and then really look at what his career has been since that time. I don't know. I think that he thinks a lot more of himself than the AEW fans are thinking of him right now, but time will tell.
You're not trying to say that the Rhodes family is egotistical. We'll talk about it.
Dusty earned it. Dusty earned that.
I wasn't talking about Dusty when I was mentioning the Rhodes family.
I understand. I'm just saying, to compare apples to oranges.
Yeah.
Dusty Rhodes got over as a heel to the point where they had to turn him, and then he became a record-setting drawing card in his home territory and a major attraction everywhere else he went. Cody Rhodes elevated himself to a position when AEW started, I believe, out of some sort of jealousy that him and Brandi were sitting in the back and saying, why is it Triple H and Stephanie? That could be us. We can have these grand entrances. We can be the mom and pop of this organization. But I don't think anyone else sees them that way. Either they see themselves a certain way. I don't know if the AEW fans see them that way. And in terms of this angle where Cody is, I mean, QT's is probably the same age as Cody, been working just as long as Cody. So it's not like Cody's the veteran here. It makes no sense. And again, QT was just chasing the bunny. He was just chasing the bunny around. They were doing promos with Brandi and Dustin and QT and the bunny.
And the bunny.
And now it's, here's my lovely wife in the audience. This is like when the Mongolian Stomper gave a speech at the Night of Legends. I'd like to thank all the people in Knoxville. All of a sudden he could talk. QT all of a sudden has a family. I wouldn't have let him done
that if he'd have still been in the business full time anyway.
QT all of a sudden has a family that the camera is on waiting for him to mention her. Ridiculous. Poorly executed. But we'll see where they go. Maybe they do an interesting new version of the Bruno Zbyszko match and angle. We'll see. And then we'll see if the AEW fans really get into a Cody QT Marshall feud. Maybe they'll divide up the Nightmare family and he gets possession of Billy Gunn's kids and Cody gets Dustin. And then we'll see if anyone really cares about any of this. I don't know. I think when you look at what's happening in AEW and the things that people care about and are getting traction, Cody's not really in that mix right now.
Well, I was proven wrong in the next big... This was just Angle Central. They were doing angles into commercial breaks on this show. I was proven wrong, and I take it back right now, and go ahead. I'll bend over. You can whack me with the kendo stick. No, everything that Cody Rhodes does not make sense. I admit that now. I'd held out hope. At least his makes sense. Wow. When somebody runs off the rails on this program, they do it right. Could you? What in the... They have the exhibition that everybody can see coming. It's the Bruno Zbyszko angle. The teacher, the mentor, and then the student, the veteran and the young guy. The exhibition match between friends. And here's the thing, when your babyface is fooled by something that every single fan saw coming, you've buried your babyface. So we all knew what was going to happen. We just didn't know exactly. We didn't know exactly what was going to happen because what did happen made absolutely no fucking sense. But we knew that QT was going to turn on Cody. And they had a nice little wrestling match. Once again, executed well. I wish Arn Anderson would lose some weight with all the heart attacks and bad health and everything. He looks massive. Cody wouldn't figure 4 QT or wouldn't crossroads him. He was taking it easy on him. Although, did you notice Cody went for the figure 4 from the wrong side? Is that something he's been doing and I just hadn't noticed it?
He's just a silly young man. I don't know.
Oh, anyway. So then suddenly QT's out on the floor. Cody Rhodes opens the ropes for QT. QT gets in, steps through the ropes, and immediately knocks Arn Anderson out. And then just leaves the ring. And then all of the Nightmare Factory or Nightmare Associates or Nightmare Family or Nightmare Collective or whatever, all these nightmares, they were all surrounding the ring anyway. Dustin and Cody's friends and QT students and all in this big group of people. And then suddenly all the students jump in the ring and beat up all of Cody's friends just at once. And the big guy power bombs Lee Johnson over the top rope onto the stage flat of his back. Stupidest thing I've ever seen for a bump that nobody will remember tomorrow. He'll remember it. Risked his fucking neck for a stupid angle on a stupid program that's not going to move the needle one iota in terms of any of their business. This guy is trying to cripple himself to get over. And why do they call him Shoddy Lee Johnson? Big Shoddy. Big Shoddy. That's what they're saying, right? When something is shoddy, it's substandard, below par, messy. Anyway, they get juice on Dustin, which you can't half tell because he's wearing makeup anyway. QT gives a pile driver to Dustin onto the steps that are sitting on the stage that the big guy put there. Then they got a boxer. They've just, while these guys are attacking and beating up all the people we know who that is, all the people that we don't know who they are, the announcers are telling us at that point who they are. Well, look, he's a pro boxer. Oh, he just hit Cody in the stomach with a punch. Cody sells the left to the gut by the boxer like grisly death when people are popping up from being pile driven on the goddamn gimmicks. And then finally, they go to assassinate Cody in some kind of way on the stairs, and here comes Red Velvet, a.k.a. Brandi number 2. Remember when they had Kamala number 2? This is Brandi number 2.
No, you know what this is? This is Snuka going to rehab, and all of a sudden the Tonga Kid pops up and takes his place in the feud with Piper. All of a sudden, she is the surrogate wife, the wrestling wife of Cody Rhodes.
And she saves Cody. And QT is on the stage with his back turned to all of the... They did Bruno's setup, but they sure didn't do Bruno's angle. Now, here was another massive group beatdown, a turn of people in a group against the other people, and a angle with blood and furniture and violence and bludgeoning. And it wasn't even the only one they did in this fucking half hour. What? Why would you do all of this with all these unknown people all at the same time? There's 15 people out there. You can keep track of this if you're on the spectrum in some kind of way and you're like one of the savants that's great with numbers or whatever. But most people are going, who are these people and why are they fucking fighting? What'd you think?
You know, it's all stupid. The whole QT Cody thing kind of out of nowhere. Bruno Zbyszko was student versus trainer.
This was built for years.
This was two friends who suddenly have a problem, and QT wants this match to prove he could hang with Cody. And then they do this beatdown. Again, we just saw the Inner Circle MJF turn a few weeks back. So here's another...
Last week.
Well, no, it was a few weeks ago. It wasn't last week.
I thought it was 2 weeks ago. Okay, I'm sorry.
So then we see this, and all these guys we've never seen before, we have no idea who they are beating up. You know, the thing about the Nightmare Family, we know a few of these people. Other ones, unless you notice that it's Billy Gunn's kids from the audience, you don't know who they are. Lee Johnson's been on TV a couple of times. You know Dustin. You know Billy Gunn. But no one knows who anyone else there is. So you have guys who you don't know or don't care about getting beat up by guys you've never seen before. And then it creates yet another faction, because that's what AEW needed. More factions. More factions. This whole thing was bad. So many people, and I'm going to include you in this, and I think you'll even admit it, have given Cody Rhodes so much benefit of the doubt.
I just apologize.
So much benefit of the doubt. He is an idiot like the rest. He doesn't understand booking 101. Just because he's Dusty's son doesn't mean he picked up any of the things that Dusty did when he was an infant, because he doesn't know any better. And the fact that this whole thing was built up as stupidly as it was to get on TV, and then this was the execution, like you said, and we've talked about before, there seems to be a problem from segment to segment where the same thing happens in multiple segments. Shaq goes through a table. The Young Bucks put 2 guys through tables. Same show, a few segments apart. Here is faction on faction, bloody beatdown. Wow, that would really mean something if we weren't going to see that in a few minutes.
But wait, there's more. Yeah, we had to wait 3 whole segments to see it again, even worse. And after all of this, Red Velvet in the back goes to have an interview with the girl interviewer and gets, I counted, 12 words. And here comes Jane in and beats her up and walks off. So they actually had an angle in a promo talking about the previous angle.
It really is so ridiculous. Red Velvet being the one to save Cody. I mean, that was the role for Cody's wife. And I'm not saying they should have had pregnant Brandi run out there and do this. However, if it's not pregnant Brandi, it shouldn't be
Just
a
don't
substitution.
Do it.
Yeah, why? Red Velvet? She's the one saving Cody? Unless they're going to do an angle where Cody's having an affair with Red Velvet? This was not the place for this.
They won't do that. That might be interesting. It might, but they'd have to act like adults to have affairs. And
name any of the members of QT's faction, whatever the faction is.
Some guy named Gogo. A guy named Gogo, and I don't know.
Are you making that up? Did they actually say one of the guys' name was?
No, there's a guy in his name Gogo.
I thought you were just making up a name.
No, this guy, Anthony Gogo, I think was his name.
I love that when all of a sudden there's all this chaos happening, nothing makes sense, and that's when...
Excrement.
Yeah, Excalibur, here, read this. Oh, and this is this man, and this is what he does. And it's just, as quickly as he can, tries to get out all this information about these people you don't know and don't care about. And you still don't care about them after the fact. This was just a waste. What a waste. If you wanted to do QT, if you wanted to take a guy that the AEW fans have not...
He didn't turn on it. He didn't turn on Cody. He punched Arn Anderson in the face and let his people beat up all of Cody and their friends. It did.
That was the turn, though. I mean, that was... He orchestrated the whole thing.
What help did this give to QT, who wasn't a main event star beforehand, and was portrayed in this as that he couldn't hang in any way with Cody Rhodes when he wasn't even trying? And then he doesn't even really do anything dirty himself to instigate the whole. He punches Arn Anderson, poor fella. Arn had to take a bump for it.
This is what happens when you alienate the other executive vice presidents and they don't want to work with you. You end up having to just work with your friends.
Let's just bring all my
and friends. Your students. This is something a few people have sent in about Cody Rhodes. It's from Twitter on the topic of, will Cody Rhodes turn heel? So from looking at this Twitter chain...
I assume he will. He's the only one that hadn't so far.
Santana of Santana and Ortiz fame tweeted out, if you're confident in your shit, then you should look at no one as competition, just yourself. To which Cody Rhodes replied, amen, with 2 little hands praying, I guess, next to it. You can't wish away good talent either. The best just get on their level. I'm rooting for this man in the war, ... I mean blood and guts. So then some random person replied, Cody is going to turn. Cody's response was, literally almost no chance, my friend. After a decade of honing my skills at this, and the last 3 to 4 years of such a strong and growing connection with my fans, I'd be a fool to throw it away and swim upstream. Any thoughts on Cody Rhodes?
He's a salmon now. He's a salmon. But he's scared to swim upstream. I don't understand what these people are talking about. I don't understand their mindset. After all these years of honing my skills, yeah, you might be good enough to be a heel now. Because everybody knows it's much easier to be a babyface than it is to be a heel.
Yeah, you're saying you're honing your skills at being able to fool and manipulate people that think you're a good guy? What are these skills?
At the top, it's easier to be a fucking jack-off preliminary heel because you can just go out and cuss at people and fucking piss them off, and it's hard to be a babyface underneath because they have to like you and what is likable about you. But when you get to the top, it's harder to be a heel because it's more psychology. There's more burden on you. You're calling the fucking matches. If they do that anymore, I don't know. So that's why most of the time in the business, guys that became great heels were baby faces early in their career, and then they switched and really turned it on. And Nick Bockwinkel's a classic example. He was a baby face for the first 20 years, 15 years he wrestled. But anyway, I don't know what Cody's ever talking about anymore. You switch heel if there's a reason for it, and give yourself a boost and give the business a boost. And then you run with that for a while, and if you were a really good baby face, maybe then at the end you switch back. Or if you're a better heel, you stay that way. But it doesn't throw away a connection. None of these people really believe in y'all anyway. I got news for you. You're way too fucking phony. Everybody knows now because you don't even act like you believe yourselves. So nobody believes in you. So there's no connection with the fans. A connection with the fans is when a motherfucker will go to jail and spend the night because he could not restrain himself from coming over that rail and fucking taking a shot at or swinging a knife at the guy that was fucking you around because he knew at that point in time in his mind that he was the only person in that building that was able to physically save you from getting your ass handed to you by whatever was happening. That's a connection. Cody, you ain't got that. Nobody else does either. So I wouldn't worry if I was Cody about... The only thing I'd worry about switching heel is if Tony Khan booked it. Then it would destroy his connection. Probably his fucking cable service, too. And then the Nightmare Express bus pulled up. Apparently they got a good paint job from deal on a paint job on the Lex Express. But now QT Marshall, Aaron Solo, Nick Comoroto, and Anthony Agogo, fuck, they need to work on those names. They've stolen Cody's bus, and they pull up in the Nightmare Express bus for a 6-man tag, or as they call it on their television program, a trios match.
Why does Cody have a bus?
I didn't know he did until then. That's the first time I've seen the Nightmare Express bus. I thought the Elite had everybody gets, you get a bus, and you get a bus, and you get a bus. But this
he's not on the road. There's Atlanta where he lives and Jacksonville where they tape this.
That's a good 4 or 5 hours apart. You need a bus to travel distances that great. But QT, of course, turned on the Nightmare family, Dustin and the Guns and old Shoddy Lee, and he took the students that they had never bothered to get over before until they exposed them as turning their backs on Cody. Otherwise, they were just nameless, faceless people. And now they're going to have a 6-man tag, Dustin, Billy Gunn, and Lee Johnson against QT and his guys, and Agogo on the floor, and immediately jumpstart. They went to a 6-way on the floor, and I defy anybody. I double dog dare you, go back and watch the video of this match. Immediately, Lee Johnson threw, I counted them, 18 completely fake punches to QT Marshall that barely touched him, that oftentimes touched his upper bicep, that many times missed him completely, obviously on camera, and QT, in selling those fake punches, never even went to a knee. He just stood there and got punched 18 times and then cut him off and run him into the rail. Comoroto looks like Hercules Hernandez without the talent. This match glowed green. It was chlorophyll green. QT Marshall's team, all of them have tremendous potential, and they badly need something like an Ohio Valley Wrestling television show for a year or so before they're on TNT. And that would have done a world of service to all these young men, but right now, this is brutal. I'm not saying this is a train wreck like the finest AEW segments aspire to be. It was just, this is rottenly booked indie wrestling with inexperienced and or lackluster talent. And finally, Agogo gut-shot at everybody, and the heels won. And then there was an afterbirth. Explain this to me, Brian. The heels won with Agogo gut-shotting people behind the referee's back. And then suddenly, all of QT's partners and friends and hangers-on, they left, but he stayed out there, and then Billy Gunn's kids jumped in the ring and beat QT up.
That's right.
And then all of QT's guys came back and got in a fucking fight, and QT ran off.
No, he didn't run off. He kind of stumbled off.
He stumbled off and stumbled and fumbled and fell off and got to the bus, and there was Cody on the bus, and they fought around the fucking bus. And I wrote, who's laying this shit out? They go to the top of the bus. Cody puts a figure 4 leg lock on QT on top of the bus and then lets it go. And then stands up and puts his hands in the air, and they go to a graphic because this is a taped show. And within 10 seconds, they have announced that Tony Khan has made the match for next week, and they've got a graphic. What the fuck? He didn't even have time to say the words, next week, Cody can wrestle, and that would... On top of the bus. This was such a mess. And these guys, and they're not teaching these green guys anything about positioning and timing and where to be, because everything is laid out like it's a fucking acid trip. And then the announcers made sure to mention that on May 12th, on the TV program, Moxley will defend not their championship, but the IWGP United States title against Yuji Nagata. And the announcers had to act like anybody but the fucking base AEW audience, and nobody else in the United States of America would have a fucking idea who Yuji Nagata is. And why would this be a thing that would get ratings past their base? Do you think everybody in that 880-something thousand people that watched last week, do you think even all of those people would have a fucking clue who Yuji Nagata is?
No, I don't think he's a commonly known name amongst American wrestling fans who aren't into Japanese wrestling.
And isn't he's got to be in his 50s. Has he not been around for 25 years?
Well, he was wrestling in WCW in the late 90s, so he has to be in his 50s.
So what? All right. Well, but before we even talk about who Yuji Nagata is or isn't, I didn't even ask you about, what did you think about Cody coming out of his own bus after it was stolen?
It was so ridiculous. First of all, you saw him in the window as QT was walking up. QT had to pretend like he couldn't see and he was looking down. You clearly see Cody calmly standing there like he's waiting to get off at his bus stop before that door opens. Shivani had to say something. It was so obvious that he was there. So then they start fighting, and of course, no figure 4 hurts as bad as the one on the roof of a bus. But again, the booking of Cody. Cody and QT, partners and friends. QT turns on Cody, breaks their school apart. He now has his own troupe. Cody's been gone the last several weeks because, every few months Cody needs another several weeks off. Cody now returns, and they're immediately going to the match. Next week on the show, they're immediately going to the match. Again, they have a pay-per-view coming up. There's no way you can't tell me it wouldn't have been better. They do. I think at the end of May, they have a pay-per-view. You can't tell me if you have Cody now and you have a month to build into him against QT, you couldn't have done something for a few weeks on TV to build up that match. Promos, an appearance, a match, something. Instead of Cody magically, hey, where's the bus? The bus is gone. Can we find out where it is? It's in Jacksonville. Where can it be in Jacksonville? I'll just go there. I have a key. And then he gets on the bus and he waits for him and he beats him up. This whole thing is so stupid. This whole thing is so stupid. And you know what? When you think of the executive vice presidents, you're not a fan of the Young Buck style of matches. Would you agree?
I would agree with that.
You understand that there are fans that are. You agree.
For whatever reason.
Those fans who like the Young Buck style of match have been super served. They may have received, in the last year and a half or so, the greatest the greatest Young Buck matches of all time.
The Young Bungs. There's the name, the Young Bungs.
But you agree that the fans of the Young Bucks may have received the best Young Buck matches ever.
I'm saying I will say that for all the fans of Olympic gymnastics and the uneven parallel bars and all that stuff that the cheerleaders do, that is the majority of the programming in this promotion.
Right. So the Young Bucks are doing everything they can to take what they were and turn it up a little bit. Would you say you could say a similar thing about Omega? You're not a fan of Omega and his style. There are people that are. And he's being Omega. He's being the best version of himself, of that he could be. He's super serving the Omega fans.
Yes. Sadly, I would agree with you that is the best version of him that he can be.
Chris Jericho, not an executive vice president, but has a lot of the voice, I guess, of an executive vice president. He gets a lot of his stuff on the air. Not my style of wrestling. I don't think it's your style of wrestling. But you would agree that it appears, although incredibly misguided, that Chris Jericho is constantly churning out ideas and trying to come up with things to do on TV. Although, again, misguided, awful, garbage, bad, drunken, whatever you want to say about these ideas, he's delivering ideas and he's getting on TV doing them.
They exist and he has them.
So all of these guys, I'm not a fan of most of what we've just talked about, but if you are, you're getting exactly what you want, maybe more than you expected.
The one guy through this whole thing has actually, on the big shows, has delivered with great pro wrestling matches, even sometimes with overbooked finishes, but great pro wrestling matches and big moments on pay-per-view and in the ring, him and Dustin, whatever. He's hardly there. He's barely there.
He's never there, and when he is there, they rush through something. Brody Lee beats Cody and destroys the Nightmare family with the Dark Order. Cody's off TV. Brody has, especially now, a somewhat memorable run as TNT champion. Cody returns, instantly wins back the belt. That's it. Cody, remember, Sting debuted by interrupting Cody's interview. Remember, Cody, when Jade Cargill debuted, interrupted a Cody interview. And then, do you remember the afterbirth for that Cody interview?
Oh, good Lord. They went into some other piece of business involving other people, and Cody was just left standing there with his dick in his hand, wasn't it?
Wasn't it Cody got attacked by Team Taz? And then Darby Allin had to come out of the stands to save Cody. And then Cody was ready for his next thing, which was QT. Happens. Cody's off TV for weeks. He returns.
Well, wait a minute. When did Cody have the pull apart with Penta, old Penthouse?
That was like a 2-week
one
thing.
Match.
That was a 2-week thing. That was the angle and then the match. I'll tell you, and all the executive vice presidents, in terms of what's on the actual wrestling show, based on what you were before AEW and what you're delivering now, he's delivering the least. Because even the big shows, the Dustin match was a few years ago by this point now. The Jericho match early on was the first pay-per-view after TV started. The MJF program, I think they blew it. You know, it started out, it had a little bit of, where could this go? And then they killed it. Cody's done nothing. The Lance Archer program that started and ended.
And he's the one that we might actually be the most complimentary of if we got to see some good stuff from him, but he's the one we never see. We have to see these children force-fed down our gullets on every program.
It's like, you remember, like, Mid-South Wrestling started having a problem, and especially in, like, 85, where you'd see DiBiase and Dr. Death, and then they were gone because they were in Japan. Yeah. So when Watts had to start dealing, when all the promoters had to start dealing, well, then Vince, with the Japanese commitments where some of your top guys would leave for several weeks and then come back and then happen again, you can only do so many injury angles. That's what it's like with Cody. Cody's there, he's gone, he's there, he's gone. He's never just there.
Well, let's talk about somebody that's just there. Explain the next thing to me. Pip Sabian and Bluto were in the back of the building somewhere, and Bluto in the locker room just snatched him, beat the shit out of him, threw him against the walls, slammed his arm in a door trying to break it, and then hugged him. And that's all we saw. When did they split up? Why did he beat him up? Why is he then hugging him after he beat little Pip up? What the fuck is going on here?
Not exactly sure. Obviously, Bluto is a deranged madman, which is why he beat him up and then hugged him. I believe there was a promo from Miro the week after the arcade romper room match or whatever it was, where he was disappointed with Kip. And somehow that led to this, where Kip goes in there with a flower or whatever the fuck he was doing, and Miro just kicks the shit out of him.
Grabbed him and kicked the shit out of him. Okay, the next match was Larry Zbyszko versus Bruno Sammartino, otherwise known as QT Marshall, against Cody with Arn Anderson. The only thing they borrowed out of this was the angle, because I don't know what... QT Marshall came out with all of his students and then sent them to the back. Comorado and Solo and Agogo. And my God, that sounds like a voodoo chant. Comorado, Solo, Agogo. Comorado, Solo, Agogo, a poof. Anyway, so the heel comes out alone. Cody, the babyface, comes out with Arn in his corner, and guess what? It's a jump start. That makes 2 for 2. I wonder if there'll be an afterbirth. Cody does 2 moves, takes his weightlifting belt off, like he's going to fucking whip QT with it. Referee takes it away. They argue for a while, and then QT gets a weightlifting belt and whips Cody right in front of the referee, and there's no penalty, and then gets started some heat on him, and they go back and forth. They kept the pace up. It wasn't stupid. They weren't doing dives all over the place or cartwheels or whatever the fuck. But for the break spot, QT's out on the floor. He shoves Arn, and Arn just punches him, and they get in a fight. And the referees just run out. They don't disqualify Cody. They just run out and pull Arn off of him. That's a disqualification right there. You're done. But they just use it to go to the break. When they come back from the break on the other side, he's getting heat on Cody, and Cody made a comeback, except for the ridiculousness of having the manager actually punch the fucking guy right in front of the referee. This probably resembled a wrestling match more than most things you're going to see on this program. It wasn't a Cody classic, but it wasn't bad. But then all of a sudden they reversed a tombstone piledriver 4 times, and then Cody tombstone QT Marshall 1-2 kick out. So now tombstone piledriver's a kick out. And then Cody hits his crossroads, and it's a 2 count. I think that Cody thinks he's elevating guys that are not at his level by hitting his moves, and they kick out of them.
His level.
Well, let's face it, whatever his level is, QT is not there. I'm not talking about, his fucking credit score on Scoremaster. I'm talking about whatever level that Cody is at as a wrestler. QT has not been pushed at anywhere near that level, nor had that much exposure, etc. So Cody's trying to get him over, bring him up. But all he does, because he does this with everybody he's in the ring with, it just shows that Cody can hit all of his stuff and not beat anybody the first time with it. Because it hadn't been working. He started working. All these guys started working like they were over to begin with. Anyway, somehow, after a tombstone for a 2 count and a crossroads for a 2 count, Cody put the figure 4 on QT and hard-weighed himself and busted his own eye open in the process. And I slow-moed it and tried to figure, and the only thing I can figure out is that when Cody went down and crossed that last leg, he somehow face-butted either QT's knee or boot and busted his own eye open. But there's no other way to explain it. It wasn't, obviously it wasn't intentional. And he just stepped into the figure 4 and sat back, and his eye was bleeding. So he dinged himself some way. And of course, QT taps out. And then here comes Agogo. Camarato solo Agogo. And he just conjured up out of thin air, and he gut-shotted Cody and put him down and buried him under the Union Jack flag, which, of course, was as much of an embarrassment as it was when they buried Cowboy Bill Watts under the Russian flag in Tulsa. Except it wasn't. Because are we still at war with the British?
I guess I was surprised to see the British flag placed over Cody.
It's like putting the Canadian flag over somebody. Are they mad at anybody? No. They go back and they look at things that have been done and they go, oh, we'll do that. They don't understand that the burial under the Russian flag of the patriotic American worked because then Watts could quote Khrushchev when Khrushchev said to Kennedy, "We will bury you." And then he was buried under the Russian flag, the communist menace or whatever. Nice. Fuck. I guess this means that the fucking people at Nando's are going to have a ton of heat with fucking Cody after this. Those fucking British. What the...
And they announced next week Cody will have a big announcement. I'm going to guess the big announcement is interrupted within 30 seconds by someone coming to the ring.
Hopefully everything else they're going to have next week is interrupted within 30 seconds, because I heard them rattle off some of that shit. But Jane, we get a live interview with Jane next week. Could be Trainwreck Central again. All right.
It's just the whole QT Cody thing. Whatever they were going to do, they did this angle. Cody is laid out. Red Velvet sacrifices herself to save not her man. And then for a few weeks, they start establishing QT's crew. Gogo or Ogogo is knocking out people with his gut shot. And now they have the match and Cody wins. Is that it? I mean, is the Cody QT thing over or now?
Well, yeah, now he's mad at Agogo because Agogo gave him the gut shot. But also, by the way, QT was the trainer, the hand-picked trainer at Cody's Nightmare Factory Wrestling School. Has he won a match yet?
Probably in tag teams with Dustin, they won a match or two, I would think.
I'm talking about, has he gone out there and won a match that, and somebody's going to say YouTube? Well, fuck that. I'm talking about that anybody sees.
Hey, you know what I heard? I think it was last week on the show. Whatever it was, maybe they were going to a break. Tony Schiavone, I think, said QT Marshall, not Marshall.
Well, that's the way you say it.
That's the way you say it. That's the way we've always said it.
That's the way he told me to say it in 2011.
They never say it like that on the show.
That's because don't expect these geniuses to think about details like how to pronounce a guy's name.
But again, this goes to the whole idea of just everything with Cody. What are they doing with Cody?
I mean, it stops, it starts, it goes this way, it goes that way. I don't know why it goes. I don't know what was going on here. It wasn't a bad wrestling match, but just none of this stuff makes any sense, or it's not followed up on, or it's not. I don't. Do you understand what kind of booking of the year that you're seeing from this program, where things are just stopped and started and dropped and brought back, and people are baby faces and heels and mad at each other but happy with each other, and the heels save the baby faces from beatings by the other heels and whatever the fuck. Jump starts, afterbirths. It's a mess.
No, the show is a badly put together show, and I got some heat when I said this a few months ago, and then all of a sudden everyone started agreeing it's badly booked, it's badly formatted, it's badly put together. That doesn't mean Tony Khan isn't good as, for the AEW fans, a matchmaker who, whenever they do a pay-per-view, gets a large transactional audience to see the matches. My argument's been the week-to-week buildup of those matches has not built up any match. It hurts the matches. It's bad angles. It's bad afterbirths to each matches. Every promo's interrupted by someone. It's the same thing over and over again. So I think the AEW fans really want to see those matches, those big matches, but the week-to-week booking doesn't do anything. It's bad.
So what you're saying is the AEW fans would eat the Elmer's glue and thank you for the ice cream.
I didn't say that. I've never heard that expression before either. So
I've said that before.
I'm wrapping my head around that one.
They would eat the Elmer's glue and thank you for the ice cream. Speaking of promos, this was the big one. Cody Rhodes, live in-ring promo. In a suit with a neck tattoo. It looks even more of a poor choice now with the suit on.
You know what? That tattoo is literally like, that's like jumping the shark. You know, jumping the shark, it was a real moment on Happy Days, and it became the expression. The moment he got that neck tattoo, everything changed with him.
I know that I'm old-fashioned, wanting a television program to make some chronological sense, but when they came back from the break, well, he came to the ring and then they went to a break. So we'll hook you. You're the stars in the ring. What's he going to say? We'll be right back. Okay, I'll buy that. Couldn't they have come back and said, Cody Rhodes is in the ring, but let's see what happened last week, because he starts the promo talking about that British menace, Anthony Agogo, and what he did, etc. This was the whole reasoning behind his confusing and jingoistic, somebody said, and the promo for whatever it was. They didn't show why he was saying these things first. Last week, the British guy knocked him out and fucking covered him up with the goddamn flag. 5 minutes into his soliloquy, he referred to some of these things, but couldn't we have taken 30 seconds to just refresh our memories, or in case we were, I don't know, intubated or in an iron lung last week, you'd know what happened if you missed the show. But he just starts with the promo, and he does a Mr. Mackey, okay, within like the first seconds, and then I don't know where the fuck he was trying to do Dusty against the Russians. He was trying to do somebody against the Nazis or the Japanese in World War II, or the terrorists, the Middle East terrorists, or the Iranian crisis, or whatever. The problem is we haven't been at war with Britain since 1812. And he's bringing race relations into this. And yes, the U.S. has problems. Then he doesn't talk about any of them. And then he mentions a couple of problems we've got, but he doesn't say which side of them he's on. And he says that Santana, Skinnerd, and Snoop Dogg are all on his fucking jukebox, which makes me not want to listen to his jukebox because Snoop Dogg sucks. But anyway, he mentions...
No, he doesn't.
Oh, come on. He's the one that started everybody trying to speak fucking Carney with that Snoop Doggy Dogs in his house. It was a slippery slope from there. But anyway, when did Anthony Agogo run down the United States and talk about the division in the United States and talk about how England or the UK or whatever is so much better when he's been on TV for 3 weeks and he never gets a promo? So when has he been on this anti-American campaign that now Cody is so indignant about? Did I miss it when I was fast forwarding through the commercial breaks?
I have no idea. I mean, he's talked on TV, but if what he was saying was, I'm going to take down your country, I missed that.
So he was trying to do a political speech. He's trying to do Dusty against the Koloffs. Italian immigrants came into it somehow, and a 16-year-old guy from Pakistan that invented the car bumper. I don't know what the fuck was going on there. Atlanta was segregated in 1961, but then he came to tears over his upcoming baby, who's going to be born in Atlanta 80 years later, or 60 years later. But he doesn't want his daughter to think that he laid under the British flag without a fight. And at Double or Nothing, it'll be Agogo versus the American Dream, Cody Rhodes. This promo wandered around aimlessly like a mental patient walking away from a state home. And the whole thing, we're not mad at the British. And next to their record on relations with black people, we should be ashamed. And it was a political speech wrestling promo searching for a reason to be had. It was like those no good fucking Lithuanians. Let me tell you something. Like I said, at various points, the Nazis, the Japanese, the Russians, the Middle Eastern terrorists. Okay, we were mad at them. And this shit worked. But now the enemy is us. Half the country is fucking right-wing crackpot fanatics that have infiltrated the police and the fucking government, the CIA or the goddamn, what's the agency that monitors threats both foreign and domestic, whichever. It is said that the bigger threat now than Middle Eastern terrorism or fanatical fucking Islamic terrorism is domestic terrorism. So wrestling hates foreigners, and it's not an old trope, as they say. It's valid now, but we got to be mad at the foreigners for good reason. We were mad at the Nazis and the Japanese and the Russians and the Middle Eastern terrorists for good reasons. Now, not so much. And I don't know what that guy from Pakistan that invented the bumper had to do with this.
Yes, you do.
What does a car bumper have to do with this?
Who's the Pakistani guy that invented the bumper?
I don't know. He didn't
Shad Khan.
Are you kidding?
Remember we talked about how he made his money on bumpers.
Oh my God. I didn't put two and two together. Cody went from Italian immigrants to 16-year-old Pakistans that invented car bumpers. I didn't know what the fuck he was. So he was patronizing his patron at the same time as he was doing all the rest of this. But we couldn't figure out which side we were supposed to be on. Anyway, as a matter of fact, somebody wrote an email about this. I don't know if I'll read the whole thing or not. It's very lengthy. It's very perceptive also, but it's from Jack. And he's not a regular viewer of today's wrestling, but he follows our shows and he catches snippets on the internet. So following the uproar that he saw regarding Cody's promo, he gave it a watch. What a cringy, clunky, tone-deaf promo on his part. I mean, what the fuck? I suppose I get what he's trying to accomplish, playing up the old American versus foreigner trope. But with everything that's been going on in our country the past several years and beyond, he just came off privileged and incredibly out of touch. Talking about race, bringing up segregation to make the point that just because legally it's supposed to be gone, things now are better. Just fucking no. I'm normally not the sort of person who thinks politics and heavier topics should be kept out of sports and entertainment, but in this case, perhaps it should be. Cody simply isn't smart or articulate enough to handle this. He lacks the gravitas to be taken as seriously as he desperately wanted to be, and the neck tattoo does him zero favors on top of that. This felt unnecessary and to some extent phony, like Cody was trying to have some insightful, triumphant moment that was not at all organic or natural. Yeah, there's another. Dusty had a unique likability to even just that face, just that fucking saggy, fat-jowled puppy dog face, and then he'd say those things. And also, he had Russians to talk about. Nobody liked the Russians. Or he had the terrorists talk about. Nobody liked the terrorists if he was fucking with the Iron Sheik. But we're not mad at the British. So I don't know. Closing comments on Cody.
No, this was a mess. What was the point of it? Whatever he had in his mind, it made no sense. I mean, just again, like you said, we're not at war with the British. The British flag was placed on him. Apparently that has triggered him to come out here and give a tearful speech to talk about whatever he was saying. He's having the first interracial baby of all time. I don't even know what he was saying out there. And
God damn you, I almost did the fucking spit that our viewers accuse us of. When you say first interracial baby of all time.
But like, really, what was he talking about? The guy put the flag over him. All of a sudden, it's a whole speech about human rights, and he's going to be a dad, and he needs people to work with because no one wants to work with him. You know, you brought up they should have shown a promo package. It got me thinking when you were saying that. Maybe it was 2 weeks ago. That Camarato guy had the wooden folding chair broken over his head.
The tiny dollhouse gimmick wooden chair.
I remember when that happened to Big Bubba Rogers, and then they showed that clip on TV over and over to get over the fact that he was so big and tough. He didn't go down.
Yeah, he didn't knock his hat off.
Didn't knock his hat off. Have we seen one replay or heard one mention of Nick Camarato being so tough that the chair was broken over his head?
Well, no, because
they just did it, and then that was it. They did it. We did it to do it. And now it's done.
They can't replay it again because so many people laughed and hee-hawed and guffawed about it because it was such an obviously phony chair that was built for that nobody would ever have sat in. It looked like it came out of a fucking daycare center. So they do these things, they can't fucking take advantage of it because it looks so shitty the first time. People laugh.
Another popular subject topic that several people have been sending in the last few days. Cody Rhodes on Twitter had some thoughts about the promo he cut the other night. Did you see this?
I did not. I saw the promo. I did not see his comments about the promo.
Well, apparently...
I wonder if he saw our comments about the promo.
Well, apparently a fan named Sean tweeted at Cody, "Congrats to Cody Rhodes for the worst promo in the history of the promotion."
Oh, God.
So naturally, a comment like that, Cody responds, and some say it's the absolute best in modern history.
Who were those some?
I don't even consider it a promo because it was real. As always with me. And the discourse and discussion is what makes wrestling beautiful. It's not easy in 2021 being proud of American heritage, warts and all, but I am. Very. So there's Cody's response. Apparently some people think his promo the other night was the best promo of all time. Excuse me, modern history.
Modern history. Yeah. Maybe Shad Khan, because he got mentioned. Maybe he thinks that he's one of the people that think that that's just lovely. I don't know.
Cody, what are you going to do with Anthony Agogo? Are you going to do something with, he's QT's #1 student and you and QT you're falling out and now QT sending him to get you? No. I'm thinking like a whole war with me and England. By the way, it's the English dream, Cody, not the England dream.
Well, and also somebody pointed this out to me while he was trying to build up heat on the heel for burying him under the British flag. And Agogo is either black, or you can't call him African American because he's not American, but either black or mixed race himself. So which side does he belong on? The folks that Cody was for or the folks that Cody was again? Does that make any sense?
That's a good question. It's a very good question.
Because he was talking about America's complicated history with race while he's swearing he's going to kick the shit out of a black guy. And the only reason I didn't bring it up last week is because I'm so unfamiliar with Anthony Agogo. All I wanted him to do was wake me up. That I didn't realize that yes, he's either black or mixed race. Somebody said that on Twitter. So it was a patriotic promo searching for a menace to patriotism that wasn't apparently there. We're not mad at the British. The guy that Cody wants to beat up for not being tolerant is black. I don't know where the fuck that all intersects. It does not make sense. But that is kind of funny. Well, we have a complicated history with race here in this country, so because of that, I want to kick the shit out of that black guy.
He's fucking doing a promo about this guy crying about the fact he's about to have a baby. What does that have to do with anything?
Well, that was to get the part in, because he could muster up a sniffle or two. That was to get the part in about how that there used to be segregation in Atlanta, but now he's, as you mentioned, having the first interracial baby of all time in the same Atlanta that 60 years ago would have been segregated.
It's going to be really interesting with AEW going back on the road to see the difference, if there is one, in the fan reaction to Cody now versus a year and a half ago.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if there's difference in reaction to all of them, because they've all done or said stupid things in one way or another. And now the rumors are starting to go around of what we've been hearing for a long time, that the vice presidents are all pissed at each other because they have different viewpoints and different priorities and different thoughts and etc. And some are not speaking to the others. They've kept this fairly well fucking guarded, but it's coming out now. It's been, what, a year has it been? Or more that we've been hearing that. But I mean, you can look at it like the fans that will actually sit and watch this thing and defend it. I'm talking about the AEW program and all that happens there. And for the WWE, there's WWE fans that will sit and defend that too. But we're talking about the AEW shows right now and reaction from the fans when they come back. For the AEW fans who sit there and watch this despite the nonsense and who make excuses for it despite the things they see in front of their face, people getting dropped on their heads, guys getting hurt, amateur productions, bad special effects, whatever the fuck, they're going to scream bloody murder and be over the moon for these people when they see them in person if all they do is come out, squat down in the ring, take a shit. But past that core audience, is there going to be any difference in casual fans' reaction to these people, or are there going to be any casual fans in the building to begin with? Very few, probably. They're not even in the casual fan getting business. They don't want to actually get people who used to watch wrestling to come and watch their program, because those people would be more offended at the shit they see than most, because that's why they're not watching wrestling anymore, because all this silly shit. So who knows? They could have the same reaction because it's going to be the same people in the building. They've not gotten any new audience, and if they do, when people see it live, they'll run them off because they'll do everything that the disenfranchised wrestling fan doesn't want, which is silly, hokey bullshit. That's why they quit watching to begin with. So we'll see. If they don't have different reactions to some of these people, then we will know that there is absolutely no one besides the diehard AEW faithful fan going to these fucking events.
Let's get a few more questions before we wrap things up, Jim. A popular one that people have been sending in from multiple sources, some of them even blaming us, you and me, for this, but there are now reports going around, various members of the wrestling press are reporting, that the AEW executive vice presidents are not on talking terms at all times, and
I just said something about that.
Maybe having internal fighting in AEW.
You think? It's because when you let every cook in the kitchen throw ingredients into the stew, you end up with not only a shitty stew, but a bunch of arguments among the cooks over which ones are the ones that screwed it up. So if anybody thinks that these fucking yahoos have anything in common as people, they fell into a fucking gimmick group that they wandered into kind of blind and then were associated by being in that group. That doesn't mean that they're goddamn life partners or soulmates. And when obviously Cody knows that everything, because Cody has some mind for wrestling psychology, even if I'm not sure if he has a mind for where he stands in the overall scheme of things anymore, as much as I thought he did at one time. But he knows wrestling psychology, so he obviously has to fucking hate anything that the Cucamonga kids or Twinkle Toes do. But by the same token, there you've got Cody saying, well, there shouldn't be anything like baby faces and heels anymore, which is so insane. I can't believe anybody would let those words come out of their mouth in public. But still, he doesn't think that wrestling should be a goddamn sketch comedy show, which is what the other two think. And then, we've just heard that interview with QT Marshall where he spilled the beans on how that they all get together and write this rotten schizophrenic program on group chat like it's a bunch of fucking kids getting together to plan a birthday party. So, of course, then, and they all think that they're way more over than they are, and they all think that they're way more talented than they are. And so, as a result, they're going to fucking butt heads and get fucking grumpy, and then they're going to start their cliques, which is what always happens, where the guys that were only had a job because these guys like them, and the guys that only have a job because that guy likes them, well, they're going to fucking be mad at each other too, and they're going to be in the other group. And let's face it also, as we've gone up and down the roster, most of the people in AEW got their jobs not due to talent or qualifications, but because they were friends with and or tickled one or more of the executive vice presidents. So why would anybody expect they would all get together and they would all get along?
If you had to pick which executive vice president leaves first, who do you pick? Not who you want to leave first.
No. But, well, see, that's funny. Cody will not leave. Cody wouldn't fucking bail. Cody wouldn't fucking quit. Cody will try to drive the other motherfuckers out because at least he's still a Rhodes. He's a actual grown adult man. You would think that Twinkle Toes would be so sensitive and such a fucking take it to heart kind of guy that he would just get hurt and give a breathy resignation talk to everyone and leave. But I don't know how mentally weak the Young Bucks are. They're probably as mentally weak as Harpo Fingerfuck is, but not necessarily as they probably wouldn't pussy out as quick. And also there's two of them, so they can back each other up. So I think they can probably hurt Harpo's feelings enough that he can think, well, I'm a big star and I'll go back to Japan and Impact would love me. And I'm sure they would. So anyway, maybe I think that if any of them would quit over it, it would be Twinkle Toes because he's just mentally soft, I would think. All right, here we go. Austin Gunn with Cody Runnels and Arn Anderson in his corner against
Cody Rhodes.
Cody Rhodes, I'm sorry. Against Anthony Agogo with Solo and Camarato Solo Agogo with QT also there. So the heel has 3 managers, the babyface only has 2. Remember I said a lot of these guys are green and they don't need to be on national television or on YouTube where 2 or 3 or 400,000 people can see them, and instead should be practicing their craft in a low pressure environment. Did you notice that the heel in this match kneeled in the corner and prayed before the bell?
Yeah.
So good for him. That's a good Christian boy, that heel. So the heel prays before the match, and then Austin Gunn jumps on him and gets all over him with awkward punches, and Ogogo was as awkward at selling as Austin was as awkward at throwing those punches. And I'm not trying to knock Billy Gunn's family, but these kids are green, and this was a mess. And then they ran into a spot where Austin Gunn hit the ropes and ducked a clothesline that Agogo didn't throw. And it was basically 45 seconds of a training match that you would see from guys having a practice match in a wrestling school. And then Agogo barely hits another one of those gut shots, and the match comes to a halt. Agogo stands there without going for the pin. Everybody's standing there watching Austin Gunn sell. Okay, the boxer has a great gut shot to the solar plexus whatsoever. Once he lands it, why does he stand there? He didn't go for a pin. He let Austin Gunn stand up and hit another gut shot that they're so fast. He may be being precise, but they don't look good. He's throwing real punches. We need to get a little bit more work to his punch. But another gut shot, Austin sells it and spits his mouth blood in Anthony Agogo's face. That was fucking hilarious. And then he lets him sell that. And then when he gets back to his feet and Austin is trying to sell he's overselling because he's selling so frantically that he's trying to get this over. He's working hard. It's not natural to him yet. But then the boxer hooks Austin Gunn up under his arms and boosts him up in the air like for one of those lucha libre hup hup cheerleading wrestling moves, and then hits him with a right cross, and suddenly the referee stops it. Austin Gunn tried his hardest. These guys are too green for national television. This was rotten execution. Whoever's trying to get this fucking gut punch over, if he's a boxer, give him a knockout punch. And it's a whole lot easier to throw a good-looking punch to the fucking jaw or the neck than it is to the fucking stomach anyway. For fuck's sake. This was a mess. And I don't know how to explain what they're trying to do otherwise than this has to be another Tony Khan idea, because nobody with any experience would not be picking out all the things that I just fucking mentioned.
These guys are both out of the Nightmare Academy or whatever it is.
All right, moving on.
So it's a Cody thing. And there was a big post-match thing where, again, the England-USA feud, Cody comes out with the American flag over his shoulder. So stupid. I can tell you're done with the match. I could tell.
Yeah, I'm done. Speaking of fornicating around, the most fornicatingly stupid thing that I've ever heard from anybody's fornicating mouth came from Cody fornicating Rhodes the other day. Did you see the interview he did about the focus group on that promo, the promo about Anthony Agogo, the jingoistic, I believe people called it, promo a week or two ago about old Anthony Agogo?
Well, for the record, let's take things back a step. Cody made his first appearance in a while, did this promo, which instead of being about taking out QT Marshall's top student, became about being proud to be an American and being ready to battle this British mixed race guy over
this British menace.
I mean, it made no sense about what the promo was. And then after that, the follow-up.
Well, yeah, we mentioned he's talking about prejudice in America, and he's fixing to have an interracial baby when Atlanta was segregated 60 years ago. And the point of this, so he's going to beat up the black guy.
Yeah, it's so stupid. And Cody, because right away, even hardcore AEW fans started saying, what is this? Like, where was this promo supposed to go, and why did it get here? And Cody defended it by saying that some people have said it was one of the best of modern times, I think was the way he put it. And then the story didn't go away because people were still like, what the hell? Because everyone knows what's wrong, what's going on with Cody. Why has Cody been a non-entity for the longest period of time? And then he does this. And that led into the story you just referenced, where Cody is now, I guess, still defending that promo.
Well,
this
is an article, because it has the quotes in it, from a website called Cage Side Seats. But I got this because it has Cody's quotes on a pro wrestling podcast that he made. The writer says it was a promo that many, this writer included, found to be rambling, and that needlessly and clumsily injected race and politics into the story for no good reason. But Cody had these comments on a podcast. This is probably not going to sound cool, because a lot of wrestlers, especially wrestlers from my dad's era, will lie to you and say, oh, I just came up with that promo right there on the spot, which is bullshit. But whatever. I workshop my promos heavily for weeks on end. We have a full focus group for them, as crazy as that sounds. This is a data-based company, so I workshop everything I do. And because my promos have been held to a really high standard, people pick at them and find things in them, and they put a microscope on them, which I love. When I was thinking about what the story really is, Anthony is living the American dream for real. All the wrestlers like Bruno Sammartino, who I referenced in my interview, who have come over, have lived the American dream. And he talks about, Cody went on to say about how he would be the American dream that night, blah, blah, blah. But the point is, the focus groups, the workshops, it's not bullshit when guys said they cut promos on the spot, because I've seen them do it. I've done it. Did you think about what anything that you were going to say beforehand? Most of the time, yes. Sometimes, no. I've seen Dick Murdoch say, hey, Dick, go do a promo, and out, and he does it. I've done the same thing. If you cared about what you were doing and you had any advanced knowledge that you were going to be doing a promo, then you would think about what you were talking about, but you wouldn't sit there and dwell on the exact verbiage. You would have the story in your head and you would tell it. The most workshopping I ever did was late at night in the car, if I wasn't driving, or even if I was driving with the Midnight Express, I would be thinking about shit that I could say in general terms about whoever we happen to be working with, and or if I knew a stipulation that was coming up, something that might go along. And every once in a while, if I had a good zinger, I'd hit Bobby or Stan or Dennis with it. Like, hey, what do you think if I said blah, blah, blah? That's the workshop. But he said, and I quote, again, I workshop my promos heavily for weeks on end. He did take acting classes, so I guess he learned that word workshop there. Workshop, it's one of the producers in MLW, Alex Greenfield, used the same terminology because he comes from television. Well, you're workshopping here. I said, no, we're just bullshit. But anyway, he also said they have a full focus group for the promos. It's a data-based company, and he workshops everything he does. And the writer says, and I will second this opinion, what sounds crazy to me, and then in the weeks of workshops and focus groups, nobody said, this doesn't really match up with the story you've been telling, and also it's rambling. Oh, and another thing, it's really going to rub some people the wrong way. So now Cody is doing, who's paying for the focus groups, I wonder? Is it Tony Khan?
No, focus isn't really his thing.
So where do you apply to be a part of this focus group?
Well, now, Cody has since this time, he seemed like, when you read that quote, he's very proud of himself in the moment. He doesn't think there's anything he's saying that's wrong. He's trying to, as always, sound like he's more intelligent than reality says that he is. And then once reality slapped him in the face with people going, what is this? This is not pro wrestling. Just this quote offends people more than like The Fiend.
Yes.
Then Cody immediately walked it back.
What? Okay, is there an update?
Hold on. I have a quote here. This is from Cage Side Seats. That's who you just said you got your article from.
Yeah.
Send a check, please, Cage Side. Here is this article from Kane Knight. Talks about the earlier this week thing. Here's a new quote from Cody. I'm going to chalk this up to me not knowing what the term focus group means. Because I woke up this morning to a very large amount of people in my mentions, almost all of them with a Roman Reigns or a Sasha Banks avatar, making fun of me for using the term focus group. I did not focus group this promo.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Back up. Just hold on, cowboy.
Okay.
Let's go back up to this is a quote from Cody Rhodes on Wrestle Buddies Pro Wrestling Podcast. I workshop my promos heavily for weeks on end. We have a full focus group for them, as crazy as that sounds. So now he just said what?
This is from a press junket for AEW Double or Nothing. I'll read the quote again. I did not focus group this promo. What I intended to say, and I did not say correctly, so chalk this up to me being a dummy. I work on my promos very hard. And a lot of the old-timers who said, oh, I was just doing it on the fly, I would say they worked on theirs very hard. Whether it be in the gym, whether it be in the car, looking in the rear view. So when it comes to my promos, the process is usually I voice memo it out to the people I trust the most, the legends in our industry, some coaches, and some members of management.
Wait a minute. So the voice memo is the thing on your phone where it's like a tape recorder, but you can send it to people, right?
Correct, yeah.
He's actually doing a promo in a tape recorder just for practice and sending it to people?
Dear Dustin, what do you think? Let me know. I don't know what he's doing. But let me finish the quote here.
Okay, please finish.
He's sending it to people he trusts the most, the legends in our industry, some coaches and some members of management, to see what they think. But absolutely not. There is no AEW focus group that is listening to my interviews. I would just chalk it up to my passion and love for promo. Boy, he really loves the phrase.
I would chalk it up to his lack of vocabulary, possibly.
How many times
How can you say we have a full focus group when you don't have a focus group? And workshopping my promos heavily for weeks on end sounds a lot more involved than thinking about it in the car. So now he's gone from focus group to I ran it past my brother and Arn.
And it's the third time he's used the term chalk up here in this statement, but I would just chalk it up to my passion and love for promos. I got to see a really great working relationship firsthand between Brian Gewirtz and The Rock. And I know that's an incredibly lofty comparison, but it's one to shoot for, because him being such an exceptional entertainer and promo, so I like to take mine very seriously. I like to be all business about them. I just want to continue to deliver really good content whenever I put the mic to my lips. And that is Cody Rhodes walking back the workshopping and focus grouping. You're all gathered here today. How many of you like professional wrestling? Great. How many of you have heard of AEW? Okay, let me tell you about them since none of you raised your hand. We're going to play an interview today. This may get on the air depending on your reaction or not. It's going to be Cody, who is the son of a wrestling legend, who's feuding with someone who used to be his partner in a gym, and now he's going after his top student, and he's making it about America. Go! Really, no one said. He sent this interview in parts via voice memo to several people, legends, friends, management, several people, and no one said, I think you're overthinking this. Just do a simple promo that you're mad at QT and you're going to kick his top student's ass for you and your family. Instead, it's all this. 3 weeks later, we're still talking about this stupid promo.
But not necessarily in the way that they hoped that we would be. They're listening. Guess who came out next, Brian? The former Big Show, the defrocked Big Show, who has lost his no more BS. Paul White comes out. That's a great idea. You have a major mainstream star that's been in television, movies, wrestling for 20 years, and he's never seen on your television program. If only someone had come up with the idea that he should come out and do some type of hosting or something. Anyway, of course, it wasn't my idea for him to host a weigh-in. The big weigh-in between Cody and Anthony Ogogo. And Agogo comes out first. They're buying music left and right, but they can't buy Wake Me Up Before You Go-Go. Anyway. He comes out with QT and Solo and Karamato and somebody in a pink suit. Who was that?
I don't know. There was another guy there who was the scrawniest of the bunch. I've never seen him before.
Because whenever I do the chant, Solo, Agogo, Akonmarato, there's not and QT, of course, there's not another person. And Pink Suto, I don't know who that was. Did you like how they lowered the flags of the U.S. and England in front of the fans so the fans couldn't see on that side of the ring? What a fucking rip. First time we go to see wrestling live in a year and a half and they drop flags in front of us. Cody came out with a selection of his wrestling school students, his sister, Arn Anderson, Red Velvet, Dustin Rhodes, a roller derby team from Cleveland, 3, fucking hot dog vendors. I mean, he had like 17 people out there with him. So they do the entrances, which take forever. And then Paul White sets up the weigh-in, and Cody strips down to his shorts and gets on the scale and besides the fact that poor old Show was trying to work the scale backwards, the heels kept pacing back and forth, and they didn't get a digital scale. They've got the old goddamn slide the thing across like in your doctor's office if you went to the doctor in the 70s. And the heels are walking around on the ring, and it bounces the scale, and those things you can't bounce. They have to be on something solid. So he finally, after forever, he works the scale. Cody's 218. And then here comes Agogo, and right then the fireworks start going off outside.
Well, no, they were going off for a little while, but they got louder and louder, and
yeah,
I mean, it was like it was right above the ring. It was so loud.
And then this thing starts. It was moving at a glacial pace to begin with. There were literally fucking Mesozoic and Paleozoic eras that were coming and going during this segment.
And once again, Red Velvet in the place of Brandi Rhodes.
Yes. They might as well just say the part of Brandi will be played tonight. Or remember one time Joan Crawford's daughter, remember Mommy Dearest, the book?
Of course.
Her daughter got the fucking spot on a daytime soap opera, and then she was suddenly hospitalized with something, and Joan Crawford filled in and played this girl's part as this 50-year-old matron. Oh my! Anyway,
I heard Cody always says no coat hangers,
no wire hangers,
no wire hangers. Excuse me.
Do not now for anybody who's not familiar with the book "Mommy Dearest," do not take that as a pregnancy joke.
Oh no! That was not my intention. No.
Yes, no, it's no wire hangers. The coat hangers are okay, just no wire hangers. Or maybe let's just get off this whole thing. Anyway. QT is standing there in that bowling shirt, crowing about a 1 pound advantage because Agogo clocked in at 219, and I wrote nothing is happening. And then they actually got up and did the spot show thing where they each one get up on the buckle and try to milk the cheers, and they boo Agogo and they cheer Cody, and then they go to the second buckle, and I wrote again, nothing is happening. And then Cody gets on the microphones, everybody give it up for Paul White. And then everybody left. That was a 3-minute weigh-in that took 15 minutes. I mean, every match ends in some kind of goddamn schmoz afterbirth heat brawl when they shouldn't, but they do a weigh-in that's actually a fairly natural place for an angle. For an upcoming pay-per-view match in 48 hours, and everybody just walks off with no contact. I don't fucking know. And then they went to a long package on football field fuckery, which I zoned out on because it's so silly. But Cody, Ogogo, 218, 219, Big Show, any thoughts?
I can't believe it took the Big Show 20 minutes to weigh Cody. That seemed like it took forever. Cody comes out with his Howling Commandos, just this group of people that
Cody's Howling Commando.
It grows each and every time you see all these people come out. Again, Red Velvet, when I say she was in Brandi Rhodes' place, Cody gets in the ring. He has all these like minions on the runway, but in the ring are like Cody's top lieutenants, Dustin and Cody, and I think Cody's sister. I don't know.
Cody's sister.
I don't know what she's doing there, but Cody's sister and Red Velvet. And not Brandi Rhodes. She was there too. What's this weigh-in? Have we had weigh-ins for any other matches in AEW? Maybe we have, and I just don't remember. All of a sudden, this match that popped up out of nowhere with Cody Rhodes wrestling a guy no one ever heard of a few weeks ago, all of a sudden now, this is America versus England. This is all about patriotism, and we have a weigh-in for this big match with Cody going against a rookie wrestler who throws a gut punch. I don't know what they're doing with Cody. I don't know what Cody's doing with Cody. This has all been so poorly done and so badly booked and so poorly booked. And it's just lunacy. Everything with Cody and Anthony Agogo. I don't know why anyone would care about any of this. No one cares about QT and his people. They're going to care about Cody wrestling this guy. The whole thing was stupid. The weigh-in was stupid. It's just...
Let me defend the concept of a weigh-in.
I'm not against the concept of a weigh-in. I'm against this one.
It's sports-like. It happens in all combat sports. This one was just a rotten one. But they did it because they've seen it done on wrestling. Did you like where they went? Oh, wait a minute, something's going on. And in the back, Powerhouse Hobbs and Christian Cage are just having a knockdown, drag-out fight. The cameraman is standing there, but for 45 seconds, nobody else knows that this is going on. Just the cameraman standing there shooting it. And then suddenly, referees and people run in, or agents or whatever, run in to try to stop this.
Why doesn't the cameraman ever say anything like, stop?
Stop!
Officials, help! Someone!
Yes. Can somebody call security?
Sting's on the payphone. We don't know who he's calling. Get security back here.
All right. In my opinion, what happened next was not the best match of the night. It was the only match of the night, at least that I saw. I miss Serena and Riho, but Anthony Agogo and Cody Rhodes was the only wrestling match they had on this show. And I know what we've been talking about with Cody mentally and the promos and the Brandi influence and whatever. And he comes out in a costume that Lady Gaga would wear to sing the national anthem at the Super Bowl. I'm sure Tony Khan is spending the money for all these new outfits that all these guys are getting. Cody was also announced as a father-to-be. Is that the first time in history that any professional wrestler has been announced as a father-to-be?
Yes.
I guess that's being a father-to-be is better than being a son of a bitch, but regardless, I've never heard it in an introduction. I was ready to say, boy, this fucking Agogo, they've rushed him. Anthony Agogo is now my favorite fucking guy in AEW. I did not in any way think he was going to be this good or be able to hang in there. And yes, Cody set the match up, put it together, and was calling it. That doesn't take a genius to understand that, because Anthony Agogo's had like 3 matches in front of people probably, but this was good, and he held his end up. Right at the start of the thing, after a little flurry, Agogo got the gut shot. I wish they'd do something with the name, but Agogo got the gut shot and a quick angle slam and a quick 2 count, and that way Cody could come back, but he could keep selling the ribs through the match. And if you notice, Agogo, here his second match or third match or whatever is in front of people, he's 10 times better already than Caesar Bonanno or whatever his fucking name is. Or, I really, he was in the right place for everything. He was hitting the stuff. There were no big fuck ups. This was serious and fairly logical, and they left room for things to breathe. I don't know how Agogo got busted open. He was bleeding somehow, and then Cody made a big comeback. But Agogo knocks him off the ropes. The frog splash. Fuck, this guy, who would have thought a boxer could do a great frog splash? Cody got the fucking figure 4, and Agogo reversed it awfully easy. That seemed a little abrupt. Agogo hit a KO shot, but fucking Cody was in the ropes. And right as I was saying, boy, this is starting to slow down, they really should go, immediately, Cody hit whatever the fucked up deal was that he did. That, what do they call it? Homicide used to do something like that. He started calling it the cop killer in Ring of Honor, but when we were sold to Sinclair and went on television, I said, rename that. But whatever the fuck it was, the upside down thing, boom, 1, 2, 3. So Cody beats him. But to me, Anthony Agogo was the star of the night, and this was the match of the night, because it was the only thing that made sense, looked good, was serious, approached resembling professional wrestling. And if I was Cody, I might have put this guy over instead of beating him. But otherwise than that, this was This could have been anywhere. It didn't deserve to be on an AEW show. This match and Little Business could have been on anybody's show anywhere, and it wouldn't have been anything wrong with it. What'd you think?
I certainly didn't like it the way you did. I thought it was okay, nothing great. It stood out that it was so different than the rest of the show, but you say it was the only wrestling match there. It stood out because it was nothing like anything else on the show, and I don't think that's good that a match, a segment, is so different than everything else. I wasn't as into it as you were.
But now, wait a minute. Why? So basically, because everybody else has shitty matches, they're supposed to go out and have a shitty match?
No, it's different styles.
That's what you just said.
But I don't think the match was as good as you do. I'm not a fan of...
It wasn't a great match.
Ogogo certainly showed a lot, and I was going to say, before you said it before, I think Ogogo should have gone over, unless you're going to tell me they're doing something major with Cody that required this quick feud. This was quick. You know, there's a rumor going around that the only reason this was done is because Cody needed to get something on TV using the American Dream gimmick, because he's had so many problems with the Patent and Trademark Office, because he's been trying to trademark the American Dream, which he has no rights to. His dad was the American Dream. Cody wasn't. So now he did this on TV. Maybe that's why. But the whole feud, you know, if it had just been a match and a feud instead of built up to all of this, where he has to come out with all of his team and it's America versus England for no good reason. And QT Marshall and his group have kind of become like Team Taz. Like, they can't shoot straight.
Yeah.
So I didn't like this. And I've not seen anything I've liked with Cody in a very long time.
Well, I got to disagree, because I didn't say it was a great wrestling match. I said they did a great job.
He fucking knocks out multiple guys within a few weeks, because we just learned who he was. With that gut punch. He hits Cody with the gut punch. What? Within the first 45 seconds of the match, and Cody kicks out.
It wasn't a good gut shot. He didn't get all of it. All I'm saying is, we can't expect great wrestling matches from this company because they refuse to have them and the booker doesn't know how to book them. But I will give credit where credit is due. When a match takes place where both guys are serious about it, the thing makes sense from start to finish, even with your gut shot analogy there. They left some room for things to breathe. They didn't run off and leave everybody doing every goddamn cheerleading routine they've ever heard of or seen.
But you know what the problem? You know, part of the problem is I would like to see Cody with a real booker, because I think Cody has elements that work really well, but I also think Cody's his own worst enemy in a lot of ways. And Cody sees himself and Brandi in a way that other fans don't necessarily see them, or a larger portion of the fans don't see them. I would love to see Cody and the skills that he has being directed by a booker, as opposed to Cody workshopping his things and focus grouping them and trying to put something together that way. I'd rather see him just one-on-one. You know, Dusty worked with Watts. Dusty probably wouldn't have taken off to the level he did in Florida without Watts as the booker there.
And Watts worked with Graham.
That's right.
And Graham worked with Funk. And
do you remember the story? Bill Watts gets hired by Eddie Graham to come in and be the booker in Florida. You know, he had just been in Georgia, got a piece of the office for the war. He's now in Florida. Right away he gets there, and Dusty Rhodes, I forget what it was, either he openly complained about a finish or he changed a finish. And Bill Watts says to Eddie, he goes, I'm going to fire him. He goes, you're going to fire him? He goes, yeah, I'm going to fire him. I'm going to fire him. He can't do that. And Dusty thought he could because he realized he was a big star. He hadn't turned babyface yet. And then he brought Dusty in the room, and Eddie was there, and he said, Dusty, sorry to do this. I think you're a great talent, but you're fired. I can't have you doing that. I'm sure Watts said it more colorfully than I am.
Right.
And Dusty got very apologetic, and he said it would never happen again, and Watts gave him another chance, and it never happened again. And he knew how to keep Dusty in check, because when Dusty was on his own, sometimes, as booker, his ego got out of check. And I think Cody, it's the same thing. Cody has skills. Cody needs someone to harness them, as opposed to him trying to harness them himself using, hey, Arn, what do you think of this? Dustin, what do you think of this? QT, you've never done a promo anyone gave a fuck about. What do you think of this? That's the problem.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. And the illustration that you just made fits the entire wrestling business before what's happened. When you said well, so-and-so worked with a good booker to be able to, it's like an actor working with a good director, or it's like a football player working with a good coach, or whatever. Yes, the guy has the natural talent, but the person with more experience and who is smarter with looking at the big picture and how to put everybody together, he needs to mold that guy. And then there's nobody molding here because they're molding all right. They're very moldy, but it's just all a bunch of guys coming up with ideas and doing whatever the fuck. And it doesn't fit as a show, and it doesn't fit with them. And as you mentioned with Cody, he's all over the place because he comes up with ideas, but it's like a fucking toddler with ADD. Remember when he was in a pull apart with one of the Lucha brothers because he mentioned he was going to hurt his arm so he couldn't hold his baby?
Penta. And then the next week he beat him on TV, and that was the end of that.
That was the end of that.
I mean, there's been a lot of things like that with Cody, and I mean, that's the thing. He has skills, but I think he needs someone to understand, okay, week 1, you're going to do a great promo. Week 2, you can't disappear off TV. Or you got to actually do a promo and not get interrupted right away, because we've seen that happen 5 times. Like, Cody has skills. That's part of the frustration. Cody has skills, but Cody isn't the one who should be directing him. And that's where those comparisons to Jeff Jarrett and Triple H come from. Cody is in charge of Cody, and I think it creates problems.
But I'll be honest with you. I guess probably the best training program to be in at this point, for lack of any better program, is the Performance Center. I wish they'd have snatched up Agogo and heard about him or whatever, because if this is just him in his first couple of matches, he's got a ton of fucking potential. And I hate to see it'll never be realized because he has nobody to teach him how to think about the business there. He's going to have a bunch of people telling him how to do moves.
QT, I mean, no disrespect to QT. I'm sure QT is really good at teaching a guy what to do in the ring. But why to do things in the ring? Is QT that guy? Is QT that guy to teach him how to get himself over in promos or how to get himself over in the ring? I mean, that's the issue. And I think, they have their guys. Cody and QT have their school. Dustin's now training guys. But I wish there were guys there like Rip Rogers, Les Thatchers. Guys who could explain why you do things and what the objective is, as opposed to, here's a bunch of moves.
Did you hear that everybody was just dumbfounded that I said Cody Rhodes and Anthony Ogogo was the best match on the pay-per-view? People were just dumbfounded about that.
I was surprised by that, and I will say, and I know it's not the same as it used to be, and it's not perfect, but I did see the Observer poll, and almost universally voted the worst match on the show.
Yeah, well, because that's where everybody's head is at these days.
And it was the match that killed the crowd.
Yeah, because of where the crowd's head is at these days. These people don't want professional wrestling. They want a live-action Benny Hill sketch. Now, a lot of people say, well, Cornette's gone out of his mind. That wasn't a great match. I didn't say it was a great match. Actually, I don't even know if I said it was the best match, because I said it was the only match on the show that wasn't egregiously fake and made no fucking sense whatsoever. I didn't say it was that great, but Agogo can be a star. He's got all the fucking tools, and he is moving around better than he should be for this level of his experience. See Caesar Bonini and half of these other guys. But the match between Cody and Agogo on the pay-per-view was the only match on that entire show where there was not something stupid, something illogical, something blatantly fake, or
something entertaining.
A complete scrambled egg mess. Well, no, I had to call it as I saw it. There was something else that disqualified every other match on the show, whether it was the stupid rules, the stupid stipulations, or the comedic presentation, or the fucking sloppy work involved. This was the only match that didn't have that. So that's why I said it was the best match on the show by process of elimination, because there was no other good match on the show. Because you can't have a good match with the things that I just described being involved in all of them. This was the only thing on the show that made sense, didn't insult people's intelligence.
I don't agree with you, but let me ask you this. considering what they did on this show that we're about to talk about, do you still think it was the right idea to have Cody go over?
No, I didn't say. I said if I was Cody, I'd have probably put the guy over on the pay-per-view match. So now they come back and do it now.
Yeah.
Which is backwards.
What the fuck? That's my point.
At this point, Cody could have, if Agogo had beaten Cody, then Cody could have come back here and beaten QT, and then Agogo got heat on him afterwards. But they have to do everything backwards. So the point is, in this match, and once again, poor Lee Johnson. Yes, he's a rookie. His work is somewhat shoddy. But you don't have to call him that big shoddy Lee Johnson. Everything he does is shoddy. Oh, shoddy Lee. Fuck, just bury the fucking guy. Anyway, Agogo did a nice belly-to-belly. I like this guy. I wish he was in a competent, responsible training program and a promotion that would teach him how to psychologically think about wrestling. He would be an excellent prospect.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
There? You know, you way back when we first saw that he was involved with AEW, because he wasn't one of the names announced because no one knew who he was. But when you heard QT Marshall, when we saw him on TV, you were like, oh my God, I remember this guy from Ring of Honor. He was actually pretty good. I have to say, for someone who I've heard a lot of people say is pretty good, and someone who has a training school with, I mean, how many students now in the AEW roster? I mean, it's a direct pipeline. If you want to go to AEW, you go to that school. I mean, let's be honest about it.
Yeah, well, if you're in that school, you're in AEW. It's just their farm system.
He, to me, as someone who's never been a wrestler, other than 2 battle royals for Dennis, but that doesn't count. But I've never been a real wrestler. I've watched a lot of it, but it seems to me that he's too often in the wrong place or doing something that it just looks like he doesn't know what he's doing. Is it just me? I mean, do you ever see that?
Here's the thing. QT in 2011, which was 10 years ago now, was a great prospect. And we were especially interested in him because he was a full-grown adult man in Ring of Honor, and you couldn't come by those even 10 years ago. He's over 6 feet tall. He's over 200 pounds, and he had a lot of potential, and we liked his work, and we liked him as a person. And we brought him in and gave him the robe and God's gift to QT Marshall, a little gimmick, little something to jazz him up a little bit, and put him in the middle of the card because that's where we thought, well, let's see if something comes out and, you know, he progresses. And then I mentioned, of course, all of the fucking former Ring of Honor fans that thought that it was still a fucking promotion to be filled with 150-pounders doing cheerleading routines, hated it because he didn't do any flips and dives. But he was coming along as a heel and as a talent and as a guy that you could use on the card and potentially have upward mobility. But then he's from Florida originally, and I think he moved back, and we couldn't afford to fly him at the time. So he was in and out. Sometimes he was flying up on his own, but you couldn't do that all the time. So it just didn't work out at that point. But now I see him 10 years later. He's doing dives. He's doing these dives over the top. He's doing cartwheels. He's doing, instead of continuing to work and learn as himself, he started doing what the goofy kids were doing and made himself one of the million of those guys. And I'm sorry, and I'm not meaning to knock the guy because I've never had a crossword with him and I like him and we liked him as a talent, but he's the trainer. You mentioned he's the trainer. What the fuck? I'm sorry. He never got the opportunity to work in promotions and at a level where that he could be considered a top guy in a steady, real promotion and learn and work with veterans and etc. So I don't doubt that as a training program and as a coach, he can teach these guys how to do most of the moves safely, which is, you know, your standard amateur class, you know, wrestling school group. Just teach them how to take a flat back bump and don't hurt anybody. But that's amateur class. In OVW, that was before you ever got on TV or even booked at the flea market when you were in the amateur class. Then you start to move up and the more experienced trainers start to take over and you start to learn how to think about wrestling and what to do, not just how to do it. And more personality, et cetera, et cetera. And QT is not experienced in that level of wrestling training. So I'm not saying he should. Yeah, he's much farther along than a lot of these people in the wrestling school. But if they're looking to QT to be Nelson Royal or some legendary Rip Rogers or some legendary trainer that's been everywhere, worked with everybody, and knows how to think about wrestling, to be in the right place and to do the right thing at the right time, that's not QT, I don't think. Unless he's gone somewhere in the last 10 years and got a bunch of experience under a mask as another name, and we don't know about it.
So you've noticed it too. It's not just me noticing it.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I booked QT before, and I've had good things to say about him. I didn't say he was goddamn, fucking Carl Gotch or Luthez. No, he's a wonderful trainer for a guy for when they have a small training program to break guys in. But no, not for advanced national television training programs. A guy that QT was a fan of ought to be teaching that, and maybe all the matches would look different instead of the same. Anyway.
And if it's QT and Cody, then you have no shot.
Well, they even said on TV, Cody didn't come in very often. Oh, yeah, point is. Anyway. And at one point, fucking...
Is that Cody's thing with work? Like, Cody's not here today.
Yeah.
It happens in AEW too. Where's Cody? No one knows.
He's out putting in the work remotely. At one point, poor QT got monkey flipped and he got over-rotated, just landed in a fucking heap. Shoddy Lee disappeared from... That's on these tag matches now. Guys are not even waiting on the apron to make the tag. They take a bump and they roll out on the floor and they sell for 3 or 4 minutes like they've been hit by a fucking VW Beetle bus. There's no need to sell down on the floor when you're in a fucking tag match. Cody got the figure 4, but Agogo splashed him and broke it up, and then QT hit a cutter on Cody, and JR even called it a shoddy cover for old Shoddy Johnson. Lee Johnson came off the top, and the camera had a close-up of this. So I don't know what it started out to be, because all I saw was the culmination of it. But QT hit a cutter on Cody and covered Cody, and Lee Johnson was going to come off the top and break it up, but Cody had to kick out at 2 because Lee wasn't there yet, because Lee Johnson apparently came off the top and went so far in the air, the 2 count was already ready to be landed, and then Lee landed ass first on both Cody and QT, who were in the pile, and I think landed on Cody's face. Did you see that? What was he trying to do?
I have no idea.
It was just like suddenly you see this close-up shot of these 2 guys, QT covering Cody, and then it was like the roof opened up and a fucking human body dropped on top of them and potatoed both of them.
You think any of those guys could call a match in the ring? Well, I mean, obviously Ogogo can't, and Lee Johnson's just starting, but
yeah.
I mean, that's the thing with Cody. So many of his matches to me seem rehearsed. They seem he is putting the work in.
Well, they are. Every single one of these guys is putting the match together in the back and going over it step by step. That's why all the shit looks fucking so sloppy, because they're trying to do shit that they're supposed to be in position for, but they're not. And they go ahead and do it anyway. I'll get to Red Velvet in a minute. She's lucky to be alive.
I love her.
Well, then you need to send her some fucking money and tell her, go to school and get another line of work, because she does what she did on this show one more time, she'll be a paraplegic. Anyway, then suddenly here comes Solo. Solo, Comarato, Agogo. Solo comes to the apron to distract the referee, which means the referee turns around and just stands there for however long. I mean, it used to be an art to distract the referee. I got to the point with timing with Tommy Young where I could fucking run down the side of the ring, jump up on the apron, be there for 1 second. He would turn to me and say, get down. I'd jump down, and by the time he turned around, the damage was done. Now the referee just walks over and stands there with the heel talking aimlessly until the heel says, okay, it's time to turn around now. And then but anyway, Cody went for the crossroads, and Agogo came in and knocked Cody out with a right. Boom, and down he goes, 1, 2, 3. And it wasn't a great-looking punch when they showed it back from two different angles. So when you have a boxer that's an inexperienced worker and is not Dick Murdoch or Jerry Lawler or Bobby Eaton by any means when throwing a punch, get the fucking long shot angle from the hard camera and have the announcers go, oh my God, what a shot, and don't show it 3 times. Because then you have time to figure out he didn't hit him at all. But Agogo saved this mess. Agogo was the most impressive person in my mind in this fucking match, especially with his level of experience. And then QT cuts the promo, I shocked the world. So instead of putting Agogo over and then losing to QT, or then beating QT, he beat Agogo and then put QT over, even though Agogo did the damage. I don't know, whatever the fuck. Any closing thoughts on that one?
I didn't like it really at all. Got a question about Agogo for you. Can it be taught? Well, let me ask it a different way. How do you teach someone to throw a good punch for professional wrestling? And if someone can't get it, are there examples of them finally getting it? Can they be taught?
Oh, well, I don't know an example right off the top of my head as to someone who threw a shitty punch and then suddenly turned into a great-looking punch. But yes, that's what I don't understand about today's wrestlers. I'm seeing guys doing 980-degree fucking revolutions and 3 flips off the top rope and all this complicated choreography, and everybody throws a punch like an old washwoman. You can learn to throw a good-looking punch, whether it's the Lawler style or the Bobby Eaton style or the fucking Murdoch style or the Terry Funk style. Figure out which one is most natural for you, the way you want to throw it, whether it's straight or from around the side or with the fucking flat part of the fist or straight with the knuckles, but you've got your hand-eye coordination. And do what I had Bubba do, Boss Man, in the hotel at night. Stand in front of the archway that separates your room from the bathroom and throw straight punches to the goddamn door frame. And sooner or later, you will learn to not hit that door frame as hard as you possibly can. Bubba did a little damage to a couple of hotel rooms first. And some guys, who was it? Fuck, I can't remember. Used to tie a string and hang down, and he would throw a punch to where if he touched the string but it didn't move, that was good. But throw it into the pocket. Hear that? That's my neck. Boom, straight punch right to the side of the neck, makes that noise. You can do it right in front of a microphone. Boom, I'm hitting my own self in the middle of my house here. Or you can fucking, if you get the slap and coordinated to where you can slap the shoulder but not everybody can see it. Or do Lawler's little trick where you keep your fucking fist loose, where you could stick your finger inside your fist, but outside to the people, you can't tell it's not a fist, which softens some of the impact. Plus, he's got an artist's hand-eye coordination. Goddamn, I've had punch classes in fucking wrestling school where guys were doing all these complicated athletic things and couldn't throw a fucking punch. And that is the one yardstick that a lot of people are going to look at to say, well, is this guy any kind of fucking badass or not? That's why they've all taken to throwing these stupid, shitty-looking, flippy forearms. And the forearms look like shit. Buddy Landell in the 80s had one of the greatest-looking forearms because he drew back and threw the goddamn bony part of the elbow right to the side of your fucking jaw, and you felt it. And it looked good. These things, they're just little flipper pushes that the guys give each other, but then they turn around, turn their back on their opponent, and run and hit the ropes to do something. It's all fucking sissified. Anyway, so yeah, first thing I'd do is make sure that these guys could throw a punch before they were allowed to fucking do anything else. And then they'd learn how to throw a punch real quick because they want to do all their fun fucking choreography after that.
You know what else? I'll mention it here, but it really applies to everything on the show, so I'll maybe say it again later. They didn't finish anything up at Double or Nothing. Nothing came out of that where, okay, it's over, on to the next thing. Everything out of that is, okay, that's over, more. And I'm not feeling that. So now we have more of the Cody QT feud. I mean, later on, more of the Inner Circle Pinnacle feud.
Well, that's because they didn't have some ultimate score-settling match like, I don't know, a War Games or something between the two teams to settle the score once and for all and move on. If they'd have done that, what? Yeah. All right. The next interview segment was the Bill Watts Memorial segment, where he would have fined Tony Schiavone in the ring. He brings out Cody, he brings out Arn, and Brock Anderson, Arn's son. The first time we've seen the next in line of the storied Anderson family. And nobody thought to have him dress like he's somebody. Brock Anderson comes out in loafers with no socks, white shorts, and a polo shirt. He's not Mr. Universe. I'm sure he's a good athlete, but he doesn't look impressive physically. So put him in some clothes that do. Here's a goddamn guy that's carrying on the legacy of the Anderson family name, the son of Arn Anderson, the Enforcer. He's going to be interacting with Cody Rhodes, one of the top stars in this promotion, and he walks out there like a fucking guy that lost his goddamn fanny pack outside of TGI Fridays on a Thursday afternoon about 4:30. So Watts would have fined Brock Anderson for dressing like that on television. Cody spoke for 30 seconds, and out comes QT and interrupted on the microphone, cut a promo on Cody.
It's every Cody promo.
And challenged Cody for a South Beach strap match. Because they're going to be in Miami or thereabouts, those environs, some suburb. What is a South Beach strap match, Brian?
You know what a strap match is, right?
I know what a strap match is, but I didn't know they had them in South Beach. Is that where all the fucking strippers in goddamn bikinis and the fucking drug dealers from Colombia with a lot of gold jewelry? Is that where they strap each other up to themselves and fucking fling each other in the ocean? What's going on with a South Beach strap match?
I don't think the hookers and the drug dealers do that, from the best of my knowledge.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's you have that strap match. You strap yourself to someone else so that you can't overeat and you lose weight. The South Beach strap match. It's a low-carb thing, right?
You know what? That may work.
What is a South Beach strap match?
It's a match we've never seen before.
Okay.
Something brand new. It's a strap match, but
in South Beach.
It takes place in Miami.
God damn it.
It's too bad Dusty never thought of this years ago.
If only Dusty, if only Wahoo had known instead of an Indian strap match. You know, that's what, goddamn, every time you go down to South Beach, you see nothing but those goddamn, those Shawnees and those Cherokees and those Choctaws and Chickasaws. They're all over everywhere. South Beach is overrun with the Native Americans, or as they say in England, the Red Indians. So they're having a strap match for no reason, but because it's in Miami, it's good. They're going to call it a South Beach strap match. Remember, they had a bull rope match between Dustin and, was it Comarato, or was it Solo, or Agogo? Comarato. They had a bull rope match where they used a deflated fire hose as the bull rope. So I wonder what the strap will be. Will that be a goddamn logging chain? So basically, after the challenge, QT and Cody start taking the belts off their pants, and Arn's trying to stop Cody, and QT whipped Arn once, and Arn's wearing a fucking jacket, and still QT held up on it. And he had when you double up the strap, in other words, you see guys with a belt, they're going to whip a guy, instead of holding on to the belt buckle and using the whole length of the belt to whip You don't do that in a working way, because then the end of that belt can wrap around and catch you in the eye or whatever the fuck, and it doesn't make good noise unless you really get a good, smooth swing at a bare back. What you do is you double the belt. You have not only the buckle, but also the other end of it in your right hand, and it's doubled up. Then when you hit somebody on the back, not only if their back is bare does it smack, but also you get a much louder smack because the belt smacks together. So he tried to hit Arn with the belt doubled up, but it didn't make any noise whatsoever because Arn's wearing a shirt and a jacket. So it's not going to hurt, and it's not going to make any noise, but Arn sold it like he was going to the electric chair. So as soon as he whipped him, then Brock, Arn's son, double legs and tackles QT. And did you notice, I mentioned earlier in the program, they're listening, Brian, when Brock Anderson, the new wrestler that we've never actually seen in action, double legs QT Marshall and takes him down and starts throwing punches at his head, every referee in the building was there instantly, throwing their bodies in between these two guys. In a fucking Twinkle Toes angle, or an angle involving the Cucamonga Kids, they're out there with chainsaws, plumbing implements, sodomizing some guy with a goddamn the pipe out of a septic tank, chainsawing their heads off. Nobody comes out. But Cody, because he's the wrestling guy, he's got them out so quick they had to be just standing there waiting for it. Remember, we covered this on the show last week. They don't not come at all because then it's fake, but they don't all come in a clump either because then it's fake. The referee in the ring should be the first one. There was no referee because this was an interview. So a referee and a fucking production guy and then another couple of referees. And by the way, if you're going to do this for a schoolyard skirmish, then the next time that people are being mutilated on camera with sledgehammers, you might ought to send a few people out for that too. Because the biggest problem with this show is there's no consistency, and it's left up to the intellect or lack thereof of whoever the fucking yokel is that's involved in the segment. So then, attempted murder, like I said, no assistance. A teenage fucking golf caddy tackles QT Marshall, and there's chaos. We can't let this go on.
And Did QT sucks on the mic. QT sucks on the mic.
He ain't had a lot of practice.
No, he's not very good. This whole feud sucks. Nobody cares. I'm not excited about Brock Anderson. We'll see what happens, but everything with Cody sucks lately.
I'm excited to see Arn's son. I'd like to see it. Bryant Anderson, Ole's son, was a goddamn pretty good professional wrestler as a rookie, and the only reason he didn't continue it is because he saw that there was no more territories and no place to go unless you wanted to deal with goddamn national companies, and he went and has been gainfully, successfully employed since then, and now is a big-time attorney. But he was a good fucking wrestler for being a rookie.
We'll see. This guy comes out of what, QT and Cody's school, like everyone else QT and Cody work with.
Hopefully Arn will pay more attention to him than those other people. We'll see. I'm going to adopt a more detached tone for this. I'm going to be more of a reporter as long as I can. It's a new season, as they mentioned when they went on the air. The AEW Road Rager is part of the Welcome Back tour. Welcome back. Your dreams were your ticket out. And when I heard it was the Welcome Back tour, I'm like, how can we miss you when you've never gone away? And then I realized they were talking about they were welcoming the fans back. I thought we wanted to welcome them back. But it's a new season and a new era. They were at the Knight Center in Miami, which is a hard building. And I congratulate them that they got whatever they got. I heard it was, 4,000-ish or whatever. The Knight Center is a fairly big building. They darkened it and shot it, so it looked good. But the Knight Center in Miami has never been a building that was going to draw big wrestling crowds for whatever reason. Even in the 80s, I wasn't there for the glory days of championship wrestling from Florida, but when Crockett would go, 3,000 or 4,000 people, maybe. Even I think a Clash of Champions one time we did there. And it's just a hard town. The Fantastics and Midnight Express had a house show match there one night that was one of the best matches that we ever had with them. And I can remember coming back cussing that there was no tape of that and it was lost forever. But Miami, even back in the 70s, the old Miami Beach Convention Center days, they were a steady 4,000 a week, 5,000 a week. It was a weekly town, but they never did big crowds in Miami. Even the stadium show they did, the Super Bowl match between Harley Race and Superstar Graham, NWA WWF titles, was still, 12,000 people? That may be the record ever in Miami. So anyway.
Well, another thing also, I think there are weather issues right now. I don't know how that affected the house in terms of
Well, I'm not saying their house was bad. I'm saying that it probably actually was a really good house for that building in Miami. So I'm not knocking them yet. I'll get to that in a second. And they opened up with the South Beach strap match. And couldn't even it have been Savio Vega did a Caribbean strap match. They're close. I don't see South Beach strap match as having the cachet of Texas death match, ghetto street fight, something that sounds violent. South Beach strap match. But because they're in Miami, is there no other South Miami town? Could it have been a fucking Castro death match? I don't fucking know. Anyway, they did do the touch all corners rules. You got to touch 4 corners in a row. And they could have explained it better. They kept saying how the referee can break his count at his discretion. When I've done them, I've always just said the count will be broken when the opponent strikes an offensive blow. In other words, and they kind of skirted around this because the way Cody ended up winning it, not like I'm spoiling anything here, was that he pickled QT a couple of times, but QT didn't hit him. They could have explained it better. If the count stops if your opponent strikes an offensive blow. But anyway, why did they have this match, Brian? To further piss in QT Marshall's mouth? I mean, from the start, did you notice Cody's entrance? QT was already in the ring. He didn't even get music. Cody was introduced, and then during QT's introduction, the camera stayed on Cody, greeting the fans. QT didn't even get a fucking shot. Why is this feud even? Why is this happening?
The feud has been done poorly. If the goal was to elevate QT or any of his students, and Agogo, I just saw had surgery again on his eye, so he's out of the picture. We haven't seen Camarado or Solo, but again, QT.
No, we did see Camarado or Solo in the crowd as they were in the periphery of this, but they don't wrestle.
But QT got the job guy intro, and it makes you wonder what the whole point of this was. Was it just a stopgap thing to give Cody something to do before Aleister Black arrives, or someone else shows up that he has someone to work with who's, no disrespect, but at a higher level than QT Marshall, has more fan appeal than QT Marshall? This feud has been done poorly. If you really look at it from A to Z, the QT Cody feud, and going right to this strap match for no reason, and then opening the show with it, I don't know. It wasn't a terrible match, but just...
Well, I can see where they opened the show with it because Cody had to come back and get knocked out later on.
Yeah,
but it wasn't a terrible match. It just QT was there to get the shit kicked out of him and get moments of heat so that Cody could make another comeback. They used the longest strap I have ever seen. It was the right kind of strap. Remember the bull rope match that was a deflated garden hose? This was the perfect kind of strap and the longest one I've ever seen. Usually it's 8 to 12 feet, depending on the personal preference of the strap match master, Wahoo McDaniel or whoever is running the thing. This had to be 20 feet long, and there was a problem with it when you can't get far enough from the guy to get tension on the thing to jerk him into stuff and make it look good. But anyway, and they did some things that I've never seen anybody do a moonsault in a strap match, but QT did. And of course, it wouldn't have touched Cody where he was standing, but QT just jumped up on the top rope and went for a moonsault body block so Cody could whip him in the stomach on the way down with the strap. But the moonsault would not have landed anywhere near Cody had Cody not moved from where he was. Cody knew how to whip with the strap. QT did not. QT was bunching it up too short and wasn't getting a good swing and a good pop. And it also actually hurts a little bit more that way. Cody got the long one. But, I mean, Cody's beating the shit out of QT, and then Solo jumps up in front of the ref and clobbers Cody over the back of the head. And then it's no DQ. Yes, strap matches are no disqualification. But don't do that spot. That is lazy booking. And you got two stooges out there anyway. One guy could have distracted the referee. But when the heels just blatantly interfere in front of the referee with willy-nilly, even in a no DQ match, it just subliminally takes it down into people's mind. Well, what the fuck? They're mad at that instead of anything else. Then here comes Dustin out and nails Solo and fights him all the way up to the arena bleachers. And Camarado, that big caveman, Solo, Camarado, Agogo, just in case you've forgotten, he just runs after him and you never see any of them again. And then QT takes over from behind with a nut shot. And then QT, his first and really only effort to win this thing, they started doing the Tracy and Dirty White Boy finish where they both touch the buckle. But when QT goes for number 4, Cody puts the brakes on. And as he should have, and he grabbed a headlock, and they went to do a drop behind spot, but the strap, that's why you don't do these spots in a strap match, because the strap was around QT's neck, and when he boosted Cody up, and Cody was going to flip and land on his fucking feet, but Cody had the strap too, and it jerked QT down. It could have broken his fucking neck. Did you see that? Where they just went down in a heap.
I saw that.
And then to try to save it, QT gets behind Cody and tries to German him. But he Germaned Cody on his neck and his fucking shoulder. And all the momentum came to a halt for its, thank goodness, the way that momentum was going. But then Cody rolled out to the floor to do the spot they were going to do next, but QT had turned his back on him and went and touched a buckle. And then turned around and saw Cody on the floor and says, oh, shit. And he starts to get out over the ropes, and he realizes, oh, shit, wait, I got the strap. And he gets under the rope, and he went over there so that Cody can do the spot to pull him into the post. But, goddamn, just don't be so obvious. Don't just go, oh, shit, I should be over there. I'll just go and do that thing now. And then I hate to just pick these things apart, but I'm a reporter, and I'm also adopting a detached tone. But have you noticed, Brian, every time somebody gets pulled or thrown into a post and they put their hands right in front of their head, it looks fucking phony as shit.
Well, yeah. I mean, I always figured it was a hard shot to take and you want to protect yourself somewhat, but there are guys that take it in such a way that it looks really bad.
Well, yeah, you do want to protect yourself, and also you don't want to do something if it's going to look like shit, and you don't want to bust your head open. So the idea would be take the post the right way. Everybody is looking when somebody gets their head thrown into something for the fucking hand in between their head and the thing they're being thrown into, right? Whether it be a post or a table or anything, which is why you don't do it that way. This ring has square posts. The square posts are easy to do this. The round posts are even easier. But watch, Lawler takes a masterful fucking post. Bobby Eaton takes a masterful post. Terry Funk used to take a pretty masterful post. The point is, instead of throwing the head and you trying to put your head into the post but not, and putting your hands up in the nick of time like people ain't going to see it, you take the post with your left arm tucked over your fucking stomach, and you take it with your shoulder. And you throw your right hand up over your head, and that's what hits the post or the table or the wall or whatever. And if you get enough motion going, when you fucking shoulder block that post or that wall, and you've got your face tucked, you're about a half an inch away from your face hitting the post, and you slap the post or the wall with the right hand over the top of your head and jerk your face at the same time, and you can't see through it. And the people's attention is drawn to the hand up above, which is clearly not in between the post and your face, and you get a little noise out of it, but also they see the meaningless sound and motion up there, and then they see your face fly back from the post, and they can't tell because it's close enough that you didn't hit it if you do it right. Or you can just throw both hands up in front of your fucking head and go head first into it on purpose. Anyway, QT got his ass kicked. When he got pulled into the post, he was off camera for 23 seconds and then showed up bloody. Can somebody please conduct a juice class? Because it shouldn't take that long. And to be honest, poor QT ended up with a pap smear that wiped off and dried up. I don't even think it ever dripped on his chest. They did a blackout, and the people popped, and it was a technical glitch, we thought. More on that later. QT got a little bit of heat, and then Cody came back and wrapped the strap around his neck and stood both feet on the top rope, choking QT with the strap. Why are all of these grown men standing with both feet on the top rope being offensive to their opponent? I can believe it on a second rope because you've got the top rope with your knees to brace or go around the buckle or whatever. But when people are standing on the top rope, supposedly doing damage to somebody, and that somebody that's getting damaged can't just push them off the fucking top, there's nothing to hold on to except the person that you're working with, which is why it's so obviously phony. And as soon as he did that, Cody jumped right up into QT's arms for a Hurricane Rana so the QT could catch him and powerbomb him off the top into the middle of the ring. And then a QT only got 2 buckles. Powerbomb off the top. At that point, JR said something over the top of Excalibur, interrupting him without meaning to, and then said, "Sorry, Mark." Is that Excalibur's name or just a description of his personality?
I believe that is, in fact, his name.
Yeah, well, now we know. Sorry, Mark. I was sorry the day you showed up on this TV show, Mark. Anyway, QT wrapped Cody up in the strap at one and did a diamond cutter off where Cody's draped on the top turnbuckle, and they landed in a heap and got 3 buckles. And then Cody put the brakes on, and QT tried to whip with the strap again, but was too short. Cody made a big comeback that had some fire to it and even hit the flying head scissors and some more good whipping. And then did you see the giant Cody cutter where he runs up to the top and leaps off backwards and gives the cutter to the guy in the ring?
I did see it, and I've never liked it. And again, to me, that move is preposterous.
It's way past preposterous. Did you see QT had to dive forward with his arms out to catch Cody? Because Cody, by the nature of doing that move that way, runs up the top rope and springs off backwards without looking.
Yeah, it's like he's doing a coffin drop, so he's not even really like...
Yes.
The other guy basically stands there and then just dives into it, which is what QT had to do. In your head, I can understand why it would look cool, but to me, it doesn't work.
No, because the guy standing there reached his arms out and dove forward to be given the move. It's a strap match. I'm surprised they didn't have more fumbles where, like, almost decapitating QT, where the strap gets tied up and gets in the way and fucks you up. But anyway, the giant Cody cutter, and then Cody gets 3 buckles and gives QT another elbow and a ball kick and 3 crossroads and gets the 4th buckle. And QT was laying flat in the ring as Cody exulted in the cheers of the crowd. And boy, this has been a vicious back and forth rivalry where QT gets his ass handed to him every single time after his boys get run off and are never seen again. I I don't know what to say. Why are they doing? Why waste gimmick matches and stipulation matches on guys that you're not going to impart any more credibility to than poor QT here? He can't do anything or whip anybody. None of these heels can do anything or whip anybody. They can't even get along in their own groups. Your thoughts?
I actually think the bigger issue is just blowing through stipulation matches, regardless of, this specific feud. Seems like every week we have a stipulation match. I'm not saying we do, but it seems like it. And we've seen such a variety of stipulation matches. And the biggest problem to me is sometimes they just pop up. Like a good stipulation match, there's a reason for it. And there's a build towards the stipulation as opposed to random.
It makes sense. Everybody, all the fans understand why it's happening because of what's going on. It's obvious on the face of it.
Forget about South Beach being attached to strap match. Why are Cody and QT having a strap match? Explain it to me.
I can't.
This feud has been disjointed. You could argue that there was something that could have been done because people know that Cody and QT are friends and partners in that gym. But I think this whole thing has been done wrong.
It could. Yes, there could have been a serious, rivalry between two former friends over a business falling out, but not when one of the friends is portrayed as a complete goof that can't win anything, and then he's doing interviews on social media where he's talking about how he writes the show. So you think if he was writing it, he ought to put himself over once in a while.
And coming out of this feud, I mean, look, heels lose feuds and then things move on, but what do you want to see QT do now? What do you want to see him and his crew do? Who are they going to work with?
Heels lose feuds at the end.
At the end.
Can you imagine if John Wayne, if the fucking bad Cowboys didn't kill his wife or burn his ranch or shoot his horse? They just walked by and gave him the finger and then he pissed on him? Anyway, next, Sean Spears, the chairman, was doing a promo in the back about hitting Sammy Guevara with a chair. And 20 seconds into the promo, a chair flies in from off camera and hits Sean Spears in the side of the head, and he goes down.
Off camera in front of him, though. Off camera right in front of him. He would have seen the chair coming.
Yes. The camera's like 5 feet away from fucking Sean Spears, and it's only one shot, and he's looking, and here comes the chair. You had to see the fucking guy. What? He couldn't see him. He hit through the entire camera setup. He's been there since catering at noon today in a mayonnaise jar or whatever. And then Sammy just walks in and says, "Gotcha, bitch," and sits down in the chair smiling. Whole thing lasted 30 seconds.
One note, AEW certainly loves their cursing. Too much of the word bitch, I think.
Well, too much of everything when you're letting all these little bitches say bitch. And everybody says, they probably got an allotment. You're probably allowed like 3 bitches, a shit, and a damn or whatever, but they use them just the underneath talent, just willy-nilly. So it means nothing, as usual. Next, the big surprise. I'm trying to just hit the high points here on this. Tony's in the ring with Arn Anderson. Tony even says, "I've held the microphone for you on many occasions, Double A," and he pitches to Double A, and then Arn takes the microphone away from him. He's forgotten how to be interviewed. And Arn says the words, "I'll get right to it," and the lights go out again. Prolonged. And this time, the lights go back up, and there is the artist formerly known as Aleister Black. His real name, as we've found out over the last few weeks, is Tommy End. And he hits Arn with that spin kick, and to Arn's credit, he took a nice little bump at his age.
Not only did he take a good bump, but the way he flipped the microphone up was perfect.
Yeah.
It looked great.
And then Cody appears instantly. It's like the lights have only been up for 10 seconds, and Cody is in the ring already. And like, back up, telling him to get back. And of course, what happens? Aleister Tommy Black End or whatever the fuck, kicks Cody and knocks him colder than a banker's heart. But it was a great surprise, and the people didn't know he was coming, and they popped, and they got the loophole in his non-compete, so it was 30 days instead of 90. Great surprise. And excrement pops up on commentary, and he actually said the word, that's Tommy End. But that man's not Tommy End. Did you hear that?
Yeah, no, Excalibur was clearly the least valuable player of this entire segment.
God.
He made no sense because he goes, that's Tommy End. I know him from years ago. And that's not Tommy End. That's Malakai. He didn't even know what the fuck. It made no sense.
And he also, in the middle of that, he had to say, I wrestled that man in Dusseldorf, Germany 15 years ago. Okay, number one. I'm about to say it again, except for the nerds that follow this shit like the Bible, which is everybody watching this program. Nobody is just watching a wrestling show is going to watch this show. But nobody believes that Excalibur used to be a wrestler because nobody's ever heard of him. When you say I wrestled this guy 15 years ago in Dusseldorf, Germany, well, that sounds like bullshit, even though it's really true. Because Excalibur was never a real wrestler, so they had to go on these fucking goof outlaw tours. And I'm sure he's wrestled somebody in fucking the Isle of Man also that nobody ever saw. But your announcer's job is not to equate the new star that's being debuted on the program that would have wrestled some outlaw goof that we don't even believe is ever really a wrestler in Dusseldorf, Germany 15 years ago. Get his name right. And here's the thing. JR had the line. He used it before. He doesn't even work here. That's what he could have. Remember when the original Midnight and Paulie jumped us and left us laying? They don't even work here. They were straight off ESPN, AWA television. People were shocked. Well, here, nobody knew this guy's non-compete was going to come up this quick. It's a surprise he's there. The people pop, and excrement, Sockface, blows his name. It's Tommy End, but that man's not Tommy End, but it could be Malakai Black. And then poor JR has to say, well, Tommy End, whatever he's going to be called. Yeah, whatever fake name we're going to give this guy once we decide what we're going to tell him to do. In the ring, it was a great debut. Outside the ring and on the announcing, it was a goddamn shit show. And not only that, but then once they completed that angle and Tommy End, Malakai Black, Aleister Black, whoever the fuck, he walks out. Cody and Arn are laying in the ring motionless, unconscious, and they got a wide shot. Not one person is rolling in to check on them. Not a referee, not a security guy, not a production assistant, not Doc Sampson. They're just laying there in an empty ring. That's how concerned people were with their health. Good fucking God. If he's going to have to change his name, you know what the announcers could have said, but JR could have said, well, he doesn't even work here. And Tony could have said, they could have just told excrement, shut the fuck up while the grown folks are talking. And Tony could have said, are we even allowed to speak his name legally? My God, what's he doing here? And then let the guy come out next week and tell you what his fucking name is. God damn it. But I'm supposed to be taking a more reportorial, detached tone to this, aren't I?
If you watched it without commentary, it may have been one of the best debuts. It may have been the best debut in AEW. You got a crowd reaction, legitimate surprise, because no one knew he had a 30-day non-compete clause. Everyone
including the WWE office didn't know.
Including WWE. It's nice to see when they fuck things up. But it was a legitimate surprise. It looked great. Arn took the kick. The mic went up. Cody did all right. The guy looked really cool. But the commentary dragged it. And it's only about Excalibur. JR and Shivani did nothing wrong here. But Excalibur made it so that if you were watching, you had no idea what he was saying.
Anyway, explain to me, I was trying to zip through the commercial breaks, and I said, did they show footage from their YouTube program, or this was earlier today, or whatever the fuck? Ricky Starks jumped in the ring with his security because he's not medically cleared, but Taz was yelling at him, what the hell are you doing? Starks was going rogue. because he's mad at Cage, Brian Cage, not Christian Cage. None of them can get along. Brian Cage hits the ring, beats up security. This was only clips. What was going on here? Does anybody care?
I am not exactly sure. I don't think it was from YouTube. It seemed like they were saying it was earlier tonight. And then we've seen again, they've handled Team Taz awfully. And specifically this Cage, Ricky Starks issue that just all of a sudden popped up after Ricky Starks, we thought, broke his neck. I mean, he's coming back, it seems like. I couldn't figure out what exactly was happening here. What was the point of this whole thing? What was this?
To make Team Taz look more sloppy and stupid and uncoordinated.
Is the idea that Ricky Starks has lost his mind?
I don't know. I don't have
Is
it. Maybe
Cage the babyface?
I'm not sure. Because Taz was not happy with Starks, which would mean that Starks should be the babyface. But maybe Taz is just being honest and not happy with any of them because he's been put in the middle of this mess and made to look like an idiot. Maybe that's why he's not happy. The next match, the Bunny and the Baker against Pockets and Chris Flatlander. Snack break. 11 minutes on national television for these four. Embarrassing. Moving on. Jungle Boy got a trophy for the first person to get 50 wins in AEW. And he was as emotionless as you would think over such a momentous occasion. It's almost like his lips moved at one point. Standing there posing for pictures with it. Anyway, did you see then Cody? You know, Cody is the master of psychology. He's very subliminal. Cody, the babyface, comes out in a white suit, and Malakai Black is wearing a black suit. He got white suit, black suit. The only thing that Cody should have done here was got color, and then it would have been perfect. Let me see if I can relay this information to the fans. Cody comes out to the desk, puts on a headset because he's mad. He's screaming, pissing mad. He's cutting a promo on Tommy End or Malakai Black. Now they're using both names. But then he says, no, I'm not making my point. So he grabs a PA mic and he goes to the ring. And he calls out both guys, Tommy End and Malakai Black. Malakai Black shows up on the screen, of course, in front of what looked to be a brush fire. Was that what he was? The smoke, it was one of those Western U.S. brush fires that we're hearing about because there was smoke everywhere. I'm surprised he didn't have to be treated with oxygen. And he told a story about a guy shooting a prized stallion horse, which was kind of an updated version of Terry Funk's promo about his dad taking that stray dog out behind the barn. Kind of an updated version of that. Malakai Black was calm. Cody was going batshit. He was screaming. Suddenly, there was a blackout. And when the lights came on, you will never guess, but that meant that Malakai Black was in the ring. And they immediately, white suit and black suit, go to a pull apart. And everybody comes out and pulls them apart because this was one of the spots in the show where they were told to come out and pull people apart that were fighting. So they were there instantly, as opposed to other unscheduled fights where they're not told to come out and nobody ever even you don't see anybody. I have heard that this Tommy End was the guy that Paul Lee wanted to beat Brock Lesnar and make him the top babyface. Is that what you've heard?
I had not heard that, no.
Somebody said on the internet, Heyman was high on this guy, and it was, in Heyman's mind, it was between Tommy End and Drew McIntyre's who was going to beat Brock last year at WrestleMania. And Vince, of course, we know how it went because Vince jumped in on that one. I like that the guy looks like a fucking weirdo, and his kicks last week on Cody and Arn were fine, and apparently he's got a following, but the promo instilled no fear in anybody. He's got a normal voice, and And I don't see this. That's where I was gobsmacked that Heyman would want to put this guy over Brock if that is indeed the case. We'll see what happens. This wasn't bad, but we'll see what happens. I don't know what they're already. He's been on TV twice, and they've confused his introduction with multiple names. And we know he's going after Cody, but I don't know what the fuck's going on here with this guy. And I've been told that, it's completely our fault because he released videos on social media explaining his name. Well, good. Then they should have gathered up some of them videos he released on social media and played them on their fucking television program. Your thoughts?
By and large, I thought it was a good segment. But like most things in AEW, even though there are moments that I think hit perfectly, then there's other stuff that I go, just why are you doing this? I actually saw some criticism of this from AEW fans. I told you, there's a whole contingent now that hate Cody, no matter what. And I've criticized Cody a lot for things that I thought were badly done or poorly thought out. I didn't think this was one of those examples. I thought Cody coming out there and getting on the mic at the desk was great.
Yeah.
It showed fire. This was something that would have worked in classic wrestling. And then he gets to the ring, and I'm still thinking, this is great. This is Cody doing something that actually has some feeling for the first time in a very long time. Of course, Cody comes back as soon as the fans are back, notice. And then he gets in the ring, and that video comes up, and I'm like, fuck, it's SmackDown. Now this guy is doing a skit.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a bad guy. It's a bad guy skit. It's not a comedy skit. But he's doing a skit with a smoke machine, just constantly the smoke going everywhere. And then again, the guy's been here for 2 weeks. Learn the first thing you do in AEW, become friends with the lighting guy, because then the lights go out again and he's in the ring. And that's where I thought things picked up again and was great. I thought Cody at the desk and Cody fired up was great. I thought Cody and Malakai Smith, kind of like spy versus spy, white versus black. It looked good. Both guys were intense. Cody really upped the intensity. But I could do without, all of a sudden, Cody doesn't know there's going to be this video that was pre-recorded with smoke. Who recorded it and where? Why were they sitting on it? Why did they decide to play it now?
Yeah.
Why did the lights go out? If you can get around all the illogical, stupid shit, there was good stuff here. So by and large, it was good for AEW.
But now remember, the people that are writing and creating things in AEW have been watching WWE television or on it for the past 15 years. So they think this shit's normal too.
That's the thing. So many of these things that drive me nuts that ECW popularized, like the lights going out for no good reason.
Yeah.
That was done because they couldn't figure out a reason. It was just, let's just turn the lights out, turn it back on. It works once.
And also, as Paulie mentioned through Chris Candido to me, when they would have to have a surprise because they were short a surprise. So they just turn the lights out and put somebody in the ring and turn it back on. There's our surprise.
To me, it's lame. To me, it's lame and lazy, and I think it's unnecessary.
All right, well, in the further destruction of Tully Blanchard's Hall of Fame career, Officer Bar Brady catches Tully while he's coming in by himself. He's walking in without his guys, coming into the arena, wheeling his bag. They're on camera, and suddenly they just walk over to the elevator, and they're not hiding. Just sitting there in plain sight, two grown adult men over 6 feet tall, graduates of major universities, Santana and Ortiz, are there and just grab him. It's like, what the fuck? It was like they couldn't have been more obvious if they had neon signs on them. He's walking straight toward them, and suddenly when the camera widens out and there they are, oh my gosh. And they grab him and tease hitting him with a crowbar, but they don't, and they let him go and walk off. And Tully says, I'm going to get my boys. Remember when Tully Blanchard was one of the biggest names in wrestling? And remember when he actually used to do shit instead of just wander around and be made to look like a fucking moron?
By the way, if I worked in AEW, in the world of kayfabe, if I worked in AEW,
yeah,
as soon as I saw Alex Marvez, I pull out a machete.
Oh, I'm fucking running.
Yeah, there's someone there ready to get me as soon as I see Marvez.
More on that later. Anyway, the next segment, I like this guy. But I don't know what's going on here. Bar Brady was at Gorilla. Gorilla Monsoon never worked for AEW, so whatever they call their gorilla position. Tony Khan has his sign that says Tony, Jerry Lynn trainer, and then Cody was sitting under EVP. And Bar Brady asks Cody a question, and Cody stands up and speaks 4 words. And then suddenly from off camera, he is kicked square in the face by Malakai Black and knocked into Tony Khan's lap. He couldn't see the guy coming. He came from right in front of him. It was just because the camera had a close-up. You didn't say, you see where I'm going with this? How the fuck do you not see this giant man barreling down on you when you're looking right at the booth that's coming to your face?
You know, we talk about how dangerous it is backstage or in the parking lot of AEW. We never talk about the fact that multiple times it's been so dangerous to people who get attacked from in front of them while they're being interviewed. It's been multiple times where someone gets punched or kicked from right where the camera is, from right in front of where they're looking. And it happened here.
So they fight then to the stage and into the arena, and the people were cheering. Did you notice this? Every time Malakai Black hit Cody, the people cheered, and every time Cody landed something, the people booed. Was I hearing things?
I told you a few months ago that when they return to fans, it's going to be interesting. There's a big contingent of AEW fans that see Cody as a heel in real life or on camera, and even though he's wearing a white suit, and boy, it looks more and more like Spy versus Spy each and every time.
And here's the guy who said we don't want any of those old wrestling tropes like good guys and bad guys, heel and babyface. So he's wearing a white suit and the bad guy's wearing a black suit. And here's how, talk about a low IQ audience. That's why those phrases shouldn't be bandied around. The only one of this collection of clowns, Twinkle Toes and the Pie Face and Balding Buck and their whole crew, the only one that has legitimate pro wrestling talent is Cody, and he's the one they're booing because of his insufferable wife and his social climbing.
And his booking and the way he's been used on the show. I mean, if you look at the executive vice presidents and the stars of the company from day one, Omega and the Bucks have been consistently on that show the whole time. Cody comes in, he disappears. He gets a program, he disappears. He starts up a feud, it doesn't make much sense. It happens, it goes away. There's no consistency. He's about to go film more of that big show for TBS, or is it TBS or TNT? I don't even know. One
TBS.
Of the Turner channels.
It's the Go Big show.
He's about to go film more of that. So, I mean, that's going to take him away, too. He's never there, and when he does something there, even though he says that he's against boring old wrestling tropes, he's the one guy that uses them, and I'm not saying that's wrong. But I can understand why AEW fans aren't.
Because he's the only one to this day, he's the only one. Every classic singles match that AEW has had has involved Cody, right? Every really good one.
I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and make that judgment. I have to think about it. But I can understand. I mean, can you understand why those fans would see Cody, who just pops in, gets this feud? And by the way, this other guy's fucking cool. Comes off WWE TV.
Oh, I can see why they would be cheering Malakai Black and
booing Cody.
But here's the thing: at least that's where these people are. They think that the matches that Twinkle Toes and the Cucamonga Kids have are better than the matches that Cody has, because Cody has matches that make sense, and they don't want that. That's why I say I bandy around the phrase low IQ viewers, if anybody has them. They are purposely picking the horse shit over the one guy that can actually perform out of that cluster of.
Because he doesn't do it. He doesn't do it. He had a couple matches of Brody Lee. He had the match with Darby Allin, the QT feud. Give me a fucking break. The Shaq Jade Cargill feud.
Oh, well, which
is all over the place. Cody has been used like shit for a long time. And it appears to a lot of fans, I think, that Cody doesn't have his heart in it like some of the other people do, whether you like him or not. And you know what? He's too inconsistent. Let's see Cody do 6 months straight every week on TV. Let's see that.
I think if they'd have stopped at Cody versus Dustin when they had that match, I'd have thought, well, this is the greatest promotion in the world. But they continued from there.
You know, I have a project for a listener out there. I was going to do it, but it would take some time, and I just don't have the patience. If someone could go through every Cody promo from Dynamite, there aren't that many really when you think about it. And the percentage or the ones that he's been interrupted, there's a lot of those. I wonder if there's a code if you took the words he actually got out of his mouth before he's attacked and put them all together. He got nothing out here. He got like 3 or 4 words out. I think that happened the last time. 2 words and then someone comes out on the entranceway. What are all the words that Cody has actually said during these promos?
What are words for when no one listens anymore? Words for
missing persons.
And we've seen a few of those on this program. Anyway, up next, the Trios match, which is the goofy Lollipop Guild way of saying it's a 6-man tag team match. Mark Quinn, Isaiah Cassidy, and Angelico with Matt Hardy in the corner against Christian Cage, Jungle Boy, and Dino Douche with Dwarf Dong Sucker is back, by the way. And I got to be honest with you, I zoned out at the start because I didn't care. But I looked up and I saw Dino Douche German suplex the 3 heels at once. He waist-locked one. That one grabbed his partner to hold on. That one grabbed his other partner to hold on. And it just so happened they were in waist locks. And Dino Douche German suplexed all 3 of them, which, of course, they obviously leaped for themselves. And I said, fuck it, and fast-forwarded. So that was all of that. Did I miss anything?
No, I mean, look, it's a Matt Hardy group match, so no one cares. And this is, I mean, I hate the way Jungle Boy's been used, but although he hasn't done himself any favors with his promos, and again, the fans there still pop for him, but boy, sticking him in this feud with Christian and Matt Hardy, this is not good. They've dragged him down.
Down.
Jim, our final question here this week, sent to cornydrivethrue@gmail.com from Lance. Wanted to know your thoughts on Cody Rhodes calling Triple H his favorite wrestler and comparing him to his dad.
Okay, I was not aware that this happened.
Me neither.
Was Cody evaluated after this? A concussion protocol?
Well, the booking styles are certainly the same in terms of the worst of their booking, Triple H and Dusty, putting themselves over past the point where people want to see that.
I can't think of another similarity.
Nothing in the ring?
What? I mean, that's not.
What else could Cody compare
knocking either Dusty Rhodes or Triple H to say I see no similarity in their in-ring styles, in their promo styles, in their personalities, except for, as you mentioned, possibly, hanging on at the top a little bit too long or staying past their welcome. I didn't know that the Triple H was Cody's favorite wrestler. Is that what he said also?
That's what it says here. Again, I'm basing it on this email. I'll look up, see if there's anything out there.
Well, Cody is the youngest Rhodes child, so he wasn't around when his dad was in the ring against Terry Funk or, any of his other great rivalries or even Flair himself. But, I don't know what to say about that, to be honest with you. Otherwise than Cody may be on some drugs.
I don't know about that, but I'm pulling up some quotes here. Here's a quote. This is from the website comicbook.com. Connor Casey, the author. Well, it's just quotes here. He didn't write the quotes. But this is from a Cody interview. So I don't know if I should share this, but at some point, it's going to come off my chest. Triple H is probably my favorite
wrestler. Just like
wrestler.
that tattoo's going to come off his neck at some point.
Oh, we can only hope. Triple H is probably my favorite wrestler and was a role model. Rhodes told Inside the Ropes. I only watched from a distance, but he reminded me a lot of my dad in the sense that I watched him do all the work, be this executive, and then go out there, and he was only part-time for the most part, other than when I first started and had that run with him and Teddy and Sean. He really was a model in terms of, okay, you can do both. You can do both. But you have to be really disciplined. You have to take it really seriously. And that doesn't get you many friends. And then he goes on and on from there.
Yeah, okay.
What do you think that says about the idea that Cody and Brandi have clearly tried to be the Triple H and Stephanie of AEW in front of the camera and behind the camera, and the whole smashing of the throne thing way back and all that?
That's the thing, is that apparently Cody is hung up on Triple H being the heir apparent, and he wants to be the heir apparent of Dusty's legacy, even if he has to, Bilk the billionaire that started his own company to do it. So and I didn't honestly, and here, when he, remember what show was it, their very first pay-per-view when he broke the throne, or was it the first TV show?
First pay-per-view, I believe.
I'm like, why did he hit the chair? Remember, I was like, Brian, why did he hit the chair? Oh, because of Triple H, the throne, the crowd. Oh, okay, now I get it. It's playing on his mind a lot more, apparently, than most people dwell on it. This rivalry in his head with Triple H or whatever. You know, I'm sorry, Brandi's not Vince McMahon's daughter, and Brandi's not a real good wrestling talent, except when she's promoting or promoing Jane Cargill. That's not to say that Stephanie is a great booker or writer, but she's at least the blood family and going to inherit it. So I can understand, you know, Triple H wanting to be a part of that family. But it's like the fucking, you know, the president and the first lady, and then over here the others are the Pruitts from Southampton. They're a little bit farther down. That was a great Phyllis Diller show in the 60s, the Pruitts of Southampton. Cody versus Malakai Black. I think I like Malakai Jones better for a name, but nevertheless, sounds like an old Western sidekick. Well, there's old Malakai Jones. Everybody was talking about this and what happened. I'm not sure that I see how Paul Lee thought that this was the guy to beat Brock Lesnar, or that he was going to sell Vince McMahon on that. And he didn't, which is why they went with Drew McIntyre. But in this environment, he looks like a badass. And he's big enough because everybody else is so small, and he's got all the tattoos and the weird eye and a different style of working. So he's different and he stands out. I thought that they'd almost shit the bed when Cody went to the top rope and Malakai jumped up and kicked him, and Cody paused for the 2 seconds and then sprang off the top and he went through the table. It was almost a fucking dive like into a pool.
Cody threw himself through the table.
Yes. And I mean, after a hesitation. So, and then he milks the count out and crawls in to beat the count, and Malakai Black hits his kick, which was nice looking and fairly close, and put his foot on his chest 1, 2, 3 and pins Cody. And then leaves so that then Cody can do the emoting. He does the promo where he's selling and he's down and he's defeated.
And by the way, I have to commend AEW's medical team. You saw the condition Cody was in, throwing a child's crutch into the ring. Brilliant move I never would have thought of to help this victim. Great job.
Well, that's the thing. There's Tony Schiavone in the ring, and there's Cody selling, and Tony hands him a fucking crutch for a midget. The crutch was no more than 3 feet tall and it looked like a toy. And he's obviously, he was trying to lean on it and figure out how to, because it's been handed to him on live TV, and then he put it in the corner. And of course, it was supposed to be used later on, but I'm sure they envisioned an actual crutch and not, you know, what Tiny Tim hobbled to the Christmas tree with on Saturday or on Christmas morning. And so, and then explain the line to me. He said, Cody said to Tony, all I wanted to do was win the title they took away from my daddy in the garden.
I don't know what garden he's speaking of. And I can't imagine what title he's speaking of. His father, of course, wrestled Billy Graham for the title several times in 1977, 78. And then I don't think he ever got another title shot in the garden.
But it's a great babyface line. All I wanted to do was win the title they took away from my daddy in the garden. I can hear Dusty saying it, but nobody ever took the title away from Dusty in the garden or anywhere else. Anyway, so he says that he's got the midget crutch. This promo took longer than the match. He gave a long AEW rah-rah speech and started teasing it was time to hang it up, retirement. He takes off one of his boots, and then Malakai comes in and grabs the midget crutch and whacks him over the fucking back with it and steals his boot. Nobody thought, okay, we need a crutch. Anybody got a crutch? Don't have a crutch? We got a problem. Nobody thought, hey, we got a crutch. Anybody got a crutch? We got a crutch. What's crutch look like? Is it long enough that Cody could conceivably lean on it without bending over. And so that brought an element of comedy into Malakai Black's evisceration of Cody Rhodes, but that was that show on August the 4th. That drew over 1 million people too. They're back down below 1 million until next week when their new acquisitions will probably be starting, and they'll be back through the roof again for about 4 weeks until everybody figures out that this is going to be the same old shit with them. But that was that show. Closing thoughts on that program?
Well, I mean, going back to the Cody thing, again, he's been booed in recent weeks. Like I told you, I thought would happen before they went back to live shows. He's been booed. Malakai's been cheered. Malakai's clearly the cooler guy in the feud.
Yeah.
And Cody goes right to this fake retirement speech and litters in some stuff to make people think it could be real about fighting with the other executives and this and that. And then the Malakai thing, I don't know. It just felt like another Cody thing where there's an idea, and the idea may have at one point worked in classic wrestling, but it was probably applied in a completely different way, probably on more than one episode of a show. But Cody always, there's elements of old school wrestling in his stuff, but it always just kind of goes awry at some point. And then Cody gets to take another break. This happened last year with Brody Lee. It was the same time of year when he had to go film that TBS show where all of a sudden he's off TV.
How many times has this been now that somebody beat Cody in less than 5 minutes, right flat in the middle, and fucking boom, and then he goes off and does a TV show that they're promoting? He just got his ass kicked, and he's so upset about it, he's gone off to do a reality show. They're promoting this. You can't even hide. It's not like they've sent him to Amarillo to work the territory for 6 weeks while he's supposed to be injured, and nobody will know. They're promoting the show on the same. Oh my God,
I want to see what would happen if Cody Rhodes could work 6 weeks in a fucking row in front of those fans. I want to see what's going to happen because Cody is here and gone nonstop for the last year and a half. Since the pandemic started, since maybe right before it. He's been here and then he's gone. Then he pops back in, then he's gone. The booking's bad. The feuds are bad.
I'm just telling you right now, by the way, when this reality show, Rhodes to Cleveland or whatever it is, I'll watch one just to get a good whiff of it. But I don't watch reality TV, and I'm especially not going to watch reality TV when it's an excuse for Brandi Runnels to have a television program.
I saw in the commercial, I think one of the quotes from her, I'm paraphrasing, was, we go out there and we break our necks for these people. And I'm thinking, no one's asking you to do that.
No, we're asking you to stay in the back and don't do anything for the people. Let the people fend for themselves.
Stay home, relax, take it easy. That's all we're asking you to do. Don't break your neck. Don't take any more bumps, ever. I'm okay with that. Whatever you want to say about Tony. And all fairness to the people involved, and tell me if I'm wrong, there isn't a Bruce Pritchard in AEW, and there isn't a John Laurinaitis in AEW. That's part of the difference, the culture. It's about the culture in the locker room. You have guys there who aren't happy with everything, and you have guys there who are very happy being there because they realize what's on the other side. And they're going to have to go and get people who have never thought about being in wrestling or people who just decided, hey, I want to be in wrestling and never went to wrestling school or worked the indies, because AEW is going to have the pipeline to actually getting people who love wrestling, because look at what's happening there. It's not just one thing. It's all of this. You said Vince made a change in decision. He changed the decision on the fly. That's when they got Nick Khan. No, they got Nick Khan because they're trying to dump the company. That's why they got Nick Khan.
Well, I have a feeling that that's when Vince decided, hey, we need to try to dump this company. Hey, I agree with you, except now you have basically drawn the picture that we have to, the budding wrestling star has two choices. Go to a reform school where you can have the potential to make a lot of money, but you're most likely going to be miserable at whatever level you're at, or go over here where you might not make as much money at the top, but probably more money at the bottom. And it's like Romper Room where the teacher has left for the day and the kids are all fending for themselves. Completely the opposite.
I think
You're right about the one.
The childish minds are going to go for the romper room setting.
I think it's beyond that, because everything you said is right about the WWE, but with AEW, what you're forgetting is there's also the ability to take advanced calculus. While all this other shit is happening in the fucking class for all the people that almost failed, there is that advanced class where you get a CM Punk segment, which is perfect. What's before it and after it is the issue. My goal as the new booker of AEW, my hope is that with the more serious people that come in and the more people, more importantly, that are already established stars that people aren't sick of, that come in, then we'll start getting maybe more segments. It won't be one-off. It won't be the CM Punk segment on the show. It'll be the CM Punk segment and the Bryan Danielson segment, or maybe the CM Punk segment and the Charlotte Flair segment. Who knows what? I mean, Malakai Black, all things considered, his stuff has been somewhat serious, even with the smoke machine and shit.
But then what's going to happen to the EVPs? Are they going to be down the well?
EVPs come and go.
Where's Timmy? Timmy's down the well. You're going to have to run the Hardley boys out of that company with a stick. They ain't going to leave willingly or voluntarily.
Yeah, well, they may not
no matter
choice.
how. If they get fucking Ray Stevens and Nick Bockwinkel back from the grave to come in there, they would still try to figure out a way to bury them and keep their supposed greatest
and that's fine.
Spot.
And eventually that'll run out, because here's why. How much equity do the Young Bucks have in AEW?
I'm not aware of their financial status.
Zero. They have zero equity in AEW. It's owned by Tony Khan and his father.
Hey, how do you know he didn't give them all a piece of it?
I'm pretty sure he didn't give them all a piece of it.
He could have been. He's crazy.
Because I think Tony Khan's smart enough to realize eventually the Young Bucks, and I'm not saying it like in a callous way, like, I don't need you anymore. I'm throwing you in the trash. Go back to Cucamonga, kid. I don't mean it's going to be like that. But I mean, eventually it's going to be like, look, you're getting older. You know, I need a new booker for this tag team division. It's a fucking mess. We have other options. There are people here who don't want to work with you guys. There are people here who feel like they've been burned by you guys. I mean, there's a number of reasons that eventually could rise up.
Tony Khan exhibit the balls enough to fire anybody or to demote anybody or to yank a knot in anybody's tail and say, this is enough's enough. Toe the line or get the fuck out. I've yet to see an ultimatum. The closest thing that Tony Khan has issued to an ultimatum was when he had his legal woman call Steven about that NDA.
It was that and banning Linda Hogan. Those are really the two examples of Tony putting his foot down.
Yes.
But I think that's the thing. And, you know, the only other issue you have, well, it's not the only one, but a lot of this stuff is stuff that Tony likes. And that's the thing that a lot of people need to understand. It's not just, oh, they're all working him. No, this is what he likes. They happen to be doing what he likes. And that's why it works. The problem is he likes a whole bunch of shit, so you get good stuff and bad stuff all put together. But I think down the road, I mean, you think Cody's going to be an executive vice president forever? Do you think Kenny's going to be an executive vice president forever?
We can keep our fingers crossed about Kenny. I could take Cody without the other two.
Come on.
Or the other three.
Let's see Cody prove something. What has he done in the last 2 years other than try as hard as he can to break out away from wrestling?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If he's only wrestling every once in a while and he's off on a reality show, he's not offensive. I'm not offended by Cody because I don't have to watch him every week for 30 minutes do bad gymnastics routines and emote like Marcel Marceau on LSD.
No, you're right. His stuff's usually pretty quick. Usually he gets like 3 words out and then someone either comes to the ring or attacks it.
I don't wish him ill. But I can tolerate him because when he's on, it's usually okay and it don't last too long. But with the other ones, it's self-indulgent bullshit over and over of the same flavor, along with, as I said, the gesticulating and finger pointing and etc. Possibly Marcel Marceau on bath salts.
Real quick, and we could finish up talking about the modern day WWE and their problems, which will probably be an ongoing discussion. But on the topic of Cody, seeing everything you're seeing right now, and knowing that the fans there were already booing him against Malakai, and he once again, for the second year in a row, it's like the Midnight Rider returned again. For the second year in a row, Cody takes off in the summer to go film his shows, and he's about to launch that reality show in September
which you got to think is going to be right around the time that he returns from his summer filming sabbatical. Do you think there's any chance he comes back and the fans there cheer him? I think Cody has kind of played himself out of being popular with those fans, especially against Malakai. And if that reality, unless that reality show paints him like the greatest human being on the planet and Brandi's the next coming of Mother Teresa, there's no way that show's going to make him a babyface or keep him a babyface.
Well, I was about to say, you may be right. And here's the thing, because of that fan base that they have that truly enjoys that kind of thing, as I've said many times, for the kind of people who like that kind of thing, that's the kind of thing those people like. Cody is the only one of the group of darlings that actually does have good quality pro wrestling matches. And the others, the Hardly Boys and Twinkle Toes, have gone so far to diminish and slander and, make unimportant actual quality wrestling to promote their fucking gymnastics and their whatever the fuck it is they call what they do. They have made that fan base think that's good wrestling. So the only one that can actually do it is Cody. And I don't think that their fan base likes him anymore as part of that group because he doesn't do that shit.
I don't think Cody could do it. He was great in the Dustin match. Dustin happens to be one of the best over the age of 50 wrestlers in the history of the business.
No, he was great in the Dustin match, but every time he has a single match, with few exceptions, especially on a big show, it makes a lot more goddamn sense. Even he, as we've mentioned, sometimes goes too far, but he
always goes too far. What do you mean sometimes goes too far?
All right, well, then he always goes too far.
Let's see. There was the thing with him and Jade Cargill, which was ridiculous and never ended. There was Cody's battle with Anthony Agogo, which turned into Britain versus America, and Cody defending all the interracial children in the world, whatever that was, and he came out like Apollo Creed against a Russian. He's in red, white, and blue, Mr. America, because nothing says America like, what was that, May? I don't even remember when that was.
I mentioned that it was ridiculous that we weren't mad at England anymore. The point I'm making is Cody has had at least several high-quality singles matches, which is more than I've seen from Twinkle Toes, and he's fucking got a grip on what the wrestling business is, which is more than you can say for the Hardly Boys. I'm not saying he's Lou Thez and Buddy Rogers rolled into one. However, if you're rating the executive vice presidents on their ability to have a good pro wrestling match with a good opponent and knowing what wrestling actually is rather than whatever the fuck they're doing, then Cody at least ranks ahead of the Hardly Boys and Twinkle Toes, even if that's like being the nicest guy in prison.
Cody has a grip on how much he wants everyone to love Cody. That's what Cody's grip is on. Cody has a great grip on how much he wants everyone to just get behind him and say, come on, Cody, you can do it.
Wait a minute. Cody has a great grip on everyone that he wants to get behind him. And then what? Holy mackerel.
Apparently that's why the marriage stays so well.
Yeah. But anyway, so we're 45 minutes in. Everything's been going good. Blackout. Here comes old Malakai Jones.
Black.
Or Malakai Black, yeah. And on his entrance with the spooky, creepy lighting and music and etc., guess what the announcers did? They laid out.
About time.
Well, no, but in all seriousness, he's only been doing this entrance a couple of weeks, but we mentioned last week when they're trying to set this mood and you're hearing Tony Schiavone or anybody's voice talking about anything, it didn't work. So they do this set piece. The people get the vibe. And then when he's in the ring and the regular lighting comes up, then JR reacted. And that was great. And at first, I thought he was coming out for a match, but Malakai was in a 3-piece suit with a robe and a cowl. And he said, members of the House of Black, please rise. And then he started talking about Rosario Dawson. And who was in the front row, by the way. And she got so incensed about it, she came over the rail and just started saying, well, what are you going to do about it? No security tried to stop this woman. Malakai Jones gets down on the floor to confront her. A D-list TV star and a psychopath.
I wouldn't say that.
She's on a goddamn game show on TBS with Cody Rhodes.
She's been in major motion pictures. She's actually a film star who's now doing D-list television shows, but she is a major motion picture star.
If you held a gun to my head, I could not ever remember seeing anything she's ever done. But she'd make a major motion pictures and sitcoms, baby, all across the planet.
And apparently shows on TBS or whatever.
And game shows on TBS. The point is, it ain't fucking Meryl Streep, nor is it Madonna. It's Rosario Dawson. And she's a D-list TV star facing off with a psychopath, and there's no security on the way. And she's allowed to just come in as soon as she's addressed verbally. She's allowed to come in yeah. And then Cody in a red suit is way up in the bleachers and is running down there as fast as he can. But Rosario Dawson jumps on Malakai Black's back and he can't get her off. And then Cody tackles him and throws him over the rail. Nice lawsuit, by the way, Tony Khan. Pretty soon you're going to figure this out. Because he went over the rail right into the front row of people. There was nobody there blocking the way, spreading people back, whatever. And you may think that everybody will be just proud and happy to have a battle scar being on national TV wiped out by a wrestler until the personal injury attorney that knows what they're doing talks to those people. And then you're going to be talking to a lot of attorneys. Anyway, they have a fight through the crowd and up to the cheap seats. And Brian, did you notice that Cody was the aggressor that had tackled Malakai Black and was beating the piss out of him, but was still the one walking up the bleachers in front of Malakai Black? He would hit him, then he'd walk up 10 feet, and then Malakai would have to stumble up after him, then he'd hit him again. Why was Cody leading the charge up the stairs?
I'm guessing he didn't cover that when he was workshopping this segment. And he probably didn't realize how he was going to deal with it until he dealt with it.
Okay, well, the fight went really long, but conveniently went to the break when they got to the curtain. I said this was the best TV show they've ever done. I didn't say it was perfect from start to finish. And we keep liking Malakai Black. And then every time in the middle of the segment, something happens to where you go, what the fuck? He looks great on the entrance. He's kicking the shit out of the guy, and then he hands the guy he's kicking the shit out of a chair and then turns his back, like take a free shot. What the fuck? Or he fucking comes out of the mind games thing. What the fuck? Or now he comes out with this entrance and he looks like a badass and he speaks like a badass, and then he's starting to talk to and get his ass kicked by a female game show host.
How about the fact that Babyface couldn't get to him until an actress jumped on the heel's back?
Yes.
To stop the heel, so the Babyface had an unfair advantage in attacking him after being away, filming a show no one likes for weeks.
Okay. So, and while we're on this particular topic, the Bunny and Anna Jay did promos about Friday night. Oh, good God. And the Dork Order and Fat Uno were bickering in the back about the Dork Order goofs arguing with each other. So we went from basically network television quality shit that you could have seen in the Attitude Era or in any popular period of pro wrestling with stars. And a segment later, we're doing cable access shit with these clowns.
Maybe I missed it. Was Rosario Dawson pointed out or referred to on commentary or shown on camera at any point before this segment?
I think they did.
Okay, I'm not sure. I actually thought, this is how naive I was. I was thinking that, we wouldn't get Cody until Queens. I didn't realize they were, we would get him right here. But I was actually thinking, who's going to make the save here? Cory Booker. Because who's her boyfriend? And it's in Newark. Cory Booker has to make the save in his hometown.
Wait a minute, Cory Booker, the politician, the from New Jersey,
former mayor of Newark,
former mayor is dating Rosario Dawson.
That is correct, sir.
Well, son of a gun.
D-list in your eyes, but maybe something better in Cory Booker's eyes. But You know what?
Maybe they ought to book her.
I liked it to a point, but every Cody segment is preposterous. It's like, it's kind of like, you ever see one of those, like, I just saw one the other day, one of those obituaries where someone inputs 500 obituaries into a computer and it spits out one generic obituary based on all of those other ones. It's like someone took a whole bunch of wrestling videos and put them into a computer, and they just take various elements of different things that worked, and those are the Cody segments, and then they're gone. The rest of the show moves on like Cody was never there. And none of this ever happened. It's the most preposterous and most humorous thing to watch over and over again. The world of Cody Rhodes. And by the way, he's turning heel. I know he got a pop here. There's no way that's going to continue. I think they're going to have no choice. I'm going to put money on it. Within 6 months, Cody Rhodes is going to be heel.
Well, there you go. A prediction from the great Brian Last.
That's right.
Well, the very next thing on this parade of, for once, not rotten television, the part of Jim Cornette played again by Dan Lambert. He's in the ring with the other Page, Scorpio Sky, and America's Top Team. He's got Junior Dos Santos. He's got Andre Arlovsky. He's got Paige Van Zandt. These are the biggest stars on the program, and they never say anything or do anything. And they're hardly even referred to. But mainstream public, these are the biggest names on the television program, practically. Except for CM Punk, maybe. But anyway, Dan's doing the material, and then here comes Jericho. And I think you called this last week or 2 weeks ago. Now that he has sucked all of MJF's heat from him, like Max Schreck in a remake of Nosferatu, Jericho wants to get to beat up my surrogate.
This is his way of latching onto you without you letting him anywhere near you.
Yes. And I don't know. This segment didn't stink. It wasn't bad, but the language, they apparently have no quotas now. Jericho starts singing, "I'm a fat-faced dipshit." Yeah. I've thought it was hilarious. Jericho comes out with Jake Hager and actually holds him up as an MMA fighter, and there's Dos Santos and Arlovsky in the ring. And Jericho and Hager start to the ring like they're going to whip 6 guys and 2 women, and 2 of those 6 guys being Arlovsky and Dos Santos. But Dan Lambert makes it, wait till next week in New York City. The segment didn't stink, but it was questionable the way they set it up, but I'm not going to pick at nits at this point since they're doing well. And this was followed by the Gunn Club in a short, thankfully, statement where they switched heel because they get no respect at all. That's why they switched heel. The next match was another long one. The hits just keep on coming. These are all main events. This is a super card here. Malakai Black against Cody Rhodes. And Brian, you called it. I scoffed and I laughed when you said it, because I thought that would just be ridiculous and completely see-through and egregious and everything else. And you called it, and I scoffed, and Cody's coming down the ramp and calls out Brandi to come with him.
I had no doubt.
We just talked about there's no reason for a person to be on a television program. Can somebody explain to me the reason, working reason? I know the shoot reason. The shoot reason is what you said. There's 20,000 people there, and it's a big TV program, and she's going to be on it regardless, no matter what, whether it makes any sense or not, because for the same reason that before she at least, had mercy on the wrestling fans at large and got pregnant and stayed off television, her face was in everything. Her name was in everything. She perked her nose into everything. Remember, to the point where the fans started doing the cartoons with AEW Dynamite with Brandi. She's peeking in a window. She's everywhere. She's involved in everything. And now, this guy, this new fearsome heel, he's hurt Arn Anderson. He's hurt Dustin Rhodes. He's hurt old Shoddy Lee Johnson. He's hurt Cody himself. Only The badass Rosario Dawson can hang with Malakai Black, and Cody brings his recently pregnant wife to ringside in anywhere near this monster.
In her bathing suit, apparently.
In her bathing suit. And when Malakai Black bumps Cody Rhodes out of the ring and sits down in his cross-legged deal, Brandi rolls in, sits cross-legged in front of him, and gives him the finger. What the No wonder the crowd was booing every breath that Cody Rhodes took. This was it. This was the one they couldn't mute the sound. They couldn't talk their way out of it. Everything that Malakai Black did, the people came unglued. Everything that Cody Rhodes did, it was like 20,000 people at the same time had seen some stranger break into their house and sodomize the family Dalmatian. They hated it. The only thing they wanted to see Cody do was get the shit kicked out of him. And I don't even think they wanted to see Brandi get the shit kicked out of her. I just think they didn't want to fucking see Brandi at all. So with this situation, as they say, Malakai Black was a raving babyface, and Cody was the hottest heel on the show. And they go through the break. They come back. Did Malakai Black at one point hit that kick out of nowhere? And it was either stiff or perfect, but there wasn't any daylight in it, and it got a big pop, and Cody just falls to the floor out cold, and then Malakai's trying to get the dead body in. This match was serious. They were serious about it. This match made sense, except for Brandi being there at all. The only drawback to this match was that the fans were cheering every single move that the heel made and roasting the babyface. And everything that Malakai Black did got more over as time went on. And when Cody cut her out of nowhere and hit the crossroads, and Malakai Black kicked out at the count of 2, it was like in the old days when a fucking babyface would kick out in the nick of time. Got a huge pop. And then we've said before that every time Malakai Black has had every match he's had, it's been good. And then something happens in the finish, whether it's the mind games that he tries to play because he's spooky, or something happens in the finish where we lose him, falls apart, whatever. And I hate that in this time it had to be Arn Anderson. But what they were going for was for when Malakai Black got kicked out of that Cody cutter and the crossroads, the big pop, Arn would get up on the apron and complain to the referee that the count was slow, which would enable Cody and Malakai to get to their feet, and Malakai was going to reverse some kind of deal and shoot Cody off into Arn. Boom. So then Arn would go down, and then apparently what was going to happen was Cody would still nail Malakai Black, but go to check on Arn. And during that period of time, Malakai Black would recover somehow, and they'd go in the corner and they'd do their finish. The point is, the whole goddamn thing fell apart. Arn got up on the apron, but it wasn't apparently the right apron for them to do the reversal that they needed to do, and Cody collide with Arn, and then Malakai Black get dumped over onto the entrance ramp. So instead of just going with what they had, if you go back and watch the DVR, you see the referee going in between Arn and Cody and back, and the conversation from, I can't tell what they said, but from being in these instances, the referee saying get down to Arn, but then Cody saying other side, and then Arn tries to go around the ring post without getting off the apron and go to the other side of the apron. And Arn's gained weight, and his arms aren't as long as they used to be. And as he's going around the post and trying to hold on, he fell off the apron. Just like poor old Dr. Luther did. Remember that they tried to have him have a match a while back and he fell off the apron. Arn fell off the apron and the place popped. Because even though if Arn Anderson had gone out and they'd done a segment to honor Arn Anderson in his career, the place would have gave him a standing ovation. Because they love the Horsemen in New York and they respect the legends. But because Arn is in Cody's corner and now Arn has fallen off the apron of the ring, obviously not on purpose, the fucking place died laughing because he's in Cody's corner and Cody can do no right in this building. Then he has to get up, and you know he had to be fucking miserable inside, and he has to get up on the proper apron. And by then, Malakai Black and Cody have had to get in the right spot, and then he shoots Cody off, and Cody goes into Arn, and Arn takes another bump back to the floor. And then Cody knocks Malakai Black off onto the ramp so that he can go underneath the ring and get his mist. Because they don't know how to do the mist, apparently. A mist handoff that doesn't involve the guy that's doing the mist putting his whole head and upper body under the ring to get the mist. He wouldn't have to gone anywhere. If they'd asked me, I'm not going to reveal it now. Maybe somebody will ask me later on, but you wouldn't need to gone anywhere if you'd have done this right. But anyway, so Cody tosses Malakai Black in and puts him back in the corner and starts beating on him. As the crowd boos relentlessly, then Cody, instead of drawing back to punch fucking Malakai Black and accidentally catching the referee, Cody just back elbows the referee into the fucking second row on purpose and turns around and Malakai Black spits the mist into Cody's face and small packages him 1, 2, 3 to a huge pop, huge babyface pop. And then you see the shot of Cody laying there and Malakai Black's the mist, that's hard to say, the mist Cody's eyes. He misted Cody's mouth, neck, and chest. And Cody sold it like he was blind, but when they show, you can clearly see there's no fucking mist in his eyes.
And boy, will that make Brandi mad.
And boy, will that make Brandi mad. So the point is, they started the match was fine, except that the reactions were reversed from the people. But then it was so overbooked at the finish that it fell apart, and it was what it was. But the people were incredibly happy to see Malakai Black beat the guy who, when the company started, was pretty much the top single babyface in the company.
And now there are real stars.
And I'll tell you what, well, let me ask you this. Danielson versus give me the greatest 3 matches in AEW history that you remember so far that we've seen.
The greatest in terms of matches I've enjoyed?
The best 3 matches in AEW history, in your opinion.
Jeez, well, Omega Danielson may be on the list, believe it or not. FTR Young Bucks was good. Young Bucks, Omega, and Page may have been the best Young Bucks match because they gave them more than they gave fucking FTR. I'm not sure what Dustin Cody would be a pick for a lot of people. I don't know if I would put it on there, but that would be a pick for a lot of people. I'm not sure what the third one will be.
Okay, I'm going to say Dustin and Cody is still my favorite because that most closely resembled a professional wrestling match with the heat and the juice and the story and the selling and the whole 9 yards.
You know what, though? In a way, that best exemplified Cody Rhodes' booking. When you really think about it, until that match, there was no Dustin Cody feud. They created it with some online videos. Cody was acting like a real prick in those videos. They have the match. Cody immediately starts crying and saying, I want my brother back. They went from 0 to 100 in like a week.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying in the ring as a match, I think Cody and Dustin, as to the best of my memory, is still the best because it was a great pro wrestling match and not this modern bullshit. I have to say, I think that Danielson and Olivier may be number 2 or number 3. I'm trying to remember another really great one. I know somebody will say, oh, but Cornette, you said a year ago that such and such was the best match. Well, then
we are
remind
forgetting,
me of it.
We have to be forgetting something. I just don't know what.
But it's insane that to this fan base, Harpo's been involved in some of this ridiculous shit, and they loved him to death until somebody comes along like Danielson that's better. Cody started out the company having the best matches, and they hate the shit out of him now. It's because he has booked himself to be such a pompous, not only a pompous ass with a glory hound wife, but trying to be a star on the game shows and all this other stuff over and above being a wrestler. And also, as you said, starting these things that now it's pattern. Somebody comes in and kicks the shit out of him easily. He's gone for a month or 6 weeks. They get some heat on some peripheral characters, and he comes back in and beats them. At least this time, he didn't come back and beat the fucking guy, which I think is what everybody in this building was scared was going to happen.
Yeah, but he came out in a cape.
Well, at least he's not like Nia Jax, and he put a cape on a refrigerator.
I think this is no surprise to me. I knew this was how people were going to react to Cody because there's no reason to cheer for him.
You've been calling it for months when the people got back in the building, and the bigger the crowd, the more they're going to boo him, and they have.
Because Cody's presented like a baby face that fans would cheer for if you paid the fans to be there and cheer, like it's Universal Studios or something back in the old days, or Paul Alperstein's AWF. Cody doesn't actually perform the way anyone else on that show who's popular with fans does. Either in the ring, although his matches may be the thing that helps him the most, but the promos and these weird angles and feuds, whether it's QT or Jade or Team Taz, I forgot about that one with Hook. We talked about that the other day. And then there's fucking Bonnie, who has to come out with him everywhere he fucking goes.
Ms. Steamboat to you.
Exactly. And here's where I'm going to put my money down. I've been right about everything with Cody so far. I think that Cody's smart enough to recognize that he can't be a babyface right now because he's so fucking unlikable, and that show hasn't even fucking started yet. Once that show starts, it's going to be even more ridiculous.
Oh shit! You know what? We have to watch that too, just to see what the fuck, right?
But yeah, that could make
him.
Yeah,
it could make him the hottest heel they've ever had, because it'll be a ton of Brandi, and Brandi brings heat on anybody in her periphery.
Oh, you should talk to people in the back. But what I was going to say is, I think Cody is smart enough to know that he has to be a heel. There's no choice. And I think Cody's going to fuck it up somehow. Like, there'll be moments like, yeah. And then like, whoa, what is he doing now? Why is this happening? Why is Brandi there? See, that's the other problem. Cody goes heel. Who is going to enjoy that more than Brandi? Oh my God, I get to take out all my Halloween costumes. I get to go on TV and act evil. It's everything we worked on in acting class.
Don't tell her to go out and act anyway. Just tell her to go out and be herself, and you'll have so much heat you won't know what to do. There'll be snipers in the building.
Cody's in the weirdest position of anyone there, and quite frankly, a heel turn, if he did it right, would be fantastic.
And see, here's the thing. He's almost the opposite of his father, because his father was a genius booker that could make himself the beloved underdog babyface no matter what. But his in-ring work, Dusty's, especially as he aged, wasn't to the level of a lot of the other guys in the territory, but because he was so over and he was able to talk and book, he stayed over all the baby faces. Cody has been the exact opposite. He can go in the ring. Cody's matches, you said he doesn't wrestle like all the other people that those fans like. No, he's actually good. He can work. He was the first one in the company and the only one in the company that was having wrestling matches that made sense that weren't funny, didn't have obvious cooperation, didn't fucking, involve all the children and etc.
It was nonstop ringside shit with Brandi or Arn.
Hold on. So his matches, his working style, I said the exact opposite of Dusty, but his booking and overbooking and weird booking. He was the best fucking babyface in the ring that they had when they started, and by the time he's finished booking himself, the people hate him, which was the exact opposite of his father, who couldn't really, especially in the latter days of his career, hang with the other babyfaces on the card athletically, but made up for it with his promos, his charisma, and the way he booked himself. This has been exactly the opposite. And I think a lot of the heat comes from everybody can see that Brandi is just being pushed, shoehorned into the picture wherever because she has to be on television. Whether there's any applicable reason for her to be there or not, and she's not a good wrestler. The only good promo she ever gave in her life was against fucking Jane Cargill when she bowed up that one time and became Butch Reed. And people can tell she's there because she's his wife. For a heel, it would work. But for a babyface, it hasn't. Anyway.
And how's that going to be if he goes heel and you have that fucking show airing trying to present them as sympathetic figures because they're balancing all these hard things like parenthood and work and, the things that all of us balance in our daily lives every single fucking day.
I don't balance anything with my work.
Well, you don't.
All righty then. Well, at least one of the EVPs has something to fall back on. Because now, apparently, the Rhodes family are reality TV stars. Yeah, that's the way I felt. I watched this show the first time so we could talk about it, Brian. Do you think that any of the Cult of Cornette members out there will be inflamed or incensed or have their feelings hurt or be let down or in any other way negatively impacted if I never watch another episode of this horrible fucking piece of shit show again?
I think they would be upset. Although the ratings were low, I think a lot of people watched it with morbid curiosity, and I will say, although it's somewhat similar to Crisley Knows Best or one of those other garbage shows, I found myself thoroughly entertained by the tone deafness of the Rhodes family. I thought it was extraordinary. I'm so happy this was all on film.
If you don't want to watch this show to make fun of the people involved, is there any other reason why a grown adult with cognitive functioning and all of their senses unimpaired would ever watch this television program?
I don't know what the target audience is, and you would think based on how much they've advertised it, you would have had a good amount of people stay around after AEW Dynamite to see it, and it doesn't appear that was the case, and then they replayed it after that, and that didn't even chart.
Well, and hopefully, the only good thing I can say about this program is maybe nobody will watch it, because that would be a positive. And, and now everybody go, oh, now he hates Cody. Well, you're right. You're right, I do. After all this time, he was the one guy. And see, this is Brian. That's why I seldom say good things about people, because it always comes back to bite me in the ass. What did I say about Cody Rhodes from the start? He's a son of the American dream. He's got it in his genes. He's a good worker. He has the most sensible at the start. Now they've obviously added talent, but he was the only one that had sensible pro wrestling matches at the start. Yes, his finishes were somewhat overbooked. And yes, his entrance is a little bit much to stomach, but he was a Rhodes. He could cut promos. He was a fucking wrestler. He could work. That was my initial thought going into the AEW experience of Cody Rhodes. And 2 years later, we have seen a lot of things that we've talked about on the program, but I still had hope for Cody Rhodes. I can't in good conscience want to ever say anything good or have anything positive to say about anybody involved in this television program again. And the reason why is not because they were rotten in the show, they were just boring in the show. The reason is because this whole program exists to further make wrestling look like a bunch of phony bullshit. Because they knew that nobody wants to watch I don't know why anybody watches any reality television. I don't know why anyone would want to be in a reality, quote unquote, reality television program. You try to put fucking video cameras in my house for the afternoon, I will take a bat to your fucking head. Much less all the time. Why anybody would watch one, I have little to any idea, except I enjoyed the Honey Boo Boo thing when the fat mother with the buck teeth took her shoe off and had fucking actual flies buzzing around under her toenails. That was interesting. But I've only seen scant clips and bits of these type of programs that have aired on Twitter or whatever, or commercials. But they know that people don't give a shit about Cody and Brandi's personal life or any of these other fucking boring morons' personal lives, but they want to see behind the scenes of wrestling. So to be reality TV personalities, Cody and Brandi Rhodes have just demonstrated to everyone that their own company is a bunch of phony bullshit. That's the only reason this program's on the air. The people know that fans want to see behind the scenes of wrestling and see all the good guys and bad guys talking to each other. And of course they do. And see people going over their interviews and talking about their angles. And so Cody and Brandi have slipped in on this to try to get people to watch for that reason, but it'll be like that they really care about their fucking personal lives, which I don't, because it doesn't have anything to do with the wrestling business. And it's supposed to be a fucking wrestling show. Not this show, but the show they're on. Within seconds of this thing, Brandi is the first black female executive in wrestling. That may be true, but what's she in charge of? Self-promotion? The chief branding officer. So she approves t-shirts, for fuck's sake. The whole show was, what are you going to do today? Oh, I got a lot to do. I got to talk to people. You're a fucking national television taping. I talked to so many people after every TV taping I've ever done, I couldn't hardly fucking speak afterwards. It's not a big fucking deal. The chief branding officer. Brandi was actually in the back. They're talking in their executive vice president fucking capacities. She's talking to one of the girl wrestlers, the girl who wears the blue pants. She actually said this to this girl. I have never heard this. I've been in wrestling locker rooms since the middle 1970s. I have never heard this sentence uttered to a wrestler from a member of the office. What do you need so you don't go out and have a panic attack? What? What the fuck? Where have we fucking got here? Where the only time I ever had a panic attack when I went out to do a match was in Tulsa or Houma, Louisiana, when I thought there's a good chance I'm going to get fucking knifed. Otherwise, I've never been panicked to go out and have a fucking wrestling match or do a promo. You're not defying death, except in Tulsa or Houma, Louisiana. You're going to come back, especially for a promo or a match if you do it right, in pretty much the same condition you left. Nobody's holding your family hostage, depending on the outcome of this. So why would you have a panic attack? And then we found out that Brandi and Jane Cargill, the bitter enemies, are good friends. Jane was invited to the baby shower. More on that later. And by the way, in every shot, Brandi is enormous. I can't believe she didn't have quadruplets. There was Tony Khan and Cody talking about the story, that's a quote, of Anthony Agogo turning on his mentor. His mentor, Cody, that he'd known for all of 3 months and had 3 interactions with on television. And besides that, they're talking about the angle that they did. He's making himself a phony on television. They talk about, goddamn, well, wrestling is entertainment. Fuck you. You know what? Here's the thing. I'm sure that everybody wanted to know how Chris Angel got run over with that fucking steamroller and flattened out and then fucking puffed up back to life. But once they did know, they'd never want to see him do it again because now they know. So when all the magicians get together and do a reality show where they're standing around in the back talking about how they do their tricks, then let me know. Otherwise, fuck these people. There was a segment where Brandi talked about her acid reflux and her nausea, which was followed by talking about her vagina opening and how wide it would be to expunge the baby that she's about to have. Why is this on television? Is this the goddamn medical channel? And those gross me out too. There was a couple of segments where Cody and Brandi were talking about his incredibly personal promo. That's another quote that he was going to do that night. And how he didn't want to tell her because he wanted to get her reaction after it was the fucking promo. The interracial baby promo where he saved race relations in America and declared war on England. That one that we made fun of at the time, that was the feature event of what he did in this program. And there was Rebel back there. She's a makeup artist. But there's Rebel, Britt Baker's assistant, doing the makeup on Cody. That makes no sense to the viewers. Cody, at one point before he went into this, it was also talking about Darby Allin. I wrote this down, say, Darby's going to lose the title and pass on the belt tonight. Same thing I did for him. Fuck you. I can't imagine that Dusty Rhodes would not have been ashamed of you saying that on television. Because they're so convinced that they're just big TV stars now and nobody believes wrestling anymore. Because of people like you, nobody believes wrestling. And we don't want to insult the people's intelligence. Don't put your fucking untalented wife on television if you don't want to insult people's intelligence. You mean she walked in off the street with her resume and got the job of chief branding officer for a company backed by a billionaire because of her extensive background in branding? So now Cody was rehearsing his promo from notes. He actually had it written down and was reading it on camera, but I don't know what my mind was blown about more, that he was rehearsing and reading his promo off notes on camera, or that he was rehearsing and reading his promo off notes.
I go back to every review of a Cody promo we've ever done where I pointed out it seemed like he was acting. It seemed like he was looking down, almost as if he was holding the notes when he wasn't. It's because he was. The whole Cody workshops his promo thing, that's true. Look at this. This is a fucking guy with no instincts whatsoever. He has to ask everyone what they think about it, and no one has the balls to say, Cody, this fucking sucks. Don't do this. Are you a moron? By the way, your opponent is black. Why would you bring any of this up, you moron? But no one says anything.
Also, if you had gone up to Dusty Rhodes on a Wednesday at promo day at Crockett's office or at any TV taping and said, Dusty, you got any notes on your promo? He would have looked at you like you had a steaming turd hanging out of your mouth. Dusty, have you got your promo memorized? What the fuck's the matter with you?
Jim, what you have to understand is Cody Rhodes doesn't use any of the boring old wrestling tropes that you and your generation use, like doing things on the fly. No. It's all about rehearsal and making sure everything is perfect by the time you get out there.
Making sure everything is emotionless as possible because it's written down and scripted. Anyway, and then Cody also in one of the clips said, well, it's pro wrestling. It's fiction. I wrote, now I hate this show, and now Cody too. Then they were talking about Brandi's doctor appointments, and I had to fast forward some of this stuff. She still, multiple times during the program, she said she still wants to get back in the ring. Wouldn't that be great if I went? She says, wouldn't it be great if I went back and won the women's title on the same program where they've just talked about people giving up the title and dropping it on purpose and passing it around, and it's all fucking phony. but she thinks it would be an inspirational story for her to come back after having a baby at the age of 38 and win the women's title. It would be a fucking horrible story because she shouldn't be the women's champion of anything. As bad as their women's roster is, there are some much better than Brandi, but also, what the fuck? How can it be an inspirational thing when you've just told everybody we just give this thing to people whenever we want to? They have no choice in the matter.
And by the way, I hope they do it. I would love to see the audience reaction to Brandi making a comeback and winning the world championship, hopefully over Britt Baker. Do it, please, Tony.
So Cody Rhodes then made Brandi a cake for Mother's Day. Is this what other reality TV shows are like? Do they just hang around in the house and make cakes for each other and then walk in and taste them?
I really couldn't tell you.
She liked the cake.
Good.
I'm a big fan of cake. Why is this on TV, is what I wrote with 2 question marks. I fast-forwarded through their romantic baby talk where they were smooching and talking about the baby. Why would it... They talk about how that the women's demographics are lower in AEW than they are in the WWE. Is this how they're going to try to get women to watch? Because certainly not only no adult male over the age of 18, but no male human past 7 wants to see a romantic conversation about babies between 2 people in their kitchen. Do they?
No. And no one wants to see Dusty. No one wants to see Cody and Brandi discuss any of these things.
Well, Cody got her some pink monogram boxing gloves and then went to the gym and she was punching the dummy. But she couldn't hardly, it was sort of like, there was an independent guy in West Virginia years ago. He wrestled as Super Mario. He owned a pizza place. His name was Mario, I think. And he was about 5 feet tall and about 380 pounds. And his arms would barely reach past his stomach. So when he did his finish was the big splash. But he couldn't really jump. And when he would fall forward, he'd sort of kind of roll on the guy across his belly and stop himself with his hands, and then he'd roll back down. It put me in mind of Super Mario because she's trying to box, but her arms can barely go past her stomach. Then Cody was quoted as saying, not quoted as saying, he said it on camera, wrestling is choreographed, but the risk is real. And then they did a lot of talk about how all this fake stuff that we do really hurts. Well, that's good to know, because now we know that you're doing fake shit and really hurting yourself at the same time. So what kind of fucking moron are all of us? Then Brandi had to talk. She was the one that had to talk to Red Velvet and Jane Cargill because they slapped each other too hard. When they did that angle, or Jane slapped Velvet too hard, and now Velvet is afraid what's going to happen in their match. And not Tony Khan, the booker, not him. He's not the one to sit down with him. Hey, is there an issue? This ain't ballet. Everybody was laying it in, but we don't want any ill feelings. Nobody had any fucking ill intent, did they? If so, then spill it now. Otherwise, hit hard in safe places, go on about your business. No. The chief branding officer had to talk to him, and she didn't want the girls who wrestle each other to hate each other. She's actually telling these opponents that had a match with Shaquille O'Neal involved in it on national television against each other. Well, the last thing we want is for you guys to not like each other if you're going to wrestle. Brian, if only we'd have known all these years we were watching wrestling that the opponents are supposed to be friends with each other because it makes a better match. That's what she said. Fucking douchebag gets involved in our fucking business and thinks she's got the goddamn wherewithal and the right to go on television and just tell everybody it's a bunch of phony bullshit. Then Cody was going over with Ricky Starks what he was going to say when he broke his neck. And then they had a shot of Britt Baker, Cody Rhodes, Dustin Rhodes, MJF, and Miro sitting together at the monitor watching all this stuff. And Starks does his promo. And everybody at the monitor enjoys it when he says bad things about people. And the last 15 minutes, Brandi and her family and the baby shower. If I ever watch a baby shower on television again, Brian, please shoot me directly between the eyes. I watched a baby shower on television. You just had a baby. Did you ever want to watch somebody else's baby shower on television?
No, I usually try to find a way to get out of attending mine. 'Cause usually the big thing is the dad shows up at the end, and that's the big thing, and all the women go crazy. And I always tried to find a way out of it, but I always got pulled back in.
Well, Cody was there from the start also. Apparently, he was
really?
all over the thing.
What
Well,
baby shower is that?
Well, he was there talking to a lot of people. And the last 15 minutes was baby shower with the family and Brandi talking about wanting to wrestle again. And people were like, oh, you do? Apparently nobody wants that, even her immediate family. And at the end, there's a bonus. At the very end of the show, Brandi is now creating her own wine, because when you think of Brandi Rhodes, the first thing you think of is getting fucking drunk, apparently. So you don't have to watch these fucking shows, I guess. I don't know. Put it out of your mind.
Maybe that's the first thing Cody thinks of. He thinks of Brandi Rhodes.
But anyway, so Brandi's starting her own wine, and she brings in Jane and Velvet so that they will be friends and have better matches, because, as we mentioned, she said opponents shouldn't dislike each other. And they tried to work some kind of deal where they were still kind of edgy with each other. But then Jane, the heel, by the way, says, well, I just want to get the women's division over. That's what I want to do. No, you fucking idiot. You should want to get yourself over and bury every single other girl in the company. And you should reach over and slap Red Velvet out of her chair like Lawler slapped Kaufman. That might make me interested in the wrestling program. But I will never watch this show again. I'm ashamed of Cody Rhodes for being involved in it, and I hate everyone that had anything to do with this program. Does that cover it?
I think that covers it. I think part of the reason the show did as well as it did, and it did not do well in any sense of the word, was because of the backstage segments.
Yes.
And the AEW stars. No one wants to see Cody and Brandi. AEW had some fans stay around afterwards to see what AEW footage they would see. And by the way, did you notice, give them credit, we kill them all the time, give them credit for intelligence here, Omega and the Bucks nowhere to be found.
Nowhere.
On this thing. And by the way, great decision, guys. You got none of this one on you.
Yeah, not even in a camera shot in the back. Not any peripheral view of them. No, they knew not to be involved in this, and they came away without the stench of grisly death upon them.
I think you saw a lot of the reasons why people have a problem with Cody. And again, a lot of it, and Brandi, and again, a lot of it is reality TV. So there is a fakeness to it, but it's a fakeness dealing with two of the most pretentious people in the history of the wrestling business, who are dullards. And they desperately want to be as interesting as they want you to think they are. And you saw here on this show, two people completely out of touch. And, you know, another thing, and again, I know a thing or two about being an executive and being in a corporate environment. Dressing the role and actually being able to perform the role are two different things. Wanting to dress like the executive you imagine you are and actually being a talented executive able to get things done are two very different things. And if you notice, Cody has very little to do with AEW right now. And I'm going to make a prediction right now. Cody and Brandi are going to be the first two from that initial class of upper echelon executives and wrestlers to leave. And I have no doubt in my mind about that. It may happen, I think, sooner rather than later. I shouldn't say that. He still has some time on his contract, but mark my words, Cody and Brandi are going to be the first two people gone, and very few people, outside of maybe Dustin, very few people are going to miss them there. And they really haven't contributed as much as... Look, say what you want about the Bucks and Omega. They're fucking there. And they're on TV, and they're doing what people wanted them to do who were into them. What does Cody do? Cody's all about this and the TV show and wanting to be the face of AEW. No one else wanted that. He wanted that. And I think Tony indulged it for a good while. And now this show is out, and it didn't do any numbers. And I don't think Tony's really going to be indulging Cody and Brandi too much longer.
This is not going to be one of those programs like Seinfeld or whatever that grows the audience over time. You just need to find it. Anybody who found this already doesn't want to look for it anymore. So I have a feeling it's downhill or uphill. It's definitely downhill for this show. Travis may be going uphill, but Rhodes to the Rotten is going downhill. Again, yes, idiots. People these days, unfortunately, they all know that wrestling is a work. But much the same as I know, again, that the magician didn't really do the trick that I saw him do. I got no idea how he did it. What pocket did he pull that thing out of? Where did it come from? Once that you've been shown the diagrams and the instruction booklet to the wrestling business, it's ridiculous. The more that they show what actually goes on, the less appealing what actually goes on is to the people. Because they know everything.
Can you imagine Jade Cargill, a rookie in the business? Red Velvet, I don't know what she's done in independent wrestling, but relatively new to a national audience.
Just drop them in any territory in the country 30 years ago and watch them look around with horrified looks on their faces like, what's going on here?
But they're pretty new. Can you imagine the idea that Brandi Rhodes is the one sitting down with them to talk to them about how to behave and what to do? Do they even realize that she has no wrestling background whatsoever other than she married Dusty's son? That's it. She was a ring announcer.
No, that's what I'm saying. To these people that get in the business now, they don't think they're wrestlers. They think they're actors and entertainers, and they automatically think that anybody... And I got news for you, folks. This isn't limited to modern wrestling. There have been people in positions in the wrestling business that they were totally unsuited for 100 years. And generally it's because of who they're related to or whether they're an owner of a piece of something or not. But these people in the business now, they think, okay, anybody in a position over me must either know more than I do or be an expert. And I mean, that means that all the writers in the WWE must be experts because they're telling the wrestlers what to say. And the wrestlers welcome that because they don't know how to say shit on their own. So they don't understand that these people don't know what to fucking do it either. And the more they do what these people tell them to do, the happier their employer may be with them, but the less they get over to the general wrestling fan population. Anyway, yeah, and that's when I saw Brandi sitting down with any wrestlers. It's not your place. You're not, the booker handles internal conflicts one way or another, good or bad. That's how it takes place. You don't send the wife of one of the EVPs over because they're all girls.
And not to disagree with your overall premise and the problems you have with the idea that they're exposing the business in this way, not to excuse that. But it would be one thing if it was Cody talking to a Lee Johnson or a Pillman Jr. or some young babyface. Ricky fucking Starks, the most arrogant guy that comes out there and acts all arrogant. We have to see him all weak and scared talking to Cody? Come on, what's the point?
Oh yeah, that was another good one. Yeah, the Starks is everybody is. They act like. Number one, people don't want wrestlers to be real people, for fuck's sake. You can see real people all around you. They don't want their stars or their heroes or the villains or anybody to have all these problems that they've got with a crisis of confidence. And, oh, I'm so anxious and I'm going to have a panic attack and I'm unsure of myself. What the fuck? Everybody's wishy-washy fucking pussies these days. And like when Jeff Hardy sees Brock Lesnar walk up to him in the promo, and apparently since Brock's beating the shit out of Roman Reigns, probably he's not mad at Jeff Hardy. Jeff Hardy's not got anything to do with him, but Jeff instead, hey, Brock, how you doing? Hey, Jeff, let me take this one. Jeff just goes, oh, shit, I'll just leave. But the problem is, especially with a lot of the AEW, well, I shouldn't say AEW, a lot of both companies' wrestlers, they're really all fucking panicked and anxious and fucking got their issues and their panties are in a bunch and their nerves are shot. Fuck. And I guess mine would be too if I was trying to recite lines somebody else had written for me. and do stupid things that somebody else told me to do that I would never do if it was up to me. Maybe I would be, but there's a bunch of fucking nervous Nellies and basket cases around this whole fucking company, and all they want to do is talk about how we put this show on and we all work together, and there's no conflict here. Nobody's going to get an actual real fight at a wrestling match. You know what? I just revealed the reason why that 10 million people used to watch this shit on Monday nights and now 2 million do. It's because they don't want anybody to think somebody's going to get in a real fight at a wrestling match. That's why there's nobody watching, because they don't think anybody's going to get in a real fight. Have we finished this program yet?
Roads to the Top we have finished, not the experience.
Yes. I'm talking about have we finished talking about this rotten, crummy television program.
I am going to watch it next week. I can't lie to you. I want to see, does Brandi get a hangnail? Does Cody have some kind of crazy adventure where he has to lend his life advice to someone to help them out?
I don't know. I think next week is when he gets spontaneous diarrhea.
I want to see if the Bucks and Omega. I want to see if we see the Bucks and Omega for a second on this show. That's what I want to see.
You know what? Let's dare everybody. If you are going to watch this, at least make something constructive out of it, and let's see if we ever do get a glimpse of either the Hardly Boys or Twinkle Toes even in the background on this program. Let's just see how long it takes and if it ever happens.
Hey, one last question about this. But the first episode obviously didn't tear down the house in terms of numbers, and it's been replayed nonstop or several times at least. Usually the first week for a show like this, the number will be better than week 2, week 3. Of course, it could always build an audience, and who knows, recover by week 5, but how long does TNT let this run? I mean, I gotta think people are going to be tuning out in droves.
What are the numbers on their other programs? Because
that's a good question.
They were happy with 800,000 people on fucking Wednesday night. So, is it gotten so bad now that they're happy with 400,000 people watching a nationally televised cable program? We'll see what happens.
We'll see.
And by the way, for a lot of people say, well, you don't understand. Get with the times, Cornette. It's the modern days. People watch streaming and people watch this and people watch that. It's not just the TV show. Well, that must mean that the ratings for basketball and football and baseball and everything else are 20% of what they were 25 years ago. As I just mentioned, we've lost 8 million of the 10 million people watching wrestling on Mondays. So all those other sports have gone to a fifth of their previous audience also, right? Right?
Audiences across the board are down from what they were years ago because of how many channels and how many options there are, but I don't think anyone has had the percentage of drop that professional wrestling has.
So it's not that football is now being watched by 20% of the people, or baseball or basketball is just wrestling.
Again, I don't have numbers in front of me, but that's what I would think.
Well, there you go. Well, see? See
what?
Oh, I don't know. see, Ryder. Oh, see what you have done. You know what? I'll tell you what that Brandi, with her giant bulbous belly, should have done while she was pregnant. She should have ate a better breakfast every morning, and she wouldn't have been nauseated, and she wouldn't have been sick, and she wouldn't have had to talk about that, and she wouldn't have had to talk about how far her hoo-ha was going to spread out, because she would be feeling good and looking good because she'd be eating a healthy breakfast, courtesy of the folks at Magic Spoon. No trashy, sugar-ridden, carb-ridden cereal and junk. No, it tastes as good as the junk, but it's healthy for you because it's only got 0 grams of sugar, 13 to 14 grams of protein, and only 4 net grams of carbs in each serving, only 140 calories a serving. Keto-friendly, gluten-free, grain-free, soy-free, low-carb. If you want something that's friendly and free, well, it's friendly, but it's not free. You got to pay for it, but it's free of all those glutens and grains and soys. And right now you can build your own custom bundle from the different flavors: cocoa, fruity, frosted, peanut butter, blueberry, cinnamon, cookies and cream, and maple waffle. And by the way, the cookies and cream and maple waffle were brought back. They were originally set out for a limited time only, sold out just like Cornette's collectibles. So now they're back forever, and they're delicious and indulgent. You got to try those. Anyway, if you go to magicspoon.com/Jim to grab your custom bundle, use the promo code Jim at checkout. You'll save $5 off the order. It's backed with the 100% happiness guarantee. If you don't like it for any reason, they will refund your money, no questions asked. They may ask you, did you watch Rhodes to the Top? And if you say yes, they may not give you your money back because that might be what made you ill. But nevertheless, get your next delicious bowl of guilt-free cereal at magicspoon.com/Jim. Use the code Jim to save $5 off at checkout. Boy, howdy, are these delicious cereals, but yet good for you. And they do not leave a nasty taste in your mouth like the Rhodes family reality programming.
You know, I actually thought that her nausea may have been caused by Cody's neck tattoo and seeing that every morning first thing.
Boy, I tell you, that may be something. Can you imagine you turn over and all of a sudden it looks like a test pattern from a fucking a TV station on Pluto?
Why weren't they filming for that? That's what I wanted to see. You want to get me interested in the show? Show me Brandi Rhodes' reaction when Cody walked in with that tattoo.
Yes. There you see, they missed a golden opportunity. They probably weren't shooting then.
Show me Brandi and Cody in the back when Cody's dog, who he was pretending was a service animal, got spooked by the fireworks. That's what I want to see. Why wasn't that on camera?
Alex was with the Lucha Brothers and Tony Schiavone, and Alex did not speak. Andre Olio and his assistant came in, and they didn't have subtitles. And he spoke to the Lucha Brothers, and the Lucha Brothers spoke back, and you couldn't understand a single word anybody said.
Can I just say one thing?
Yes.
I like the Lucha Brothers. I like them better in some situations than others. I love Alex. I have cut Andrade some slack. This isn't working for me. I'm not. Everything he's involved with.
Little pitchy for me, dog.
It just feels like it gets dragged down to that minor league level. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I'm not feeling it with Andrade at all yet. And I don't know if I ever will. Miedo turned around. Miedo sucked the first several months. And then
that has been an amazing rejuvenation, hasn't it?
It has.
Because he was probably I won't say he was the worst wrestler because he's not the worst wrestler, but he was probably the worst waste of any kind of talent by making him the friend of Pip Sabian and the best man at the wedding and the video game nerd and etc. And I wrote him off for good because that was so bad. But now if they're picking up new fans that didn't see that shit, he's got him a little second lease on life. But anyway, Matt Sydal and Dante's Inferno are a regular tag team now, or Dante Martin, right? Martin. Against Cody and Shoddy. Cody as tag team partners with Shoddy, with Brandi and Arn in the corner, against Matt Sydal and Dante, and all of them are baby faces, so why would they book this match?
They're not all baby faces.
Matt Sydal and Dante Martin are baby faces.
Yeah.
Shoddy Lee's a baby face.
That's
Arn's
right.
a baby. Cody is nominally a baby face.
No.
Everybody hates Brandi.
I think Cody's a heel.
Well, Cody's a heel in the way that they boo him, but all right. Anyway, after the preposterously overblown entrance, I wrote, why is Brandi there and why is she in costume when she's not wrestling? She got dressed in wrestling tights to come out and stand in the corner and be on TV. I fast forwarded the match because I didn't care and I was in a large group there. But basically, Lee Johnson won it for the team because Cody didn't have his shit together. And that's where the good part of this came up. And the match wasn't insulting or anything. It wasn't that interesting. But Tony Schiavone gets in the ring with Arn and Cody and Lee, and people are booing the shit out of Cody until he called Malakai Black out. And then they cheered for that. They wanted to see him get shit kicked out of him again by Malakai Black. But Arn shuts him up. And for once, Arn fired up. And remember, I've said the only couple of times he's done any kind of a promo, they gave him some shit that obviously he was trying to make sense of it himself, and it didn't come off like an Arn Anderson promo. But here he just said, he basically told Cody he didn't have the killer instinct. And he he made himself multiple memes on the internet when he said, the difference is between me and you, Cody, if somebody at the gas station pulls a gun on you or tries to take your car, you just say, here, go ahead. Whereas I'd pull out my Glock and spray their brains all over the concrete. So now he's on Twitter. He was armed Anderson. He was Arn says, Glock 45 says, I just whipped your ass. I mean, everything. But Arn took old Shoddy Lee and walked off and left Cody standing there. It was a good promo because finally Arn had something to talk about. But now what is this now? Cody's lost because he's not focused, or he's on too many game shows, or the reality show, or what the fuck's going on here?
Wouldn't it be funny if he disappears off TV again before they settle this? And we don't know what happened. He got booked on another show somewhere else. I don't know. I mean, everyone liked the promo. I thought it was a bit ridiculous going to the Gunn thing, but I understand why everyone liked it. I did see the one clip that people were sending around of Cody mouthing the words that aren't saying.
I saw that too on Twitter. And how would you do that?
If you knew what he was going to say.
But I guarantee you that Arn Anderson, they may have handed him something written down. He didn't memorize it word for word. He's doing the promo. I either that or maybe Arn's the only one of us whose memory gets better when he gets older. But I don't know. I mean, maybe they'll start cheering Cody as soon as he starts healing. They just want to boo him when he's a baby face. I don't know. Or maybe they want to boo him as long as he has that rotten reality show.
If he went all the way right now as a heel, I think it would be great. I think the fans are ready for it. And I think if he uses some of his actual animosity and anger in it, it could be really good. I always thought Dusty would have been great as a heel in '89. I thought the people may have been ready for it. It would have been great. I think Cody should go heel and go all the way heel. I think Brandi's already there. Come to your wife, Cody. Just go to your wife. And I think he should embrace it. And you know what? That could be the one thing that makes him stand out more than anyone else there right now, is he could be an over-the-top heel because everyone believes it. But we'll see what happens.
Oh, anyway, all right, next.
Let's get a few more questions before we wrap things up. Jim, this one was sent to cornydrivethru@gmail.com from Jeremy. I just read quotes from an interview with everyone's favorite segregation-ending thespian and his wife, where they were asked for their Mount Rushmores of wrestling, and I'm dying to hear your thoughts. Cody responded, Vince McMahon, Dusty Rhodes, The Rock, and Tony Khan. Showing her vast knowledge, Brandi went with Sherry Martel, Mae Young, Medusa, and Miss Elizabeth.
Now, wait, what? Does this just back up? You've hit me with a lot of names and loud noises all at the same time. So give me this again?
Cody Rhodes' Mount Rushmore. Apparently, we don't know what this interview's from, allegedly, according to Jeremy. Mount Rushmore is Vince McMahon, Dusty Rhodes, The Rock, and Tony Khan. I mean, I guess...
He said that in public?
He said that, according to Jeremy, he said in an interview, but in a sense, I could see maybe where he's coming from if it is a Cody Rhodes personal Mount Rushmore for his career.
Well, then I can understand Dusty. Then I can understand Vince. Tony Khan and what the and Tony Khan would probably say, what, are you out of your mind? I'm on a Mount Rushmore of all the people in the history of the wrestling business.
No, he would embrace it. He would embrace it 100%.
All right, I don't know that. I don't know. What was Brandi's?
Brandi Rhodes' Mount Rushmore, Sherry Martel, Mae Young, Medusa, and Miss Elizabeth.
Do you think that there's any conceivable way that Brandi Rhodes ever even saw Mae Young before she was 80?
Do you think Brandi Rhodes has any idea of women's wrestling history and how to look at it in a historical context?
No. Along with men's wrestling, midget wrestling, bear wrestling, or alligator wrestling. But she picked 4 names that a person that might be doing an article on wrestling would say, okay, 4 famous women wrestling names. And that's the first 4 that pop up on the internet or whatever.
All right.
And Miss Elizabeth.
Miss Elizabeth.
Well, there was the great promo that Elizabeth did. Oh, wait a minute. There was the great match that Elizabeth had. Oh, wait. There was the great angle that Elizabeth was centerpiece of. Oh, wait. There was. What did actually Elizabeth ever do but get married on television and walk to the ring with either Savage or Hulk at one point?
She was valuable as that valet walking with Savage to the ring as a heel or a babyface, but certainly no promos of any note. No matches. I mean, maybe a mixed match or 2 that I'm not thinking of, but nothing special. I know Sapphire wrestled. I don't remember if Elizabeth did.
All right.
But again, what the fuck does Brandi Rhodes know about anything? Especially if Cody's her coach on wrestling history. All right. Well,
and she should have put Moolah in there instead of May, but Moolah got heat a few years ago, so she had to drop that on the Google search.
That's right.
Brian, have we told the people yet? Well, of course, I haven't said it, and you've been on the show with me, so you haven't heard it, so you'll back me up. We haven't told the people yet that our review of Roads to the Rotten Week 1, the reality show involving the social climbing Runnels family, the review did almost as many views on YouTube as the actual television program did. We have done, so far it's been out for 4 days, over 100,000 views. We've gotten emails by the dozens and dozens. The new contact form at jimcornette.com works. We got the tweets, we got the comments, and they all basically said, Jim, Brian, help us put our disdain for this program into words. Why is this on the air? You're the only one that can be a catharsis for our vehement dislike of this programming. You're the only ones that can put into English words how badly we are repelled by this boring, nonsensical, inane television broadcast. So will you do it again? Brian, we hate to turn down personal requests from the listeners. So here we are. Week 2 of Roads to the Rotten. Are you ready for this?
I am really ready, and I just want to say here at the top, I loved it. I had such a good time watching it, but I did it the right way. Not only did I get as high as possible before this thing started, pausing Dynamite and going downstairs and taking care of that and coming back, but it hit me in my moment of highness. Have you ever watched The Office? Were you ever into The Office?
I have started watching The Office now, but I didn't watch it before because I hadn't seen it from the start, and I didn't think I'd know who everybody was. But as they've been playing incessantly on Comedy Central and I've started watching it, and it is oftentimes hilarious.
Well,
but intentionally.
Intentionally. And Cody and Brandi together are kind of combined, like a combination of Michael Scott and Dwight, in that if you watch the show thinking all these people work there, Tony Khan is their boss, and they all have to pretend that these boobs are really the boss and laugh at all their jokes and pretend they're interesting. And then as soon as they leave, everyone rolls their eyes and goes, what the fuck was that? It's just like The Office. Cody and Brandi are Michael Scott on The Office, just an out-of-touch boss who isn't even the real boss, who everyone puts up with because he was in The Office, but he's a complete... Well, actually, Michael Scott isn't as much a sociopath now that I think about it. But anyway, what were you saying?
I'm saying I think you're crazy. I think you're still high, because the point is The Office is a funny program where they're intentionally trying to be funny within the context of the program, not a reality show where they're trying desperately in some fashion to be entertaining, but are only doing so in, what do the kids say, an ironic fashion where you're like, oh God, this is so bad. Moments of it are morbidly funny.
it's a real life version of The Office. I'm not saying it's a situation comedy in the guise of a documentary. I'm saying this is more like a mockumentary showing the distorted reality of two people and everyone in an actual ecosystem that works putting up with it.
But the TV network had to be sold the bill of goods that this thing might actually be of interest to people. And I'm trying to figure out how they were so far off the mark.
Oh, come on. Imagine you're sitting in a boardroom over at TNT or TBS and Cody comes in and presents you with some of the new stars you'll meet on the show, like QT Marshall. Come on, this guy will be in every American's living room before you know it. Everyone will love QT. And Preston Vance. With charisma like these guys have, this show's going to take off.
All right, last week was 1 hour. It was allegedly 2 episodes, but it was 1 hour. This week was listed as 2 30-minute episodes. I don't care how they broke it up. Double or Nothing was coming up, the pay-per-view, at the point where they shot this. When did that happen? That was way back earlier this year.
That was the springtime, but I don't remember exactly when.
The beautiful spring. So Cody has a Nightmare Express bus. The whole fucking red, white, and blue Nightmare Express. It's a tour bus. It was even bigger than the Lex Express. Luger didn't get a big bus. Did Tony Khan pay for? Certainly to God, you know, Cody Rhodes did not use his own money for this bus. So Tony Khan paid for this bus for the program, or just for him to ride down in it and be on this show, or what?
Don't discount Cody Rhodes buying himself a bus.
He's not gonna fucking...
I don't know that he did, but don't discount the idea that Cody Rhodes, who put his fucking logo on his neck. I've dealt with a lot of tattoo artists recently with the artwork for the channel. Not one of them thinks that was a good idea. He absolutely bought that fucking bus.
All right, well, anyway, they're going to take this bus to Florida, and he tells Brandi, and Brandi doesn't like the bus, but he promises that she'll be comfortable, she'll have her own bedroom. The boys aren't, it's just going to be maybe QT. Now, when did QT turn on Cody Rhodes?
That was, I think, was it the end of 2020? Am I wrong? I think it was the end of 2020.
The point is...
Maybe early 2021, but yeah, somewhere in there.
He's definitely no longer friends now, so they're showing him, and Cody and QT are friends on this show, but QT has since turned on Cody and made an ass out of himself with trying to get even with the Nightmare Factory versus Solo Camarato Agogo. But now they're friends here on this show. And I think he had probably turned on him even before this show. So it's just insanity. They plugged the Nightmare Factory Wrestling School. The coaches at the Nightmare Factory are Ricky Starks, Aaron Solo, and Preston Vance. Starks, okay, I'll buy that. The other guys should be in the class. Seriously, these guys are the trainers at the school. QT Marshall compared a babyface winning a wrestling match to a man climaxing. And if you have to use the phrase a man climaxing, then don't make that comparison. Just say a babyface winning is like coming. Anyway.
That was a pretty cringe moment. Can you imagine this guy is... this guy's like one of the top guys behind the scenes in AEW. It's mind-blowing.
Yes, well, and also, he's speaking whereof he does not know, because he's never been a babyface that actually won. So he never got anybody to climax. Cody, at the same time he's talking completely openly about wrestling being a performance, then he's talking about Starks' broken neck. So they're basically, with this show, they're driving home the thought, everything we do is phony, but it's still dangerous. So you're even stupider. You're taking a chance on hurting yourself to do phony shit instead of actually really do something. Cody goes to Teal's house, his sister. She still doesn't like Brandi. They talked about how to raise a daughter. I fast-forwarded this. I fast-forward anything to do with the family now, because it's people sitting around their kitchen table talking about shit that I don't care about if it was happening to me. Then Starks and QT show up at Cody's house. Now, I know Starks was a heel. even if QT wasn't a babyface. So, but they're good friends, and they show up at the house and try to put Cody and Brandi's baby buggies and shit together. And they couldn't put the baby seat in the car. They couldn't figure it out. Why would anybody watch this? Who cares? Then they forgot to put a bed for Brandi on the bus. So she's like, I'm about to get off this fucking bus. And that's where everybody started, really? Seriously? Will you? They got to Daly's place. They were visited by wrestling legend and entrepreneur Eric Bischoff. And why did Cody feel the need to verbally fillet Eric Bischoff by talking about how his extreme importance to the wrestling business? He's not going to get a job from Bischoff. Who would tell Eric Bischoff that he was revolutionary and genius-like in the wrestling business unless they were trying to get a job?
Or if you didn't know anything about wrestling history.
Well,
but you thought you were the wrestling sage.
One would think. They showed Cody telling everybody what to do at the weigh-in between him and Agogo. And then they recapped the weigh-in segment, including the scale not working, the fireworks going off next door, etc., etc. And they basically went into 10 minutes of hand-wringing and pearl clutching on the rotten weigh-in, which was nowhere near the worst TV segment that they've ever done, much less ever in wrestling. But for this story, it had to be horrible. And if that's the best TV disaster story they've got, how many things on live TV and wrestling or live to tape television have been way more rotten and fucked up and not work than this, for heaven's sake?
Yeah, Cody hitting that throne with a sledgehammer.
I'm talking about real bad, not bad judgment. I'm talking about
it didn't work.
Shit falling apart.
The explosions didn't work. Nothing happened.
Well, that's their explosions never work.
That's right.
Hey, I got a story for him for Smoky Mountain Television. I walked into a fucking high school gym one time. As soon as I walked in the door for the TV taping later on that day, I'm carrying my briefcase. I'd look over, and there's the fucking producer, plug something into a goddamn cable connection box, and the thing blows up, bam, and the lid of the box flies up in the air 30 feet and lands about 5 feet in front of me, bounces 3 times, and I hear the guy say, "Is there a Radio Shack in this town?" That's when you know you got a bad TV taping going on. Or we were in Pikeville, Kentucky one night and taped 2 hours of TV and had 2 more hours to go, and since we had a TV truck and the lights plugged into the fucking high school gym in Pikeville, the transformer out on the pole blew. And the fire department were the sponsors. And I said, what are we going to do? And the fire department, the chief, gets on the phone and said, "Is Sam there? Well, wake him up." He called the guy in charge of the electric company, got him up out of bed at 9:30 on a fucking Monday night to bring his truck down, climb the pole, and fucking fix the transformer so we could tape 2 more hours of TV. They're worried about a scale. It doesn't work. Anyway, so then entrepreneur Eric was back, hanging out at the hotel bar now. And Eric
I believe that.
Well, I believe that.
I believe that.
He's completely given up on coloring his hair or shaving. Apparently, he didn't want to look like Meltzer did. How old is Eric Bischoff?
I would think 60-something, but let me look it up.
I just turned 60, and he looks like he's got 15 years on me, doesn't he?
66.
Well, he's only got 6.
He does look a lot older than you, yeah.
This discussion was not interesting at all. And then Eric gave Cody some words of wisdom from Dusty and said, "Your dad was the best." Do you think Eric Bischoff really thought that Dusty was the best when they were in WCW or whatever? Anyway, there was much drama from Brandi with the women, not only the girls on the roster, then the women from the legal department. They all sit down over her not wanting to take time off, not wanting to take her maternity leave. What would she be taking time off? What does she do that she'd be taking time off from? That has not been identified. They say you do so much.
Well,
none of it's been identified.
Here's the other thing. Was the intention of this show for each week multiple people to try to convince Brandi Rhodes to just not
wrestle again,
to even be around the company? Everyone, it's just like, all right, stay home, take as much time as you need.
No, but it's the opposite. They're telling her, go. She won't be forgotten. No, we have no hope that will happen, that she'll be forgotten. But they're telling her, no, she won't be forgotten. But they're making a big deal out of it, like she's not going to prison. She's not going to Devil's Island. She's not going off to war. She's going to go have a baby and come back at some point. But they're trying to build this up like it's, oh my God, she may never come back. She's 38. She may never be the world's women's champion at this. Hopefully. She wouldn't have been before she got pregnant, so I don't think she's going to be now. Doesn't this has to be an attempt to get women viewers? Because no man would watch a bunch of women talking to another woman about her maternity leave on television if you tied them to the chair. And Vicky Guerrero was identified as an AEW coach. What is she coaching? I don't have anything against Vicky. Never met the lady. She's not a wrestler. And she was a manager by virtue of getting a spot to be a manager. But I don't know what coaching she's going to do. And then Brandi went and did one of her many interviews that she has to do in the course of her job that we have not identified the parameters of yet. And she's doing the interview about hating not being on the show. And she's not going to retire from wrestling. The doctor is looking at Cody's bad back, which I can believe is bad. But he's talking about having to lead Agogo with a bad back. Because now the story is that they're not having a match because they're mad about the interracial baby promo or the gut shot that he hit Cody with or whatever. Cody is saying on this television program that airs in conjunction with the wrestling show that he's got to lead this green guy to an acceptable match to help the guy's future. They showed him going over a spot. Yeah, when you do that, I'll do this. I hate all these people. Every single one of them. It's insulting to any true wrestling fan or any true professional to see and hear this type of talk on a wrestling program. And I'm sorry, this is still a wrestling program because the only reason that anybody cares whether Cody and Brandi Rhodes catch fire or not is because they're wrestlers. Or he's a wrestler. She's a wrestler's wife. So just for a couple of social climbers to do a boring fucking reality show doesn't mean that they should shit in the face of the wrestling business. And that's basically, this show is simply for people to be manipulated to try to talk Brandi into not giving up the wrestling business and coming back after her baby or her trip to Devil's Island. And Cody talking about how he's got to be the one to lead all the green guys and save the wrestling industry, while this airs in the time slot adjacent to their program, which doesn't need any help in making wrestling look phony. AEW Dynamite does a real good job of that in a lot of segments as it is, without having them reiterate that everything about wrestling is as phony as a football bat. And we should all just laugh at it because nothing about it is in any way serious. Fuck all of you. What'd you think, Brian?
Again, I watched it as a comedy of everyone in that company laughing at these people behind their backs and putting up with them in front of the cameras. And for that way, I enjoyed it because I realized they don't give a shit about anything else. It's all about Cody and Brandi getting to wherever they want to go to. Can't stop, won't stop. Brandi and Cody are going to get or try, or they're going to get rich or die trying, I guess, to take another hip-hop phrase. This show's awful. I don't know who it appeals to. It's not going to get women viewers on TNT at 10 o'clock at night. It's not going to get any women viewers. By the way, I got the ratings. 369 was the average for the two shows. It was 422 the week before. What do you think next week, episode 5 and 6 will be?
I can't imagine they'll crack 3.
I think they will. No. I don't think it's going to go down that low that quickly yet. Well, it almost did actually this time, so we'll see.
They lost 50,000.
Yeah.
From week 1 to week 2. You're saying they can't lose 70? Week 2 to week 3?
How does anyone see that show as a good idea? And by the way, the bet is still on. Find me the Bucks and Omega in that show. Someone find me. There's not one sight of them. Luckily, there was no sign of MJF this week either, because I didn't like the fact that he was in that show. He should be nowhere near any of this reality shit. So at least he wasn't there.
It wasn't really his fault. He was sitting at the monitor trying to pay attention to the business that he's in, and they had a shot of him sitting at the monitor. As you know, I used to have to do that every now and then. When they had that behind the mat filming, I used to have to jump up and run around corners all the time. Get out of the way.
Did anyone in WWE get really annoyed with Barry Blaustein?
No, they kept trying to get me to be more involved in it. Bruce kept saying, oh, you ought to do some. Barry loves you. You ought to do something. I'll be glad to talk to Barry. I'm not going to be in this fucking movie. It's behind the scenes exposing the wrestling business. I do not want to be videoed or photographed doing behind the scenes wrestling business. So I would run from it. And then as I've told the story, Bruce finally beat me up about it so much as he said, here, just do one scene. Show the guys coming for the tryout match where to dress. So if anything gets cut out, that will be. And so here you go, guys. You'll dress down this way. It's in the movie. With all that I tried to stay out of that thing for so long. Anyway.
And I guess the answer would have been when they got annoyed with him after the movie came out.
Oh, yeah. No, they were all for having that done until it came out and they didn't like it. Well, there was Rhodes to the Rotten.
Can I ask you something? And
I wish you would.
I guess we'll probably talk a little bit more about it during the review, but it's the same house, so we could talk about it here. I've said that the AEW fans are going to reject Cody, and they have been rejecting Cody. And I've said that he needs to turn heel, and he should turn heel, and he'd be a fantastic heel. And nobody wants him to be the face of the company. So just embrace it. But if he's going to fight it, and he's going to be on TV trying to fight it, if they try to do something, to make him a different person and make people see him a different fucking way, is this show going to help him at all? How's anyone going to cheer the guy in this show? He's so unlikable.
No, this would be a good vehicle to facilitate his heel turn, because no, I don't think anybody's going to like this person, and they're definitely not going to like Brandi, because it's obvious that she just has to be put in the middle of stuff regardless whether she needs to be or not. So they could be the hottest heel combination. People talk about how bad I'd get booed if they came out and said, ha, 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 look at us. We're the first couple of AEW, and we run this place, and we're better than all of you.
And break the stipulation and get the title.
And break stipulation, get the title. Oh, they'd be snipers. People be waiting for him in the parking lot.
Well, luckily, if there are snipers, Arn's there to protect them.
Well, that's true. Old Armed Anderson can pick him off with his Glock. Maybe he should have named his son Glock instead of Brock. Glock Anderson.
That'll be his name when he goes to WWE. There's no takeover to speak of. However, there is an episode of Dynamite and an episode, surprisingly, the second to last episode of the season of Rhodes to the Top to review here today.
Well, let's for just 1 second, let's explain that. Apparently, you have looked at the channel guide, because not only is our schedule screwed up, but also a lot of these TV programs are changing either stations or days or times or whatever. And now you were looking to try to verify that we unfortunately aren't going to miss any of these upcoming wrestling programs. And it says for next Saturday night's Rhodes to the Rotten, immediately following Saturday night's Dynamite that's been moved from Wednesday, blah, blah, blah. It says it's the season finale. So we had 2 episodes air on the debut. It was It was a 1-hour show, but apparently that was the 2 episodes in terms of their season, right?
Yeah, the same way Raw used to pretend it was 2 different shows for the 2 hours. Same
and
thing.
then the second week, they aired 2 new programs, but they were clearly listed and defined as 30 minutes each. And then the one that we just watched, unfortunately, and next, so they committed to 6 episodes of this. I would think they've probably taken a bath on this thing so far to begin with. What are the what were the ratings after the first week? Do we have any idea? Has anybody even said?
You know, let me look that up. I have no idea. You're right. I haven't heard anything about that.
Because we mentioned that if there was some morbid curiosity in the first week that caused people to tune in, that would quickly evaporate once they got a good strong whiff of the content of the programming.
I have ratings.
Well, please enlighten us on the ratings.
And let me give credit to where this came from. This apparently is from Wrestling Inc. Episodes 1 and 2, like you said, they debuted the same night. Right after Dynamite, 422,000 viewers with a 0.17 rating in the 18 to 49 demographic. Episodes 3 and 4, 369,000 viewers with a 0.16 rating in the 18 to 49.
Hold on one second. Does it differentiate? Because that was 3 and 4, but it was 2 different shows, so it seems like they ought to give us the ratings for the show that aired from 10 p.m. to 10:30 and then 10:30 to 11, because I can't believe it was exactly the same for both programs.
Right, and we would have to get that information. I don't have it in front of me, but I would think the same thing.
Well, I would think the people at Wrestling Inc. should have thought of that. That's the first thing I thought of, but go ahead.
Episode 5, which we're going to be reviewing shortly, 340,000 viewers with a 0.14 rating in the 18 to 49 demographic. So obviously each episode has gone down. Without knowing episode 4.
I got to be completely honest. I cannot believe that it held up that well. What is that, like 100,000 viewers between the first episode and the most recent one we have info on? I can't believe that the bottom didn't drop out like Black Friday in 29. I would have imagined some of the executives at the network jumping out of their... Well, but I guess if all the network executives are of TNT are in Atlanta, they don't have high rises. So if they jumped out the 3rd or 4th story, they'd probably just break their fucking leg.
I don't think anyone's giving that much thought to Rhodes to the Top.
After I saw the first week, I'm thinking, next week it's going to be the first TV program in history to do a negative rating, where some people are going to renege on watching the first week. They're like, no, we're giving you that back.
It was a negative Q rating they did.
We renounce that we saw that. But anyway, should we talk about this program since we've already done this? Should we just flow, if you will, into Rhodes to the Rotten?
Let's flow right into Rhodes to the Rotten.
We're flowing much like a sump pump sends the sewage into a basin. I don't know what I was more uncomfortable about on this program. This is the one October 16th, by the way, the Saturday night special. I don't know whether I was most uncomfortable about the details that we were given about Brandi's uncomfortable pregnancy, or again, the backstage details we were given that all wrestlers, whenever they have a match, plan everything out beforehand and immediately come back afterwards and hug each other like a bunch of goddamn kumbaya singers at summer camp. I don't know which offended me or made me more uncomfortable, squirmy, skeeved me out, as my cousin used to say. The start was again all about Brandi's not about Brandi's pregnancy in terms of, oh, I'm so happy we're going to have a girl or whatever, but no. She's uncomfortable. She's fucking huge, and they're showing her she's walking around. She's saying this. I'm not saying this. She's uncomfortable, and she's huge, and she's wobbling around when she's walking. She tells us that the baby is upside down, and then she relates to us how if she wrestles again and takes a big bump, she might piss herself uncontrollably because of whatever damage that this procedure is going to do or potentially might do that the doctors have said. Did we need to hear any of that on television? Brian, you just had a baby. Would you have said any of that on television? Well, you did not. You know what I mean.
Yeah, we don't really crave
Suzanne
attention.
did all the work.
We don't really crave attention the same way the Rhodes family appears to crave attention.
So we segued from that into Cody's wrestling school, where the storyline of this episode is they're training Brock Anderson, and Brock's got his first match coming up, and the pressure is on Cody somehow for Brock's match not to suck. I would think the pressure's on Brock, actually. But Cody goes to Florida for this show without Brandi. They made sure to show him leaving and her closing the door. She's still home. And, apparently, since she's clocking in about 250 and can barely walk, Cody's sister,
come on.
and what they were showing
250?
saying
250?
My God, she was enormous. I don't know.
Not
I didn't
250.
see a scale, but anyway, she's housebound there. Homebound, the sick and the shut in, as Boyd Pierce used to say. That's why we're having this main event on TV today, for all you sick and shut ins. I wonder if they cured all those diseases that the wrestling promoters used to put main events on television once in a while for, the sick and the shut-ins. You never hear that phrase anymore. Is no one sick and shut in?
Well, now they're shut in, but they go online, so you get to hear from them.
Well, and I wish they'd shut up. So Teal and Cody's mom come to watch Dynamite. Sister and mother are over. It's a family Dynamite watching party. And they're telling a story, and I don't know if it's reality television work or it seems to me to have the air of legitimacy that Teal and Brandi are not on the same page. And Teal's basically looking at her when Brandi's sitting there on the couch talking about, well, when I get back in the ring, or I don't know, and she's like, are you really going to try to wrestle again? And looking at her like she's got a turd hanging out of her mouth when she says this. Like most people would when you're 38 years old and you just had a baby and
you were never a wrestler. You were never a wrestler
before until you wrestled a little while and you weren't good at it and no one's clamoring for you to do it again. So Teal shits on the idea, and so did Mom over and over, and there's that, anxiety they've got. But meanwhile, Cody's down in Florida. Dustin is telling the people how to work the cameras and telling the girl opponents that the object is to go out and have fun. Have fun when you're having your match, beating each other up. Yeah, that's what you say in the fucking back, but don't put it on television. God damn it. Even if the fucking business is so exposed and phony these days, go out, have fun. And tell them how to, then afterwards he critiqued them on how to do fake shit better. And then, the match we saw this program was shot ages ago, is Cody and Brock against QT and Solo. That was back when Agogo was still around. Much less, where did Comoroto go?
No, Camarado's still there. Agogo's gone.
Agogo gone?
Agogo gone. Camarado stay.
He should have woke me up before he agogoed. But anyway, they made sure that the people knew that was all a complete work and that everyone said thank you afterwards. And so then Teal gives Brandi a baby bracelet that Dusty gave her as an olive branch, as she called it, and that seemed like a nice gesture on her part. And then as they were leaving Brandi's house, their last word was, call us if your water breaks. Oh my God, I'm glad I watched this before I ate dinner. I don't want to hear that shit. I'm medical phobic. I don't want to hear any of that shit. So I don't watch the Discovery Surgery Channel or Dr. Pimple Popper. So when Cody comes home and hears about the family visit and she shows him the bracelet, Cody tells her about all the strings that are attached. And then they spent 5 minutes droning on back and forth about the meaning of the bracelet and its intended consequences, etc. This was fucking brutal. And then finally, the last thing that you see before the big event, you know, Brian, even though she couldn't go to the show, she still has these important duties as chief brandy officer of this company. And they actually showed her doing her makeup to get on her laptop in her house on camera on Skype and do 80s trivia night with her Heels group. Remember the Heels group that they plugged for about 3 weeks? A safe place for women wrestling fans until they figured out there are no women wrestling fans anymore.
$50 a year.
Huh?
$50 a year.
$50 a year. Usually it's $100 for an hour, but
Stop.
that's $50 a year. But
Jesus.
there are no female wrestling fans anymore, except for the ones that are drugged there begrudgingly by their boyfriends, because there's no men in the wrestling business anymore to attract those women. But anyway, while she's doing this important work, doing trivia on the internet on Skype with her Heels group,
80s trivia,
she starts having contractions and gets on the phone with, I guess was the doctor. And then suddenly, boom, they show the security footage of outside. We got to go to the hospital. It's dark outside. And then Cody's in the hospital. And then she suddenly had the baby. Oh, no, wait. Then they say she's going to have a cesarean section.
C-section,
which indicates cutting of things, from what I've heard.
Yes, it would.
And I don't want to know anymore. And thankfully, they didn't fill us in on any of that. And they have the baby. And that was like that entire thing. And you see the baby. The whole series has been talking about pregnancy and the baby shower and the families coming together and the blah, blah, blah. And the goddamn baby's born in like the last 90 seconds of this show. They spent 5 minutes talking about the baby bracelet, but the time from when they left the house and what we assume was a madcap rush to the hospital and a procedure of admittance.
They should have taken a bus.
However they got there. Maybe Adam Page picked him up on his brand new lawnmower. But however they got that, this whole procedure was not covered. And then Cody just commented, well, now we've had the baby. And then there's the baby. And the show's over. They have been building this. And suddenly, that would have been the great part. I Love Lucy, the highest rated television program or episode of I Love Lucy, which was one of the highest rated series of all time. And the highest rated episode of I Love Lucy was the night that little Ricky was born. And that remained, I believe it was the highest rated episode of television broadcast in America until either the last episode of The Fugitive when he caught the one-armed man or the moon landing. One or the other. And the best part of it is the fucking trip to the hospital. They didn't show their rehearsals. Can you see Cody and Brandi doing the rehearsal where they've got the suitcase by the door?
I can see them rehearsing.
The coats by the door, the suitcase by the door, the car keys on the Davenport or the chifforobe next to the door. The car pointed out and they go, okay. And then Brandi would say, the time has come. And then Cody would say, come here, Brandi. And they would walk slowly to the door. That's what they do in their rehearsal. That's what they do in the rehearsal. They pick up the bags and they get in the truck and they drive. But when it really happens, when she goes, the time has come, he's like, the time has come. And he grabs the bag, and he grabs the fucking coat, and he grabs the keys, and he runs and he gets to the car, and he pulls out of the driveway. The problem is he forgets Brandi, the pregnant woman, so he has to come back in and get her, and then he forgets all the other shit, and blah, blah, blah. And then we go to the hospital, and they can't find a place to park, and now she's squirted whatever that water is that breaks all over the goddamn
Are you booking this?
all over the carpeting. I guess I am, of his floor of his truck, and it's soaked, and there's all kinds of smegma or magma or whatever they call that stuff all over the carpeting now. He's got to fucking clean this truck, but now they get her on the gurney and they wheel her in, but somehow they run into another gurney coming down the hallway, and boom, and she tumbles over. Then they've got to fucking get somebody else to finally, right as they get her in the delivery room, the daggum kid pops out, and one of the orderlies just happens to be standing there and fair catches the kid in a goddamn bedpan. Now that's exciting television, ladies and gentlemen.
See, I would do it the other way. I would have it mad panic. And you remember, they still want to get him over as a babyface, right?
Yeah.
He drives the bus. He doesn't know how to drive a bus. He doesn't have a bus driver's license. He gets behind the wheel of the bus. Brandi's in the first seat. She's screaming. He's hitting cars. He's on the highway. He's going nuts. He pulls up. Now he's a babyface.
And when he pulls the Nightmare Express.
Born to be Wild. Come on, Born to be Wild's playing as he's driving down the street.
What about Magic Carpet Ride, maybe? I like to. And he pulls the bus into the parking lot of the hospital, and there's like 6 or 7 small sports cars and family SUVs stuck under the undercarriage, and out she comes on the thing. But there needed to be more excitement on the finish of this program. But anyway,
can I ask you a question though that I started thinking about during this? Look, Brock Anderson shows some potential.
Yes,
but he also, in my eyes, shouldn't have been on TV yet.
Yes.
He did the Cody match. He did the Malakai match and angle. I think that's really been it that we've seen on TV. We don't know what goes on in the YouTube universe. Anthony Agogo, we never had heard of him. All of a sudden, he was elevated to this match. He had this match, and we haven't seen him since. I think he had eye surgery. So he's not there. And you got to think if he was going to have eye surgery, unless it was an emergency thing, they knew in advance something was coming up. He would have to go to England to have surgery.
Well, but fleshing that out, even because he's blind in one eye from what I hear, and he's got an issue where he doesn't want to lose the sight in the other eye, and so that takes precedent over a lot of shit. But why wouldn't you do a piece on that on television to explain it? You don't have to fucking crusade for 6 months as, oh, poor Anthony every week and GoFundMe or whatever, but just let people know and maybe have some update on the procedure on one of your athletes. But go ahead.
Well, that ties into my question. Again, not to take anything away from both guys' future and both guys' potential, but they were both rushed into something on TV and then they were gone, or, not used much like Brock Anderson. Was that all for the reality show?
I don't know. It actually, it was a whole lot better part of the wrestling show than it was the reality show. I just think that they just used Brock too soon in the thing with Cody and Malakai Black. It fit because of Arn and because of the other of Cody's minions that were affected. That fit. But at the same time, they had debuted Brock in this particular match, that match with, QT and etc. That was rushing it. Because there's no way he should have had his debut match on national television, because a lot of people formed an opinion of him that might be hard to change later on. That's why OVW was valuable. That's why the territories were valuable. That's why small places where you could work 3 or 4 days a week at least, even 15 years ago, places like Burt Prentice would run that didn't get a lot of attention. Most people didn't know they were there. That's the best place for Brock Anderson. That's be the best place for 6 months or so for Rex Steiner, just so that they're not seen for the first time on national television. But no, I think it fit into that program, and the reality show was being done at the same time. But it's not fair to some of these guys. I mean, Rex Steiner obviously will recover from anything because he's the closest thing I've seen to, a bulletproof prospect. I don't care what kind of fucking goofy gimmick they give him or goofy name or whatever, just for him to have that magnetism and athletic ability and look and size and voice. At this point, he'll figure out how to work. His dad did. But Brock does not have all of those attributes. He's like Arn, the promo that Arn cut one time. I parlayed average talent, average ability, and average looks with, I think, however he said, above average determination into the spot I've got. Because Arn was a natural, but not in terms of a bodybuilder or a giant or and I saw, God, how old is Brock Anderson right now? Because I met Arn in 1983. I would assume he was in his mid-20s at that point.
He's 24.
Okay, I met Arn when Arn was the same age as Brock is now, and Arn, at that point, looked pretty much like the Arn Anderson everybody remembers from the Four Horsemen. Because not only was he physically that large, give or take a pound or two, but his work was pretty close to what it was because he'd had a year or two of being Marty Lundy and working Mid-South, the College of Wrestling Knowledge, and doing all those things and nobody ever fucking saw him. The first match that Arn Anderson had, which was some debacle in or near Rome, Georgia, and also involving Ted Allen, later to become Nightmare Ted Allen, later to become the Smoky Mountain ring truck guy, etc., etc. Good old Ted Allen. Arn, actually, he was going bald when he was in his early 20s. He wore a toupee in his first match in some indie show somewhere, and I think it either fell off or started flapping, and that was the end of that. But that's the problem, is Brock has had nowhere to go like that. When you've been able to, when your first year in the business, you go and work 7 nights a week for fucking Bill Watts and just sit in the locker room with the talent that he had then. That's better than going to wrestling school for 2 years. So it just, it's not fair to some of these guys now that they're just popping up on national TV, or that something they do in a barn somewhere because of the internet can be seen all over the world if people are interested. And that, that doesn't do anybody any favors either. We said a couple of weeks ago, and I'll finish this thought up, but we said a few weeks ago, and I can't remember how it came up, but there is no great undiscovered talent like a Tiger Mask in the wrestling business anymore, where you can see him for the first time ever and go, holy fucking shit. Because anybody worth anything can be seen by anybody from anywhere now because of the internet. So you can't be an undiscovered sensation anymore. Then before MJF, we came up on the Arn Anderson and Cody Rhodes at wrestling school segment, where Arn brings Cody to his wrestling school where everybody can tell him what a piece of shit he is, and Red Velvet can slap him in the face. And that's what the Lee Johnson and Brock Anderson and Red Velvet all lined up and basically said, fuck you, and she slapped him. And then they did drills with Cody, and Arn had him beat him up again, and then Red Velvet slapped him again. I don't know if I can see Dusty in this position.
No, because Dusty had instincts, and Cody's trying to be something he's not. And will the fans take this? Because this is obviously an attempt to keep him babyface. You have to shed your Hollywood. You have to shed the douchebagginess. If you got a divorce, maybe be a babyface. But you have to shed all these things and go back to being who you were. When? When was he ever that guy? I just think things have moved on.
Wait a minute. Did he ever know a guy named T.C. Lee that he was digging ditches next to that told him that he would one day be the American dream if he had $2 to rub together, or was he a privileged child of douchebaggery with the silver spoon firmly in his orifice?
I'm not quite sure there, Dream Machine, but I'll say this, that, they had Arn Anderson show up in Cody's backyard and burn his items, begging the question, where are the police?
Yeah.
And now there's this...
From the reality show, we know he lives in a decent neighborhood. I can't believe somebody didn't call the authorities when there was this mysterious, pudgy, bald man starting fires and burning items in his backyard.
His neighbors have to hate him, right? Like, oh, they're filming again. Now they're pretending that they're having fun at the pool. Now they're doing this. Now they're pretending they're doing this. But Arn burned his stuff in the backyard. Now there's this whole thing. I don't know why Red Velvet's so mad. Cody didn't really do anything bad to Red Velvet. He kind of elevated her. She's the one who got elevated the most, really, out of all of them.
I'll teach you to let me stand in for your wife and be in the same match as Shaquille O'Neal. Pow!
So I'm not... Again, and the thing is, just like Cody's reality show, the Bucks and Omega and everyone on top has nothing to do with any of this. It's like a whole separate universe, the Codyverse, the Cody Academy. And, and they're over there doing all this Cody stuff. And maybe if Lee Johnson meant more because he was used differently, people would care. Maybe if Brock had been used differently and meant more, people would care. I don't know. I think, if you put Cody against someone, if you put Cody against Dan Lambert, yeah, maybe they'll cheer Cody. But I think if you put Cody against anyone there who you think may be a heel or on the cusp, like a Miro or something, I don't think it's going to end well because Cody, there's nothing likable about the character that he is. Ever since he got that tattoo, that splotch on his neck was the shark that he jumped. And there's been no turning back since. And again, with that reality show, no signs of Omega and the Bucks. They knew to stay away from that, just like everyone there knows to stay away from Cody's stuff, because you get too close, you're not going to be happy with what you're doing.
Good God, what does that say when the three most insufferable twats in the company don't want to be on your program?
How insufferable are you?
Well, there you go. Pretty sufferable. All right. Next. Speaking of which, should we go to the series finale? Oh, I'm sorry, season finale. We can only hope that it's the series finale of Rhodes to the Rotten that aired right after this fiasco went off the air.
We can do that? Sure.
Because the way they timed this, he gets his revenge on Malakai Black for all the things that Malakai Black has done, and then they show the Rhodes to the Rotten segment, which featured him basically agreeing to lose to and helping put over Malakai Black in a fake match that they congratulated themselves after. So if it hadn't hurt Malakai Black's image to get beat flat in the middle of the ring on the wrestling program, it finished him off pretty much as a serious goddamn guy on the reality show program when they showed on camera this guy being so grateful to Cody for fucking letting him win.
I'll never forget it. What did he say? I'll never forget what your brother did for me. What did he do for you?
Well, we'll get there in a second. That was later in the program. But the show opened up with, again, my God, Brandi is training for a comeback. She's acting like she's had this great body of work to look back to, but can't leave her legacy like that. She has to have one more run. My God, has anybody ever figured out how long was she actually in the wrestling business? I mean, as a wrestler, she couldn't wrestle, so they made her a ring announcer.
I don't remember why, but I believe she started as a wrestler, a wrestling trainee. They made her a ring announcer. And then after Cody and her left WWE, she became a valet and did some wrestling. I don't know what the frequency of the wrestling was.
The point is, they're trying to act like she's Mildred Burke trying to make a comeback and get in the ring in her old shape or whatever. The baby's around now. I was hoping they would reveal that the baby's name was Damien and a new nanny would show up with a dog. That would have made this show interesting. But instead, we got Cody Rhodes giving QT Marshall and one of the Stooges a box with Brandi's placenta in it, explaining that she's going to eat it. Brian, you just had a child up there. Well, not you, but your family. Was there any boxing, transporting, or eating of placentas going on?
No, we don't do that kind of thing up here.
Who does?
Although I did get to use my one joke with the doctor, I'll never get to use it again. Which is whenever they turn to you and say, "Dad, would you like to cut the umbilical cord?" "Yes, with my teeth." And every time it brings down the room. You're not a doctor.
So after we finished with the discussion of the placenta, this show at a long period of time had just Cody and Brandi sitting on a couch making small talk, and their small talk is interminable. And these things that they're talking about are not interesting. Even if they were happening to me, I wouldn't be interested. Cody showed up backstage at one of the AEW events, and this got a lot of play because some of the comments that you have made and the fact that you've said you want to see if Twinkle Toes or the Hardley Boys or any of their cohorts or ensemble shows up in this program. And as Cody is talking to the referees backstage, Pieface is standing in the background and his face is blurred out. So one of the Hardley Boys would not allow himself to be seen on this program, even in background, which may be the first example of good judgment either one of those two cretins has ever used. Now that settles the mystery that we had going on.
There are several people who did not want to have anything to do with that reality show. That was forced upon everyone backstage. And when I brought up the Omega and the Bucks, I kind of knew what the answer was already, but now everyone got to see it with the blurred face.
Of course, he didn't look that much different than he normally looks with his face blurred.
It hid nothing. I mean, it was completely obvious who it was.
The idea. Yeah. You still got the idea. It's just maybe his face wasn't blurred. Maybe it's just his face. So Cody's showing his baby pictures to everybody and hugging everybody, and MJF at least made one 7-second cameo. He said, "Hey, congratulations." "No, just kidding. Go fuck yourself. Nobody cares," and left. So that was all right. And then suddenly they jumped to 5 weeks later. That's what it said on screen, 5 weeks later. And Brandi is training again. She's lost 35 pounds. That's what she says. 10 pounds of that was the baby, right? And then how much did the water that broke that we heard about, how much did that weigh? If you're carrying a fucking belly full of water around, once that breaks, you're down 5 to 7 pounds there. And then the placenta, that looked like a big box. After she flushed all that shit out her birth canal, she probably only had to lose about 6-7 pounds.
They really lost a great opportunity with the QT Cody feud where QT could have said, "And guess what, Cody? I ate the placenta." You trusted me, you fool.
I ate the placenta. Anyway, so then Cody asked Brandi about her ideas for her return. And obviously this is a work because she couldn't have said this with a straight face, but I'm just thinking that maybe they're trolling the audience because she's saying, "Well, what about a choir singing and I'm coming down in an elevator?" And then Cody says, "Why don't you start at the bottom?" And Brandi thinks she ought to be a heel and Cody thinks she ought to be a babyface. And each one of them says the fans would want that. I got news for them. The fans don't want either. They don't want either. So then they get into the Malakai Black and Cody Rhodes brawl and rivalry and etc. And Cody's admitting that he got booed in Charlotte, his hometown, and he's asking why he's getting booed. I wrote down real quickly his wife, his tattoos, his game show, probably his reality show. all those things may be contributory. And then Cody and Brandi do a bit about how tired he is. And again, it's not even like they manufactured some interesting shit for a fake reality show. This is not interesting. But then they go to Brandi again in the ring at QT's school, and she has to describe to him how they cut her open and pulled the baby out and all this other gross shit. So I'm trying to think, are they trying to make it gross to get men to watch it? Because men don't want this frilly fucking fluffy baby shower bullshit. So they're trying to make it grisly so men will watch it. But what men want to hear that a woman was sliced open and had a baby pulled out of her? What men, women, or children? What dogs, cats, ferrets? Who wants to hear that, Brian?
I don't know who the target audience for this show is, quite frankly. I think the target audience is Cody and Brandi Rhodes.
Cody and Brandi. And, you know, what I'm looking at in the ring while she's working out with QT, she's a beginner's class wrestling school level performer here. All admiration to her. She just had a baby, but she kept talking about that she thinks she should be a heel because she's enumerating all the ways that she's gotten this immense heat in the past. That she believes the entire reason she's had all this immense heat is because people were screaming, "We don't like you and want you to not be on the show." But she's confusing it with. So then they actually showed Cody and Malakai Black going over their shit in the back, talking it over, what they're going to do. Both these guys should be ashamed of themselves. I've mentioned before, Tony Khan is either an idiot for either not getting the final edit over this show or letting it go, letting this particular stuff go on the show, but I blame Cody the most. I knew Dusty Rhodes in 1986, and I'm sorry. I have to think that if someone had said, "Dusty, we're going to put you on TV, but we want to shoot you talking your match with Flair over beforehand and then hugging each other and shaking hands and congratulating each other after you come back about how great it was," I don't think Dusty Rhodes would have done that. That's just my opinion. And I'm ashamed of his offspring for doing it. As well as I'm ashamed of him for talking about the character of Cody Rhodes and how this fake fucking match that they just obviously showed everybody was fake is so important to his future. And then Malakai Black beats Cody 1, 2, 3. And then there is not only Cody, but Arn Anderson and Dustin Rhodes ready to congratulate and hug and French kiss Malakai Black after the thing's over for laying Cody out. Oh, thank you for sodomizing and attacking and paralyzing my brother. That was great. Oh, I forgot. Cody had teased his retirement in the ring earlier and then come back and hug the guy who kicked his ass in their, obviously we now know, fake fight. And then Tony Khan comes out and verbally fillets Cody Rhodes. And they actually say, well, now the plan's for me to come back in New York City. So they've already told the people that they had their plan at that point, and this is all planned. It's all scripted. But he's still trying to, he might quit after that, according to what he's telling Tony Khan, because he's tired. So he might leave after that for a while. Because he's so tired. I'm tired, Brian. Tired of being alone. Tired. And then Cody and Brandi talked about how tired he was. And Brandi actually said, "You've been burning at both ends for years." Well, some goddamn penicillin could have put a stop to that long ago. That was a quote. "You've been burning at both ends for years." Wonder where he caught it from.
Is that why his hair turned white?
Possibly. After he spent the night in in Brandi's house, I guess. His hair turned white. And he says he'll never turn heel, blah, blah, blah. I wrote, I hate all these people. And then 2 months later, they actually said that on screen. Now they're at Arthur Ashe Stadium, where he had told people the plan was for him to return. And guess what he did? He returned. And Brandi was back too. So she gets the triumphant walk. She was there for the reality show. Remember when we said, why the fuck is she there? Why would you bring your wife down to the ring and give her a spot to do where she flips off Malakai Black when he's laid waste to all your friends and your coach and you and everybody else, so they could get a fucking spot with Brandi for their reality show? And Brandi said, when you hear that noise, that means I didn't get forgotten. No, you weren't forgotten. Well, we tried, but we couldn't. You wouldn't let us. She thinks the cheers were for her and the groans were for somebody else, apparently. Because she got to walk down to in New York with Arn Anderson and Cody Rhodes. She's walked, so they're getting cheers, so it's for her. She's convinced that she is over, legitimately. And they showed Malakai Black winning this because that was a couple months ago. But Cody has said he doesn't have all the answers on the character of Cody Rhodes. If I could make it a thing where I could put a collar, like they have the dog collars that give them a shock, and I think this is very inhumane. I'd never do this, but the dog collar, it gives them a shock when they pass over the invisible fence to keep them in the yard.
Yeah, we have a neighbor over here who has one of those, yeah.
Yeah, well, he can go fuck himself, too, because I advise you to put a fucking fence up if you don't want your dog to get out, motherfucker, instead of giving him electric shock therapy like some goddamn mental patient in the 50s. But anyway, I would like to take one of those collars, and I'd like to put it on every wrestler in the business. And every time that one of them referred to what their character would do, I would like to put 7 million volts into that motherfucker's cranium. And maybe after the first time or three, they'd learn. That was the end of that show, I hope. Certainly to God, that cannot be brought back.
I certainly hope they do. I enjoy the tone-deaf family displaying their tone deafness on TV. I enjoy it. So we can laugh about it here on the show. But other than that, I don't know why anyone would watch this.
The main event was the long-awaited return grudge match between Cody Rhodes and Malakai Black. And I mean, we've said that Malakai Black is one of the guys that he's interesting. He's spooky. He's a grown man. His shit looks good. He's greenish in spots, and he had the mind games thing he was playing for a while there made it odd. But this is a guy's been getting over, and every time that he and Cody come anywhere near each other, the people are cheering Malakai Black like he, just saved a baby from a burning building, and they're booing Cody out of the place, right? And it was the same during this match. But there were parts of this match that were very good, and parts of this match, I don't know what the fuck was going on. And I think it comes from, Cody can work. And Malakai Black can work pretty. He's got a different style, but they don't do too bad when they're working with each other. But they have to use so many smoke and mirrors and just it's overbooked in some cases. There was no Brandi here. That was a positive. Arn Anderson was ringside, but they started out hot. Cody started going for the figure four. For what I didn't know, they'd had a issue over the figure four, but he kept going for it a bunch. But it was quick-paced wrestling with just the heel being cheered and the babyface being booed. But then for their break spot, they did a deal where Malakai Black just goes out and pulls a chair out from under the ring and slides it in the ring, but Cody grabs it, and here comes Lee Johnson and Brock Anderson to the ring. So their break spot is, well, what's going to happen here? But the babyface has a chair and 3 seconds at ringside, and the heel's out there all by himself, barehanded. So there's our breaks. Usually when you go to a break spot, shouldn't the baby face be in jeopardy? Oh my God, what's going to happen? But in this case, like, well, Malakai Black's going to get that shit kicked out of him by all these motherfuckers. Don't go away. Was that kind of the vibe you got?
Yeah, look, every Cody match is like a wrestling blender. It's a bunch of things that worked 30 years ago. You put them in a blender, and whatever order they come out in, just do it.
Well, anyway, apparently during the break, Cody Rhodes gave Malakai Black a crossroads off the apron through a table onto the floor.
During the break.
During the break. But at least they showed it when they came back. Well, during the break, here's what happened. And Cody took the worst of the bump. He gave the guy his move, which involves him flying off the apron of the ring and crashing back first through a table. And they didn't take the I don't know what you call it, but there is on some of these tables, there's a band around the table. It's sometimes they're plastic, sometimes they're some type of aluminum or metal or whatever, but there's a band around the edge of the table. And when they break, that thing just pops up. Well, Cody went through the table and the fucking band came right over the top of his face. And that, anyway, Cody took the worst of the bump in giving the other guy his finish off the apron of the ring, but that gave Malakai Black an excuse to get a little color. But then he shoved Cody into the post and he got color. And both of them sold laying around on the floor forever. So we started hot and at a quick pace. We slowed things down when we went to the break. Coming back from the break, we'd seen during the break, we had a big table bump. And now they're just kind of laying around bleeding. And suddenly, here comes Andrade, down the aisleway. Help me try to remember, because there's so much of this. Why is Andrade and his assistant mad at Cody?
Well, if you remember, you didn't watch the last match on Rampage was Pac, as he's otherwise known, versus Andrade.
Yeah.
And Malakai came out, leading to Cody coming out through the crowd. From everything I know, that was the introduction of all these characters into this feud.
But wait a minute. Why did Malakai come out with Andrade versus Pac? Whose side was Malakai on?
At first, they teased you didn't know, and then he was on Andrade's side. It was all a plot from Andrade, his former WWE cohort, to attack Pac, who, I don't know if he was one of their cohorts. He may have left before they got there.
Oh, boy. So anyway, Andrade comes down the aisle, but his assistant is in the ring and and Arn's standing in the ring, because now that since the guys in the match are laying on the floor bleeding, so Arn Anderson is in the ring. But then Andrade comes down the aisle, but then Andrade's assistant is in the ring and tries to hit Arn with the laptop, but Arn spine busters him and pops up to his feet, and Malakai Black is in the ring and blows the mist in Arn's face. But for one thing, he missed Arn's eyes, and he got the top of Arn's head, so it looked like Arn had a hairdo from Earl Scheib.
Yeah, it wasn't his face at all.
There was no black anywhere around his eyes. But the referee is standing there on the floor watching everything that's going on. Was this a no disqualification match? Was this a street fight? Was that what? They're just people that have come in. Nobody in the match is in the ring. Everybody that's in the ring doing shit is not even involved in the match. And then the mist misses. The mist missed. And then Pac attacks Andrade and fights him off. They fight off, Brian. And then Cody and Malakai Black get back in the ring and they start having the match again. And then Malakai Black hit a very pretty moonsault body block. He ran to the ropes, jumped up on the second rope, did the moonsault. Cody standing on his feet, and Malakai Black took him right out of his boots and bam, and planted him right flat on the ring. And then Malakai Black pops up to his feet, and so does Cody Rhodes. After he just got planted with that moonsault body block, he popped right up and grabbed Malakai Black into Crossroads and hit that and got a 2 count. Okay. So we're just trading shit now without bothering to register the effects of it. And they continue having their match again after all this shit just happened in the middle. Now Cody Rhodes is kicking the shit out of Malakai Black and the fans are booing him. But suddenly Malakai Black comes off the top with a great double foot stomp. Holy shit, made Balor's look bad because this guy's fucking a lot heavier and he got higher.
That was the best foot stomp I've ever seen.
Yeah, and it looked safe too. Not that I want to be laying there to find out, but it was very well done. And then he hit a German suplex, got a 2 count. And then Malakai Black hits his spin kick, that kick that he's been knocking everybody out with, right? He's knocked them all. Their knees freeze and their liver quiver when he hits that kick. And Cody takes it and falls into the ropes, kind of over the middle rope, so he can't be pinned, right? Which was good. The guy just hit his finish, but Cody's in the ropes. But then suddenly, when the referee backed Malakai Black up or whatever, Cody stood up and ran across the ring toward Malakai Black right after taking that kick. And Black backdrops him over the top, but Cody lands on his feet on the floor, so Black climbs up to the top rope and does a moonsault off the top rope to the floor, but Cody has slid into the ring. Black wouldn't have hit Cody. Cody slid in the ring before Black even took off, but Black lands on his feet, and then Cody hits a dive through the ropes, throws him back in the ring, and hits the Cody Cutter off the ropes, plus a Crossroads, plus a double arm pile driver, and then pinned him 1, 2, 3. So thanks for coming, Malakai Black. Remember what I talked about? Where was Malakai Black's out? Where was his bitch? Malakai Black hits his finish that's knocked everybody else goofy, and Cody sells it for 10 seconds, and then he's running again. They do this crazy sequence where they're just flipping and landing, and then Cody just hits basically 1, 2, 3, 4 big moves in a row and pins him flat in the middle. There is no question that Cody Rhodes beat Malakai Black. He just beat him. And the kids these days think that somehow made Malakai Black strong, because they'll say, well, look, it took a dive, and it took a Cody Cutter, and it took a Crossroads, and it took a double arm pile driver for you to beat him. So it made him look strong. No. It made it look like you took a fucking hammer and beat him into powder right in the middle of the ring with move after move, and then beat him, and then wiped your feet on him on the way out. When the babyface gets a Hail Mary move that stuns the fucking heel for the requisite 3 seconds to get a pin, that's great. When the babyface hits 4 uncontested finishes on a motherfucker and pins him, that guy just got beat. And then, after that, Arn was up talking to Cody. He had a towel. He was dabbing his eye like he was crying. He was overcome with emotion. And he's up talking to Cody and toweling his face off. And then you could see more that the mist missed his face because there was no black around his eyes. But we just gave Malakai Black 4 big moves and pinned him flat in the middle after taking his finish kick, and his fucking mist didn't even incapacitate a 60-year-old retired wrestler past having to towel his face off. I'm not scared of this guy anymore. Your thoughts?
Wow, where to begin? I was impressed with Malakai Black in the match. I thought he looked great. I thought the moonsault body press looked great. The kicks looked great. The German suplex looked great. The Mist, he's either got to drop it or learn how to get someone near their face.
Yeah.
He's getting everyone on top of their head, unless it's sponsored by Keeps. I don't know how this is going to really help anyone. The problem is the finish was wrong. Whatever you want to say about the style, look, every Cody match is overbooked. Even the ones you love, there's way too much shit at ringside, way too much smoke and mirrors, because Cody can't just go in the ring and work a match. He can't do it. He has a block. He's a mental block. He can't do it. But the rejection of Cody by the AEW fans was a long time coming, and some of us saw it well before it came.
You called it.
And we'll talk about Roads to the Top in a little bit, but the idea that, especially with the reaction there, because Miami, you didn't see Rampage, it was taped, Cody got a pretty nice pop. I heard from people in the building that night, wow, the fans here cheered for Cody. And I said, no, it's Miami. They would have cheered for anything that night. I saw that show. The only thing they were going to boo was Dan Lambert. They were going to cheer everything else. And I was right, because Cody got booed out of Orlando brutally. Thank God Brandi wasn't there. It would have been really bad then. But what do you do now with Cody? Because they've tried to do this reclamation project. The fans aren't taking to him. It's either public posturing, where he's saying publicly that he doesn't want to turn heel, beyond the reality show and other interviews, that he can never do that. He can never turn his back on the fans, which, I mean, give me a break.
Well,
it's either that or there's a major tone-deaf problem right now where Cody is trying to force himself down everyone's throat, a la Jeff Jarrett, a la Triple H at their worst, in a way that no one wants him to be right now. And unless you embrace it, I think it works if you fully embrace it. Heel Cody, break the stipulation, give him the world title. Brandi gets to be the heel that she wants to be. If you keep Arn around, Arn's more effective as a fucking heel than just a friendly old coach. It all makes sense, but if they're fighting it and it looks like they're having a real difficult time accepting the reality, there's a problem, and this finish was a problem.
Well, and honestly, it would be brilliant if his constant statements everywhere about I'm not going to turn heel are the beginning of his heel turn. Of course, I don't like somebody coming out and saying, well, I'm not going to turn heel, because then that obviously says, oh, I do fake shit. And I just, it's not really me. It's just how I decide to act. Do I want people to like me or not? So it's more fake wrestling bullshit when you say, I don't want to turn heel. But if his heel turn begins by him saying, I'm not going to turn heel, and then he just claims I haven't turned heel, you people have, or something like that, it might be interesting. But yes, Malakai Black has beaten him, twice now?
Yeah.
So yes, you can't beat the babyface all the time, and the babyface does need to get some rebuttal or whatever, but this is beginning to be a pattern, as we've talked about it. Somebody comes in, Cody puts him over strong, gets wiped out, carried out, goes off and shoots a reality show or a game show, and comes back and gets even. And this time he got beat twice and then came back and got even. But I don't know if it was time for Malakai Black to have gotten even with, or to get even with Malakai Black at this point. He's still new, and they know what they've got with Cody. And part of the reason I think he's got the heat is because he keeps leaving and going to do other TV shows. Because, I mean, the wrestling fans 30 years ago and the wrestling fans today maybe only have one thing in common, and that's that they don't like the wrestlers that they think don't want to be in the wrestling business and are trying to do other shit. That's, and
it's bigger than that with Cody.
Well, it's bigger than that with Cody, but I'm saying that's the only thing that the two sets of fans from years ago and now maybe have in common, is that they all would have felt that way at any point in time. Here came Cody Rhodes, and the fans in Boston were booing the shit out of him. And he said, I hear you. I hear you. And then he also said, I hear old managers shouting at clouds. Brian, you've known me now for over 25 years. Have you ever heard me yell at a cloud?
I have not witnessed that in person, no.
No. Because I'm not mad at the clouds. because the clouds are where they're supposed to be, doing what they're supposed to do. So I'm not mad at them. I'm yelling at the wrestlers because the wrestlers in AEW are not where they're supposed to be, and they're not doing what they're supposed to do. So that's why I yell at them. I don't know whether Cody really took offense with the things that I said or whether he got that line in to placate Brandi. I'm sure.
You know he workshopped that line. You just know he tried different variations of it. I'm not talking about those 80s managers with glasses and tennis. Nah, that won't work. You know he workshopped it and talked to Arn and talked to Tony and talked to everyone he could until he finally felt like he had something that worked.
I think Brandi said, hey, knock Cornette, because he said mean things about me. But anyway, the point is, this promo, he spent the entire promo, he's not going to take the easy way out. What he was doing here was trying to somehow tell the fans that he knows they're booing him, and he's going to address the root reasons why, and he's trying to talk him out of it by kind of knocking himself and saying that his brother's more talented and he couldn't live up to his dad and blah, blah, blah. I wrote, he's talking in circles. You wouldn't, unless you live your life studying every bit of backstage news about AEW and why the fans are booing Cody and what all is going on, you would have had no idea what he was talking about. It was another artistic rendition of a promo. It was I said to you before we went on the air, I said the head of the nail could have had nitroglycerin on it and he would have been safe because he beat all around it, but he never hit the nail on the head. And then finally he said, I will not turn. So now he's talking on the wrestling program to the fans using smart terminology, saying that he will not be a phony bad guy. So by extension of this, that means he's now a phony good guy. I won't turn and play another part. So I'll just play the part that I'm playing now. He apologized to everybody for going Hollywood. And he apologized to a bunch and shook Arn's hand and blah, blah, blah. But this is all about telling everybody I'm a fake wrestler playing a part. The reality show. The I will not turn. The whole 9 yards is not only just exposing the fourth wall, but it's bulldozing it down and just talking smart to everybody. And if that's phony, everything else is phony too. And I'm just gobsmacked that, you know what, I'm not going to take the easy way out. Are you fucking ribbon? It's not easy being a heel. Healing ain't easy. But when the people hate your guts and they're booing you, why the fuck would you not want to do that? We switch Roman Reigns for 5 years before they did. Now look at him, right? So why would you not want to be? He could draw money as a heel because the people are predisposed not to like him, just like you said. Him and his social climbing wife, if they backstabbed Arn Anderson and carried him out on a stretcher and then got into something with CM Punk, that would draw pay-per-view money. They might actually have a heel that has legitimate heat instead of one that's cheered out of the building for beating up one of their top baby faces. What did you think of this interview, Mr. Last?
It was preposterous. I mean, again, you know this is a guy that rehearses everything he says, overthinks everything he says. So you know this was a line, the one about you, and this whole thing that was rehearsed and thought about. I'm sure he's been trying to come up with a way to justify. I get it. I like that. The commiserating, Cody. I get why you hate me. Because I went Hollywood. You didn't go Hollywood. You went to fucking Atlanta. You didn't go Hollywood. You were yourself, and it was captured on film. That's where you went.
And I think everyone has seen everyone else's commitment. You could say what you want about the Bucks and Omega, and we all certainly have problems with them. They're committed to AEW. They're there. They're committed to being what they tried to be in Ring of Honor and New Japan and everything else. Cody comes across to fans and, quite frankly, to wrestlers in that locker room as someone who looks at wrestling as a means to an end. Someone who, his heart was never in wrestling. I don't care what he says in any of these promos. He wanted to be an actor. He wanted to be a celebrity. And it's more about that. And now he's going to come back, and if they truly do this, where they force him to stay a babyface while he's being booed everywhere, which is interesting considering he's the guy who said that we're not going to go with those boring old tropes like heels and babyfaces, then what do you have? Then what is Cody's true value there? Because quite frankly, right now in AEW, if you took Cody and Brandi out of the picture, they don't lose any viewers. They don't lose any fans. Nothing. This benefits Cody more than them.
You know why? Because if you're not a babyface and you're not a heel, you know what you are? You're bleh. You're nothing. If people do not have a strong like or a strong dislike for you, one or the other, then you are useless in the wrestling business. That's why there are baby faces and heels. And that's why, try as they want, all these gloriosity fucking seeking social climbers who think that we've moved past baby faces and heels. No, we haven't. And we never will. The human race will never move past baby faces and heels. Because you want to see an asshole get the shit kicked out of him, and you want to see somebody you like do the kicking of the shit. And that's it.
And as far as he won't turn and he's not going to do this and that, you got to remember, the Young Bucks Omega fans, who were the original base of AEW, supported Cody because he aligned himself with them. And without that, they wouldn't have. And now there's no reason to cheer Cody. He's a babyface without any reason to be likable because he doesn't come across as likable. You like Arn? You don't like Cody. And now he's going to refuse to be a heel. It's very similar. I mean, he has a lot of traits of his dad. I hate to say it, his worst traits.
Yeah.
A lot of Dusty's worst traits you see in Cody. And he's going to keep being booed. And they took all the... It seemed like by the end of this, the focus was on Pac, which I was okay with.
Well, after the interview was over with, or at least Cody's portion of the interview, suddenly here comes Andre Olio. And he's coming down the aisle. And he mumbled his way to the ring with the microphone. Have you noticed he sounds like Hans Conried in a 60s TV sitcom?
I haven't noticed.
Just and he's got the assistant with him who never does anything or says anything. And now his assistant is still carrying the laptop, but is wearing a neck brace because he got dropped on his head last week. So all of the stooges and assistants are just there for pure comedy. And Andre gets in the ring and tells Cody he's going to make him his, I swear to God, little beach. And as soon as he said little beach, or Lido Beach, again with a blackout, the lights go off again. And the lights come back on, and Malakai Black is in the ring, and he mists Cody, and he misses Cody. He misses with the mist. The mist missed. Again, it's black mist. You can see it on the guy's face. And you can see when it's not on the guy's face. And you can see Cody at the end of he knew at the end of this segment, he's trying to sell his face, but he could see that there was no mist on his face. And the heels start working over Cody and Arn, and here comes Pac and saves them and clears the ring or whatever. But now do we have Pac and Cody against Malakai Black and Andre Olio? That'll be a real rip snorter.
It seems like that, and I thought Pac was great here. That shot of him at the end, just giving the middle finger. He has the best facial expressions. He looks like a little bastard. He is fantastic.
He's ripped. I don't know why he tries to come off the top rope as much as with a physique like that. His work seems good. The only flaw in his game is every time he goes to the top rope and tries to do one of those quadruple flipping things off the top, he's up there forever trying to get his balance. But as far as his physique, his facials, he's got the accent. He does a pretty good promo. He looks like a badass. If he didn't try to constantly do flips and flying shit, you could buy this guy as a real ass kicker. And I don't like the way he's been booked, but that's a blanket statement that you could make about this entire company and everybody in it. But it again, he was a babyface. He was a heel. I know the pandemic and he's foreign, so he was here and he was gone. But even when he was around regularly, since they've started using him, you couldn't keep track. 1 week he's wrestling a heel, 1 week he's wrestling a babyface, or vice versa. It's impossible to determine. He was part of a group called Death Triangle, who then became babyfaces. So my guy, in the Bermuda Triangle has replaced Walt Disney World as a fun vacation family spot. But yeah, there's talent. There's talent in a lot of these guys underneath there somewhere.
Hey, if I could say just a couple more things about the Cody promo.
I wish you would.
Because I saw a couple people compare it to Cena. How, Cena would get booed even though he was the babyface. It's not a fair comparison because Cena was a fucking star.
Yeah.
Much bigger than Cody. And he meant much more to that company than Cody means to AEW. Cody risks being Jeff Jarrett in TNA to every wrestling fan who wasn't in Nashville in that building. Where he may not be the world champion or pushes the world champion, but he's being pushed and used in a way that fans don't accept. So the next few months will be very, very interesting to see how this all plays out. And as far as, managers who yell at clouds, if we're measuring things based on clouds, then I'd like to know how many clouds you're yelling at, because more people will listen to this than watch your stupid reality show, buddy. So suck on that.
I didn't want to be the one to mention the disparity in some of those numbers, but anyway.
Just some guy yelling at clouds like no one's listening. More people will hear this right here than watched any episode of your show, Cody. Just remember that.
I will say one, and you say Jeff Jarrett and TNA. Again, I have got to just take issue with a lot of people say, well, why was Jeff pushing himself? Because he was just,
I know why he was.
Well, especially in the early days of TNA. And honestly, through the time that they picked up Kurt Angle and a few of those acquisitions, Jeff Jarrett was the best worker in the company. The best in-ring worker. He knew he wasn't going to hold himself up. He knew he wasn't going to walk out on himself. He knew he wasn't going to refuse to do jobs to other people to himself. He was the best in-ring worker and the most experienced, and he had a name from national television. So yes, he's going to push himself over, especially some of the early TNA names. But then when Sting and Kurt Angle and et cetera, came in, then you saw him back up and work with, to this day, the best TNA match that I ever saw was Jeff Jarrett versus Kurt Angle, and I believe, oh, God damn it, it was a location pay-per-view, and I never can remember. Was it the one we did in Charlotte? I think it was. It wasn't Atlanta, it was Charlotte. Samoa Joe and Angle was the best drawing pay-per-view they ever did, and it also was a very memorable match, but the best just regular pro wrestling match that I ever saw in TNA was Jeff Jarrett and Kurt Angle. And so, yeah, he pushed himself, but there's reasons for that in a company of that size. With Dusty and Crockett in the 80s, it was a little more egregious. The talent was so deep, and there were so many. And he'd already had his run, and it could have been curtailed a little bit sooner. But, Jeff, I don't blame him for what he did in TNA. Anyway.
Well, I will, but
you can. Yeah. And that way we've got it all covered.
That's right. This one was sent on Twitter using the hashtag #CornyDriveThru from Candle My Handle. Hi, Jim. Do you think Cody's refusal to go heel is because he wants to be the friendly face of the company and continue to do all the publicity for AEW and do quote-unquote real TV shows like The Game Show and reality TV, and being a dastardly heel doesn't lend itself to that?
Honestly, I don't know why he would, because I mean, it's not like that anybody else in that company or on that program besides MJF attempts to protect their wrestling persona in real life and out in the regular world. And Punk does, just because Punk is Punk. He doesn't have any. That's the brilliance about being a real person. You don't have any gimmick to protect necessarily. But so Cody could be a heel and still be on these television programs. It wouldn't be great. It wouldn't be optimal for a heel to be the jocular co-host or co-judge of a game show, or be a reality program or whatever. But it's not like any of these other guys, as I mentioned, bother to uphold their own various gimmicks. So I don't know why that would be the thing that would be. And also with other heels, you would be struggling to get the people to boo them anyway. And then they'd be over on the reality TV show contributing to charity, or on the game show giving mouth to mouth to a starving child or something. I don't fucking know, right? But in this case, there's no struggle to get the people to boo this guy because they're booing him out of the building. In a company where almost nobody gets booed except for MJF, and they're working with him for the most part. They're not working with Cody. They just don't like him. They want to boo him. So I don't know why that he's resistant to switching heel. Dusty was a heel early in his career, and he got, actually that was how he got over. He was whatever level name Dusty Rhodes was in pro wrestling between 1969 and 1974, it was as a heel, whether the Outlaws, he and Murdoch working in Detroit, or, in the AWA, Chicago, or his run in Florida before they switched him babyface. That's how he got over, was as a heel. And then the famous angle, they switched him babyface, and he never switched back because he never really should have. Some people have said, he should have switched heel instead of the Road Warriors, and when Turner Broadcasting bought Crockett in 88. No, and at that point, the smart fans didn't like Dusty, but the Main Street America, Dusty Rhodes was still a magic name. So no, he never should have switched heel. But Cody, and that's that Dusty was getting booed in the TBS studio amongst especially the guys that got tired of him and became Horseman fans, and it's 100 people, and there are a lot of the same people every week. But in the buildings, no. Dusty was getting overwhelming cheers, and Cody is the opposite. So I don't know why he would not want to switch heel, because then like they've done with Roman Reigns, get it out of their system. They want to boo you, so let them. And then at some point, something may happen, conditions may change to where, here's the perfect way to switch me back. And then they'll like it. But I'm answerless as to why you would just say, I don't want to be a heel. Sting did that in TNA when old shit stain somehow booked Sting in the main event heel group, the main event Mafia. It was literally the main event heel group called the main event Mafia. And Sting was in it, but shit stain convinced him that he wasn't a heel. He's just in the heel group with all the other heels. But he wasn't a heel. And then it was almost impossible to set up the matches. As an agent, I would be given, Sting versus this babyface. Well, Sting won't cheat. And he legitimately believed he was a babyface while in the heel group. He bought Russo's. One time I asked him, I said, explain this to me. He said, well, ask Vince. Oh, God damn it. So he wouldn't cheat because he didn't want to be a heel. And then he had to beat the other babyfaces clean. And they're sitting there going, what the fuck? You're going to beat me clean? Because this was back when business was actually done properly. So it was a clusterfuck. But I'm amazed at somebody who's being booed out of the buildings, but yet doesn't want to turn heel. At least go with the flow, justify your fucking response, and see how much more heat you can get from them. If you've done this without trying, maybe Cody can be the person to start getting fans to come back over the rail and actually get emotionally invested and want to pop the fucking heel. To bring their fucking pocket knife out, whatever. Maybe he's the guy. He's done everything he possibly can to fucking suck up to him to this point, and they can't stand the sight of him. If he applied himself to really pissing them off, I bet you he could start a riot.
And he would have a good time doing it, I think. And that's the same thing I would say about if Dusty turned heel, and you and I will disagree somewhat. And again, you were there, you heard the crowds. But I think those fans were ready to cheer for Ric Flair, which is one of the things that led into 89. I think Dusty turning heel and Flair going babyface. Next thing you know, you got Dusty with the Horsemen. That would have been great. I think Dusty turning and Flair turning at the same time would have made it work.
Well,
they were ready to cheer Flair, and I know Flair was reluctant to turn.
If Crockett had not sold the company, there's maybe an ounce of a chance that might have happened. Dusty was not getting booed in the buildings by the rank and file fans when you went to the arenas and they bought a ticket and there was thousands of people there. It was ringsiders in Greensboro and, you know, people in the newsletters that existed at the time and the TBS studio. And I said, but it still wasn't mainstream fans booing Dusty Rhodes. However, if they'd have switched Flair, and, you know, then that would have opened up a spot on the other side. It could have been done. They probably would have had fun doing it, but not since Crockett had sold. Dusty was not going to switch himself heel while he thought he still had the booking job. Because
when do you think Dusty knew he was done? Because they're interviewing everyone. Of course, that's how Tully gets in trouble. We know part of the Crockett family wasn't very happy with Dusty. He does the Road Warrior angle, which is in some sense defiance.
It was the Road Warrior angle. It wasn't, you know, he had, as Booker, his job had been to get business back up for Crockett and be as strong as they could coming into the fall for the sale and also for his position. Because early 1988 Crockett Promotions was not, first quarter was horrible business. But then with the Great American Bashes that summer, he loaded them up, dropped the cow, hot-shotted, but they came back and everything drew pretty much, for example, we mentioned that not only Richmond drew well for the Bash, but then drew well the September show afterwards. We did 12 or 13,000 people with the Midnight and Tully and Arn angle and the Flair and Luger rematches. So the people came back for the Bash and September was strong. And then the sale took effect. Was it October 31st or November 1st? One or the other.
I remember October, so that was what I was going to say.
I think it was October 31st the sale took effect. But anyway, he wanted the business to be as strong, not only so that, you know, Turner wanted the company, but also so they wanted to keep him as booker. And I think he was convinced that things were going to fucking drop, especially when he saw some of the decisions that were, because let's face it, as soon as we saw some of the decisions they were making with the scheduling and the towns and the touring and the just all the changes they were starting to make, we'd, oh boy, this is going to be strange here. So he was probably doing something that he thought would be the hottest thing that he could do in turning the Road Warriors heel and then doing a heavy heat angle on TV. And I bled more in the angle with the original Midnight. It wasn't the blood. It was the eye gouging and the warning that they had given him and the fact that they didn't understand wrestling. And they thought, well, he's our booker, our matchmaker, our guy, and he's doing this stuff. And probably after some of the interviews, they didn't need, you know, too much convincing. They thought, well, we'll see what happens. And they thought it was easy to make a change. We'll just get another booker. And we say, oh, that worked out. They never recovered from that.
Well, to be fair, if they had hired maybe, I don't know, the right person.
Well, no, I'm not saying if it had been the right person, but it wasn't that easy. It wasn't as easy as they thought. We'll just fire Dusty Rhodes and without even another booker coming in.
We'll make Jim Crockett Jr. the booker.
Yeah, we'll let Jim Crockett be the booker for a month. Then we'll fucking hire George Scott because Larry Matysik won't do it. And George Scott's an imbecile, so he'll last for 2 or 3 months, and then we'll have a committee. And so by that, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, no, I don't think that he saw that as suicide. I think I'm going to shoot this. It's going to be good, baby, and it's going to get a lot of stir, and, it's because I'm the dream. But the people didn't want to boo the Road Warriors because not only we got the Midnight Express got more out of the double turn match than the Road Warriors did because the people had kind of been wanting to cheer us since we got involved with the Horsemen. And then Tully and Arn quit and they left. So, we're still supposedly heels, but they kind of want to cheer us anyway. So when the Road Warriors come in and then we do the double turn match in New Orleans, Halloween night, and they beat us for the World Tag Team title, then the people just started cheering us the next week on television when they saw the way that we had been, pretty much screwed out of the belts and Bobby had fought valiantly and blah, blah, blah. They wanted to cheer us anyway. So now we're baby faces, but to Road Warriors, they didn't want to boo them. So then they, try to kill Dusty and they still didn't want to boo him. So that meant they just didn't want to fucking boo him.
Well, that's the other thing. If you're a longtime Road Warriors fan in 1988, what's the one thing you want more than anything? For them to be more of a badass team again. They kind of got punked out by the Powers of Pain. The idea they're just kicking ass again, it was like, oh, this is great. And then, everything happened.
Yeah. And then later the next year when we switched back heel, the Midnight Express, the people, they were like, but we wanted to see you because we had been beaten and fucking marginalized and minimalized. And they wanted to see us win shit and do shit again. So the heel turn backfired because it was like they were fighting. Finally, they're going to win again. Because the next match, one of the participants was not for anyone. Malakai Black and Andre Olio against Cody and Pac. And they've interconnected all these people to where, yes, it does make sense based on what they've done on television that these reluctant partners would be on each team and etc. It's just it wasn't really great booking. It makes sense that they did something to lead up to this. This didn't just drop in out of nowhere, but it still doesn't make any sense. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. To me, Malakai Black coexisting with a tag team partner and his tag team partner's stooge assistant that he doesn't really like makes him, to me, a little less spooky. Doesn't it to you?
I wouldn't have him aligned with anyone, but that's just me.
That's what I'm saying. You've not only got him aligned with another heel who is an independent person with his own stooge, but they're reluctant partners. Well, if they're reluctant partners, it like you said, Malakai Black needs to be on his own and or have someone totally subservient to him involved with him if they need somebody. And this whole match was both teams would force tags on the other one because they didn't want to be working together. But they would keep forcing backslap tags, which, as we all know, aren't legal anyway. And every time they do a slap on the back, the referee go, okay, tag. No, it's not. It's not. It's not a legal tag. And it's not that hard if somebody's back is turned to slap their hand instead of their shoulder. All they have to do is reach out and lean on the top rope while they're looking at somebody, bam, or whatever. You can still do the same thing they were doing, but you could actually do it where it's by the rules and would make some sense in the context. But instead, they're just making themselves look like they don't know what the rules are because they don't, and the referees look like idiots because they don't know what the rules are, and that's their only job. So it got old real quick when they kept doing that. The only person in the match, think about this now, Malakai Black, picture him in your mind. Andrade Olio with his assistant, picture them. Pac, the dirty bastard. The only person in the match who doesn't look like a stone cold heel is Cody Rhodes, and he's the only one that they're booing. They love the heels, they hate the babyface. Should we explain now why that should be no such thing called a Cody cutter?
I'd like to hear this, yes.
Okay, and there should be no such thing as a cutter, period, besides if it's done by Diamond Dallas Page. Because that's not, the name of that move doesn't make any sense unless it's linked with Diamond Dallas Page, because Diamond Dallas Page is diamond, the diamond sign. Everybody, what do you do to diamonds? You cut them, but they're the hardest surface, on earth or substance or whatever. So the diamond cutter, as a move being done by a guy with a theme and a nickname and a personality surrounding diamonds, makes sense. But if you don't have anything to do with diamonds, why is it a cutter? That's not just for Cody, that's for anybody. Come up with your own fucking name if you're going to steal somebody else's move. Orton did. RKO, out of nowhere. Not, oh my God, there's the Randy cutter. Anyway, Malakai and Andrade went to the floor and huddled up and waited for Pac to do another one of his dives. Triple A beat up Jose the assistant, which was the biggest crowd reaction of this match, except for booing Cody every time they got the chance. But after Arn fired him up, the match started back and put the crowd to sleep. And that's what you mentioned. Not only MJF and Darby tear the house down, the Lucha Brothers and FTR were tearing the house down because this crowd does like that Lucha Brothers stuff, but their finish ruined that. And then they were followed by a good, solid single wrestling match that the people were into because it was Bryan Danielson. But then they saw every self-indulgent, masturbatory fantasy that those other fucking goofs could come up with for half an hour. So now they're trying to watch these guys have a tag team match where they don't like one of the baby faces and they're not particularly receptive to the whole match. And after Arn lit them up, they started back and they went back down again. And everybody in this match is good at something, but none of them are good at everything. Some guys' work is good, but his psychology sucks. Some guys' psychology is good, but his work sucks. Some guys, like Pac, you flip a switch on and off. He looks like a world beater, and he looks like a wrestling school student. There was a spot in this match, and you can't tell me now that Cody is not trying to turn heel on purpose, because he can't be this stupid. He did this on purpose. They beat up Pac in the ring forever while Cody was selling on the floor, but his selling on the floor included standing around, leaning on the rail, kneeling by the stairs, talking to Doc Samson, kneeling in the corner on the floor, but in the corner watching the match. He's not there when Pac gets to the corner to tag. And he walks around a little while, and finally he comes back to the corner. And when he comes back to the corner and starts working the tag, the house fucking came down with boos. It's the only time I've ever seen a babyface return to the corner after milking a potential injury to try to take the tag, and the people booed. But I've only been watching wrestling for 50 years. They did a simultaneous double cold tag, and Cody's comeback was accompanied by a cacophony of catcalls. The more he did, the more they booed. Cody got a figure four, and his own partner, Pac, while Cody's in charge, leans over and force tags Cody. But it wasn't legal either, because he's so short he had to stand up on the bottom rope and lean over the top to slap Cody. And if you're obviously, as everyone knows except the people in this match, if your feet aren't on the apron, if they're on the rope, the tag doesn't count. But the referee said tag and allowed it. Then while Cody's got the figure four on the guy, Pac comes off the top with a splash on him. Boom. Pac goes to do a dive out of the ring, but Black pulls Cody into it, and Pac wipes Cody out. And then Black German suplexes Pac, gets a 2 count. Cody makes the save. They booed the babyface making the save. Finally, at this point, Pac pretty much leveled Andrade or whatever, went to the top. And again, and they've got a close-up on him at least, so you can't see the opponent laying there motionless, stock still forever. They've got a close-up on Pac, but he goes to the top rope. He almost again loses his balance like he does almost every time he goes up there. Takes forever and then hits the splash off the top, 1, 2, 3. That was the most blasé. They don't build anything to a big climactic point because they can't just do what they can do flawlessly and seamlessly every time. They have to go for a degree of difficulty of 10 and then do an execution of 5. And I said this on the experience yesterday, and I'll say it again. Pac, his physique and his groundwork, his mat work, his physical work in the ring looks great. His psychology is caca. And every time he tries to do these dives or go to the top rope or whatever, he's got a real man's body. He doesn't have to do the dives. But every time he starts doing that shit, it comes off either contrived or dodgy or whatever. There's always something he's doing. You think this is one of the greatest wrestlers in the world, and 3 minutes later, well, I'd kick this guy to wrestling school. It's the same fucking guy. I can't figure it out. So anyway, there was a 1, 2, 3 kind of bleh. There it was, like the turd floating in the punch bowl. And then explain this to me. Cash, without Dax, runs in and jumps on Pac and windmills him a time or two. And Tully's there, and they get a couple of shots on Cody, and they run right back out. And there was no Dax to be seen. This was rotten from top to bottom, from the Bizarro World mirror image reactions of if you had a match and said, okay, this is the reaction that I desire. Now, what would be the exact opposite of this? That's what they got. And from top to bottom, it was not very good. What'd you think?
Not very good. I think Cody's now going to become a complete distraction for anything he's a part of. Unless they embrace the way the fans are telling them to. And I thought the whole idea of AEW that was different than WWE was they were going to listen to the fans. The fans are telling you what they think of Cody, and you're still force-feeding him a certain way. You kept saying, and then the fans booed the babyface. You know, that's something you said throughout that review. Tell me why he's a babyface. Is he a babyface?
Well, he's on that side.
On what side?
He's in that position. He's just not acting like it.
I think they've got a big Cody problem.
But now here's the thing. Any experienced wrestling veteran of any kind, wrestler, manager, referee, promoter, announcer, whatever, would realize that when Cody stayed down there for so long, off the apron, but still obviously ambulatory, just kind of selling like he's dizzy or whatever, letting Pac get the shit kicked out of him and not being there when Pac got to the corner for the tag, you're trying to plant seeds for a heel turn.
Yeah.
But he's coming out and saying, I'm not going to turn heel, but that's a seed. And there was miscommunication between them when Pac hit the fucking dive or whatever. The point is he now swearing he's not going to turn heel and starting the heel turn so that he can be a liar and get more heat at the end of it? I don't know. But this is very bizarre shit we're looking at here. Also rotten.
And not very good, of course. Let's not leave that out.
Should we go to the main event?
Oh, I forgot Danielson wasn't the main event. Yes, let's go.
Well, actually, he was, but should we go to the last match?
Yes.
All right. This all-purpose stew, a gumbo of a match, if you will, a burgoo of a dish, where they just threw everything in. Malakai Black, Andre Olio, and FTR with Tully and Andre Stooge against the Lucha Brothers and Pac and Cody with Arn Anderson and Alex Abrahantes. So both their managers were AA on that team. Again,
good point. Wow, very good.
I don't know where to begin with this thing. As we've said, it takes all the aura off of Malakai Black being this spooky, strange person when he's associating with, on a friendly basis or even just a civil basis with heels or baby faces. He should be a loner guy. The Lucha Brothers are the exact opposite opponents that you want for FTR. When FTR's best tag team in the business, and when after that Lucha shit, they're better at it than anybody else at getting a match out of these guys, but still it's bleh. Cody's on the babyface team, and he has incendiary heat, molten lava level heat with these people. They boo every time he draws a breath. Because they can't just have rematches, because that would make sense and might help guys out. They've got to fucking fiddle up and make multi-man matches with reluctant partners that don't fit and make no sense. So this was the last match, but at least we'd made it about an hour and 40 minutes in before this started. And there are people in this match that you do want to see, just not all of them, and usually not in these combinations. Dax and Cody started, and sharp, quick, snug pro wrestling. Anytime you got Dax or Cash in, it's a level above what everybody else does. As soon as Cody did anything, they just came unglued. They're offended by his presence. It's not even booing a heel now. It's just like, we don't want to see you do anything. And he needs to go ahead and be a heel, because this is not going to get anywhere, him trying not to be a heel. I almost think he has to be subtly trying to be a heel now. But they did the fucking spot. I swear to God. I've seen this before. Not often. But there have been really unpopular baby faces before, and I guess, and you've probably seen something like it in ECW, because that was the first really anti-babyface promotion where we don't want to see people being baby faces. But Cody took his weight belt off and threw it out in the crowd. And the crowd grabbed it, and a guy in a Cornette face t-shirt threw it back in the ring, and that got the biggest pop of the match. They came unglued when the crowd threw the belt back. And I'm trying to I seem to remember the crowd throwing something back on the Dynamic Dudes one time.
I think they threw back Cena's towel for that ECW pay-per-view.
Yeah, yes, that's when they had the ECW pay-per-view, they threw Cena's towel back. It's happened a few times through him, but this was, and the joyousness, it wasn't even a cheer pop. It was a laughing and happy pop.
You know, Chicago is where the Chicago Cubs famously have their fans. If a home run from a visiting team is hit into the bleachers or wherever, I guess, they throw it back on the field. They really popularized that. But this was beyond that. These people hate Cody. And I want to say one thing about this, and we can continue talking about this match. I actually saw people, I don't know if you saw this, upset that the fan could have hurt someone throwing the belt into the ring.
What?
He could have hurt Aubrey, could have hurt the wrestlers, someone could have lost an eye, forgetting the fact that Cody just threw it into the crowd.
He threw it into a crowd blind, out in the dark, and he couldn't say, and they're all together.
No, he did it safely. He did it in a very careful way to prevent any injury. No, he threw it into the fucking crowd. He
side-armed it into the fucking crowd as hard as he could. And they all grabbed it and fought over it to be the one to grab it and throw it back. And saying the guy in the Cornette face shirt came out on top. Way to go, pal. Hold on, wait a minute. But I think my fans should only throw things into the ring if they have been thrown from the ring beforehand. Don't throw anything into the ring unless the people in the ring have thrown it at you.
It's a very good point.
There you go. And then security, one of the security guys, did you see this? Well, Andrade got in and got the belt that the fan threw back, and he was going to keep it, but I guess he put it down on the apron. One of the security guys in the corner of the ring had it, and Cody motioned, and the security guy threw the belt back to Cody, and the people booed. And there's other guys in the ring trying to do spots, and this whole business with the belt and people's hatred of Cody is overshadowing the match. So anyway, as soon as Penthouse tagged in, he came off the top rope with a drop kick to, I think, one of FTR's balls in front of the referee. They can't. At one time they did that. JR even had to mention, isn't that a low blow? They just come up with shit to do and don't think about the placement or whether it's legal or not or whether they should do it. They just, it's a move. I wanted to ask you this question because you're the big baseball fan. Why does Andrade wrestle in Abe Knuckleball Schwartz's pants?
I'm not exactly sure.
And again, some folks on this holiday weekend, if you Google a photo of Abe Knuckleball Schwartz and then look at Andrade and the pants he was wearing, it'll be fucking hilarious. So then Penthouse and Felix and Pac did a deal where Penthouse is in the ring. He tags Felix to come in, and Felix, before he even steps off the apron into the ring, tags Pac, who's standing right next to him. Like that is a thing that can happen. And then they both got in and started doing a fucking triple team, apparently reconciling in their pea brains that because the guy that was in the ring has tagged another guy, that guy can stay in for 5 seconds, but the guy he tagged can come in, but also the guy that got tagged can come in at the same time. And I guess for a period of time there, both of them are legal. This is not a thing in the world that can happen. They've made this completely up so that they can get in and do a goofy spot that they came up with, which is kind of like if you can make a trick basketball shot from out of bounds, it still doesn't count because it's out of bounds. And once that the Lucha Brothers got in there together and everything, and Andrade and Pac, the gymnastics meet started, at one point, all four heels started getting heat on Cody behind the referee's back, and the place blew. They just cheered to the heavens. And then Cody hit a hot tag, and they didn't even boo it. They didn't cheer or boo or anything. I've seen some of the coldest tags in the history of tag team wrestling on AEW television programs, and still people make some kind of noise. But no, not for, and as a matter of fact, then they started getting heat on Felix, and he made a completely iceberg tag to Penthouse. I'm surprised that Penthouse's hand didn't fall off from frostbite, and they reacted to that. There were too many people in the match, and it got too busy and too complicated. FTR could not run this whole show. At one point, everybody just took turns hitting finishes on each other over and over at 100 miles an hour with no covers and no tags, while Aubrey stood there with her mouth open, gaping. And then everybody went down, and Tully and Arn got in the ring to face off. And he got a big pop. But for some unknown reason, the manager, after everybody just laid each other out with all these moves, there was no cheating going on. They were just hitting each other with moves. The cheating was that nobody was tagging, but there was no reason for the managers to jump in. They said they were the only ones left on their feet, and they get in the ring to face off, which does get a pop, but is also fucking illegal. And there was no reason for the managers to get in the ring and stand there while the referee was standing there looking at them saying, well, I guess you shouldn't be in the ring. And then as they're facing off, Jose is the stooge for Andrade. He gets in the ring yelling at somebody to do something, and Tully and Arn turn and fucking both nail him. And he takes a bump. And then the match just started again, and Tully and Arn got out of the ring and went back to the floor. And FTR had to stand there, and as one time, one of the Lucha brothers is coming off the top rope, and Dax looks up to catch him, but he ain't ready to jump yet, so Dax actually had to stand there and just turn around in a circle and wait on this idiot to jump off the top rope so that he could catch him. And then Andrade beat Pac after Black misted him in the face. This was way too busy and nonsensical and a mess. But the good part about it was the Young Bucks weren't in it, and at least they were being serious, even if half of the participants don't really know what the fuck they're doing. Your thoughts?
I didn't like it at all. The Cody stuff distracts from everything else. I can almost say that I don't care about anything that happens in a match, or I didn't pay attention to anything in the match. The Cody reaction is all I'm paying attention to. It's so fascinating. Malakai has something. FTR are the best in-ring tag team in the business. But I think Andrade, whatever it is, to me, he's not doing it. And to me, he's almost like negative charisma. I kind of don't want to see this guy anymore. I'm bored with him.
Yeah.
The Lucha Brothers and FTR, they're going to finish this up. They announced a 2 out of 3 falls match. So this is on the road to getting there. Whatever they're teasing with Cody and Pac, we'll see what happens there. But the Cody thing at this point is just a major distraction. And there's something they could do with him. We'll see if it happens. But the reason so many people think this is all part of a plan to make Cody the greatest heel of all time is because of how preposterous it is for him to come out with his entrance, wearing his outfit. It looks like Michael Jackson on the 4th of July. And then he comes in the ring and he acts like a disingenuous babyface. Now that we've seen Punk and Danielson and others, even people in the company already, do genuine, real promos, and we've seen Cody rehearsing and practicing. We've seen Cody asking everyone their opinion and workshopping. And we've heard Cody's promos that are nonsensical, overthought, and don't give you any reason to cheer him. It's almost like Cody is the heel, and everyone's catching up to it, but what happens next is going to be interesting because it's becoming a major distraction for anything he's a part of. This was an 8-man tag match, and all I cared about was the fans booing Cody. It seemed like it was the only thing they cared about, too.
I was about to say, they were enjoying themselves in that little world as well.
The Arn and Tully stuff I don't like. I just think it's sad, and I don't want to see it. And I'm sorry if I'm alone in saying that, but I don't need to see Arn and Tully doing stuff against each other in 2021. 2022 it's about to be, so.
Here's the thing. This is one of those things where, honestly, mark booking takes over. Yes, most fans would pop to see Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard squaring off. But how do you get there and how do you get out of it? That's what they don't know. So they never have a reason to get there and they never have a way to get out of it. They just square off and then they don't. But it's, for fans of 80s and 90s WCW programs, that's a spot that you have to do. Well, there has to be a reason for the spot and there has to be a payoff for the spot. And, neither one of those guys gets too physical anymore. So maybe don't tease something that you can't deliver just because it's a good spot. But that's just me. But yes, you pretty much summed that up, and busy, long, and complicated. But they got an hour and 40 minutes in on this program without, and this wasn't as insulting or ridiculous as a lot of stuff. So once again, we have to give them a nice little round of applause. And no wonder the fine folks up in WWE land can't figure out what's going on because this program is so much easier to watch than theirs. This program is more exciting than theirs in the good stuff. This program is much more like pro wrestling than anything the WWE is producing. And now that they have talent in AEW, whereas before they were short on that, you know, you can't watch a WWE show anymore and go, well, fuck, this is it. You pretty much have to acknowledge that this is just boring, and the other stuff at least is more exciting. We were ready for our main event, and I said, my God, we've got 25 minutes left in the show for a street fight. And so I knew that this was going to be a long slog, but I wasn't prepared. I think it was saved by the inadvertent hilarity at the end and by everybody being mystified at what was wrong with Cody's skin. Did he have the heartbreak of psoriasis or what was going on? But this was the longest match in wrestling history. It would not stop. Andrade against Cody. Andrade had his assistant's name is Jose, I believe we've learned.
We have in fact learned that, yes. He's in great shape, by the way.
He's in great shape. But it's not the No Way Jose guy. It's just some new guy that they found named Jose.
Whatever happened to No Way Jose?
I don't know. I couldn't pick him out of a police lineup. I just was amazed every time I read the name. But Arn was in Cody's corner. Jose was in Andrade's corner. This is an Atlanta street fight. Brian, we watch this program every week, but can you connect the dots for me and remind me just briefly why Cody and Andrade are mad at each other enough to have a street fight match, whether it be in Atlanta or any other city in the contiguous United States?
Well, you may remember Cody had a big feud with Malakai Black, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then somewhere, or for some reason, Malakai and Andrade became friends. Maybe because they bonded off their experience on the main roster, you know?
Yeah, I remember that. And we said, well, Malakai Black should be a spooky guy out on his own and not really palling around with anybody. But yeah, they somehow found common ground, Malakai Black and Andrade Oli.
Then, remember FTR attacked Cody, and it turned out that not Malakai, Andrade made a deal with MJF to rent out FTR, because apparently he's not just their friend, they're not just in his stable, he rents them out. It's an interesting twist on things. And then they attack Cody.
Well, I've heard that there is a lot of money to be made in the rent boy industry. For our friends across the pond, they're blowing snot right now. Nobody in the States knows what the fuck I just said.
I do, and I will choose to ignore that comment and move on. So, of course, Andrade rented a couple of boys, and it was FTR, and they came out for no reason that we figured out to attack Cody, which I think led to an 8-man with the Lucha Brothers. And so now it's been established that Pac and Andrade, or not Pac, Andrade and Malakai and FTR, they're all somewhat involved. And then after a couple of weeks of this and no promos or anything or nothing to really explain why Cody feels the way he does, an Atlanta street fight. Because that's the way Dusty would do it.
Okay. So now
look, I may be missing something and I may be wrong, but I think that's actually the order. I don't think there was any blood feud that developed. There was no big thing that led to a street fight or a Falls Count Anywhere match. And I don't think we've seen a single promo from Cody to explain any of this.
So what you're saying is that Cody had the chance to do something in Atlanta that people would talk about, and all they needed to do was figure out how he could have a match with no rules whatsoever so that he could do that.
Yes.
Okay. Now we got that.
It's like all the Cody stuff. I mean, you can't deny it. Even with the stuff you like the Dustin match. Everything with Cody is overbooked. And when you really stop and think about it, none of it makes any sense how you get from A to Z. It's more just like Cody wants a moment. Cody has an idea of something he wants to do. Nothing makes any sense of how we got there, but hey, let's do it.
It's all about the moments. Well, there was a moment at the start of this because Andre came out he wears a suit and tie, but he was in a white dress shirt, a wet white dress shirt contest instead of a wet t-shirt contest. It looked like somebody had sprayed him down with a hose. And I thought that I knew why, that he was wearing a shirt that was completely soaked with water, but then later on he took it off. So that blew my theory there. But he'd been showering in his clothes when he came out. And then here comes Captain America Cody Rhodes entering to monumental indifference from his hometown crowd. And I swear to God, I felt so bad. Here comes Cody and Arn down the ramp, or down the entranceway, and Andre and Jose charge from the ring to attack them on the entrance ramp. And Andre jumps on Cody and they start fighting, and Jose goes to swing at Arn, and Arn stepped sideways and fell off the fucking ramp for a shoot. Right as Jose went to swing a punch, and Arn wasn't there anymore. He just dropped out of. There is a video out there on, I guess it's on YouTube. I haven't seen it in years, but Kelsey Grammer, played Dr. Fraser Crane, is hosting some kind of award thing or charity thing or whatever, and he's talking on the microphone, a very introspective moment, and he's walking around the stage while he's pitching this charity or whatever, and then suddenly he just falls off the stage, just drops out of sight of the camera. He's still got the microphone, but it was like an 8-foot drop, and you just hear him say, "Oh, good Lord." And all I could think of when Arn hit the ground off the side of that ramp was, "Oh, good Lord." And what happened was Jose, after he'd swung and missed Arn because Arn wasn't there anymore because he'd fallen off the ramp. Did you see this, Brian? And it wasn't completely clear on the television shot, but there was fan footage that was tweeted out. And that they were on this incident, not the other guys fighting. Arn falls off the ramp. Jose looks down and reaches his hand down. Like, "Here, buddy, I'll help you up." And Arn reaches up and takes the guy's hand. And Jose pulls Arn back up to his feet and gets him onto the ramp again, and then gets on him and starts beating him up. Why couldn't you just jump down there and beat on the guy when he was already down? You had to reach down. "Here, buddy, I'll help you." Helped him up and then start. So that's the way the match started. And of course, with the jump start. And then Arn made a comeback and was fighting Jose. He's throwing punches at Jose. Jose's glasses were still on. Arn doesn't hit like he used to. Then Andre and Cody fight into the crowd, and Cody grabs a garbage can, but not like a gimmick garbage can, but one of the garbage cans in the arena, and picks it up and hits Andre with it, and all the garbage and the fucking refuse flies out all over the fans. So maybe that's why they were booing him later on in the match. He threw garbage on him. Would you cheer somebody that threw fucking old banana peels and goddamn coffee grounds on you? And then they're having a fight, Cody and Andre, in the arena in front of the general admission seats. And suddenly in the middle of this fight where they're throwing punches at each other right and left, Cody stops, turns his back on Andre, climbs up on the railing, and does a moonsault body block off the railing onto Andre. So in the middle of a fight, he stopped beating on the guy so that he could climb up to the railing with his back turned and backflip off on the guy. That's the way you win every saloon fight that I've ever seen. There was a sign in the crowd at that point: "Dive on me and I'll call Stephen P. New." They're listening. Should we bring it up now? The heartbreak of Cody's psoriasis.
That's a good way to put it.
As soon as they started fighting in the arena, Cody whips off his Captain America red, white, and blue robe, and his back is peeling. his entire back, there's just flakes peeling off. And you hadn't seen this, but I saw somebody the morning after that the program aired. They thought that Cody had pre-burned himself and his back was peeling because he had practiced the bump that he's going to take in the finish of this. And a spoiler alert. And they thought that you would actually, I know they're all crazy here, but you don't practice that. And so people were up in arms trying to figure out what's the matter with Cody's back, what's the matter with Cody's back. I normally hate to reveal people's magic when it's well done, but since this was the furthest thing from well done, should we go ahead and tell them what the fucking issue was, Brian?
We can, and you and I both had the same initial thoughts, I believe, when we saw Cody's back.
Well, yes, and then it's been verified by other people who have experience in this particular substance, but it was fire retardant gel, or not gel, maybe, I don't know, it's fire retardant shit that you rub on that stuntmen in the movies use when they're going to do a fire stunt. And it helps insulate your skin. It's a layer in between your skin and the fire so that for a brief period of time, you don't get burned even if your skin is touching fire. However, I don't know if they didn't get the entire story or if somebody gave them bad information. You don't put that shit on and then go wrestle for 20 minutes and then do the stunt. Because that's when the shit dried up and was peeling off. And that's probably why when he did do the thing that we'll talk about that he did shortly, all the flaming table pieces stuck to his fucking back. The top of the formica or the finish or whatever on that table peeled off and stuck to his back with the gel, the fire retardant gel on it. But anyway, that's why, unfortunately, that Cody's back looked like that he was goddamn molting through the whole match, and it was off-putting. And even the announcers were asking, one of the announcers tried to explain it by saying it was some of the garbage. I think it was Tony Schiavone. Some of the garbage from the garbage can was on Cody's back. Cody got, then they start doing the street fight stuff. Cody asks a fan in the front row for a chair, and he gives it to him. T-Pain, I guess because they named him, he's somebody.
He's a rapper.
Oh, boy.
And he's known, and he's on the TBS Go Big Home, or Go Big Show, whatever it is.
Go Home Big Show.
Go home.
Did Big Show go home?
We haven't seen
him lately.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, so this match continues. They whip each other with the weight belt, and then Andre's got it, and he tosses the weight belt to the crowd, and the crowd starts chanting, "Throw it back, throw it back." And then Andre got in his assistant's purse and brought out a laptop and hit Cody with the laptop. And then they used a chair, and they used the garbage can lid, and he pulled out a table. Same old shit as in every indie garbage match with weapons, just better TV production around it. Another sign, Outlaw Mud Show, was held up right at a very appropriate time. And also there was a sign in the front row, Corny loves Sprite Zero. I was always big in Atlanta.
Too bad didn't have an address to send Sprite Zero to.
Yeah, if you can send me, well, now I've still got some of the cans I got last time. But anyway, here's the thing. Cody is selling like a baby face. The facials, the body language. He's hurt. He's crippled up. He's doing a magnificent job of portraying pain with his body. And the crowd boos every time he gets offensive. Every time he made a comeback, they started booing it. Cody does a dive out of the ring on Andre, but Andre puts a chair up and he goes head first in the chair and he gets some color. But then, to get even for this, Cody goes under the ring, pulls out a sledgehammer, throws it away. I don't need this. he can't get over it, can he?
No, that was the exact thing
He
I was going to say. He
can't-
can't get over it.
At this point, it's not. It was a tickle for the fans the first time when he used the sledgehammer to break the throne or whatever. Everybody got the message, and it's cute, and we're a new. That's 2 years later, and he still can't get over that the poor fella with the heart condition is not wrestling anymore and has apparently very little pull to begin with anymore, but he's still trying to take his own personal grudges out. So he throws the shovel away and pulls out a golden shovel.
Well, he threw the sledgehammer away and pulled out a golden shovel.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
No, you said he threw the shovel away and pulled out a golden shovel.
Well, that's your story. I know what I said in my mind, and in my mind, I heard myself say that he threw the sledgehammer away and got the golden shovel. And it was a golden shovel. It was a regular size 6 foot long shovel painted entirely gold.
Now, you've been in the wrestling business a long time. Typically, those are under the ring, right? That's where you keep those?
Yeah, that's where you keep the golden shovels. And the silver spoons are in the boys' fanny packs. But so he gets a golden shovel and he hits Jose in the head with it. And that didn't look comfortable. And then Andrade jumps up to the top rope, and he's going to flip dive or whatever the fuck, off the top over the ring post onto Cody on the floor. But when he got up the top, he bobbled. He nearly fell. So that was a little dodgy. Andrade pulled out a table and threw it in the ring and got the legs hung on it. And then the announcers, including Taz, who's an expert, spent a lot of time trying to tell Andrade, even though he couldn't hear, how the fuck he was doing it wrong, because he couldn't get the idea to turn the table over so the legs wouldn't get caught on the ropes. But then he sets it up so it looks like he meant to do it that way anyway, and leaned it up and then hip tossed Cody through the table. And then Andrade immediately goes out and gets another table and puts it in the ring the same way, where the legs get stuck on the rope, but he gets it in. I think the referee helped him. And then Cody grabbed the other end of it, and like they were trying to jockey for position over it, but in actuality helped his opponent set the table in the right place, what they thought was the right place. And at this point, I came up, before we go into this finish, I came up with a disturbing thought, possibly an idea, a burst of inspiration. Eureka! Is Cody Rhodes trying to do every trick in the book, at all of them? He's doing all of them to be a babyface, and it's just not working? Or is he purposely doing every trick in the book to be a babyface, but also purposely having them go horribly awry to make himself a heel on purpose, without letting us know that he's trying to make himself a heel? What do you think?
There's been a lot of theories. I just don't think Cody's very bright, and I also don't think he has a lot of wrestling. I don't think he has any wrestling instincts, to be quite honest with you. I don't think he can go out there and do something without overthinking it, consulting with people. There's nothing that feels organic or real with Cody Rhodes. So you would have to believe that Cody sat down and came up with this amazing idea. And quite frankly, if you believe that, why wouldn't you believe that he's been doing that since the beginning? When he was supposed to be a babyface acting like Ric Flair. The fuck's he been since the very beginning? Now I think Cody's lost the plot. People are aware of it. And even if he wants to try to get it back now and take control of the situation, which I think they tried to do when Cody had Arn start a bonfire in his backyard because he went to Hollywood.
And burned all of his fucking possessions.
And no one gave a shit. And the problem with all of this, which I think was one of the big problems with this match you had a guy who in his head is one thing, and the company still, whenever he's actually there, uses him a certain way, but other people don't see him that way, and other people see through him. And with Andrade, I'm sorry, you have a guy no one gives a fuck about. They've tried. He had Vicky, he had Chavo Jr., he has Jose, he's been feuding with Cody, he's been in other matches. Does anyone care about Andrade? I don't care how talented he is. So you put Cody in there in a street fight against someone no one gives a fuck about, who he doesn't really even have a real feud with. This whole thing was poorly done, and with poor instincts, he wanted to create a moment with the flaming table. He didn't want to do something that fits the match or something that made any sense. It was just all about Cody, and I'm sure that'll be episode 1 or one of the episodes of season 2 of the fucking dumb reality show, which I can't wait for. I'm going to be honest. They are the best comedy team in wrestling. They are the two of the funniest people on the planet, Cody and Brandi. I can't wait for season 2, and you know that's what this is all about.
30 minutes on Cody's big flaming table moment. I can see it now as the debut episode of the next season, and how that he risked his life for his art, and everyone was dumbfounded and awestruck. Actually, they were probably dumbstruck and awefounded. But you've given away the big spoiler. Andre pulls out another table. As we mentioned, he's trying to get it in. He and Cody set it up together. Then he puts Cody on the table. Then he goes to the top, but Cody gets off and catches him and goes to superplex him. But Andre blocks that and knocks Cody back down. But Cody reaches up and splits Andre's legs out and nuts him on the top rope as he's going to go moonsault off onto Cody. So Andre is sitting facing away from the ring, straddling the top turnbuckle. Cody climbs up like he's going to back suplex him through the table. And then suddenly, here comes somebody all dressed in sweatpants and a hoodie and a mask, and they stand up and drop the mask, and it's Brandi. Brandi's back! Brian, did you hear the roar from the crowd?
Now, this is a big moment. We haven't seen Brandi since the Queen show. The crowd, you would think, would go crazy to have Brandi back on the show.
The roar of the crowd was kind of, it's Brent. And she just matter-of-factly, like she's preparing her grocery list and sticking her purse in the cart to go take a loop around Kroger, she starts spraying the table with lighter fluid. And meanwhile, Cody's up on the ropes with this fucking guy, and he's looking over his shoulder. And then she said, and the referee's standing there like, oh, I don't think you ought to do that. And she sets the table on fire, and the flame leaps up. And then suddenly Cody bursts into action, and you could almost tell that Andre wasn't really looking forward to taking this ride. Because Cody's like, come on, get up here, it's time. And he kind of got up there, and Cody gives him a reverse superplex kind of thing where he superplexed him off the ropes, but Andre is coming down chest first and face first rather than the opposite direction like a regular superplex. And Cody superplexed him right over the table. Andre went over the table and landed pretty much on his feet on the other side of it and then rolled out of the way, and Cody went straight through the fucking flaming table himself, setting himself on fire in the process. And not the flame retardant shit, but his boot was actually on fire. While he was making the cover, his leg was on fire. So the finishing move of this match was that Cody threw his opponent off the top rope over the flaming table to the safety of the middle of the ring, while he himself crashed directly through the flaming table, getting pieces of the flaming table stuck to his back and setting himself on fire. And then he rolled over and pinned the guy that was unscathed. 1, 2, 3. And while that was happening, Brandi had an expression on her face that alternated between you believe that she actually thinks that people were happy to see her back and that she had done something constructive, and at the same time, she's looking at her husband with burnt pieces of fucking formica stuck to his back going, I don't think that was supposed to happen like that.
Yeah, she lit her husband on fire on national TV. That doesn't usually happen.
When you go to a barn or a manure field to watch the garbage death match wrestling, you see two fat, bald guys in sweatpants hitting each other with light tubes and setting each other on fire. You expect to see that. And all 100 or so of the fat, bald guys that pay to get in to see it expect it too. But on national television, and not even just a national cable network, but a Turner network, one of the big ones, not just C-SPAN. You expect professional wrestling by professionals, not garbage deathmatch wrestling. There should be a higher standard here. And we can laugh and joke about the people booing Cody no matter what he does. He can cure cancer, save kittens from burning buildings. That's funny, yes, but all this match on a real television network does, besides encouraging the aspiring fat fuck deathmatch wrestlers, is all this match does is to make wrestling as a business or a sport and everybody in it as individuals look like blithering fucking idiots. How do two supposed professionals do something like this that both makes wrestling look obviously phony and at the same time hurts them worse than if they'd have had a real match? And nobody cared. And the rating was down. And Cody got set on fire. All this does, that's why, again, the garbage deathmatch wrestlers do shit like this because they have no talent and no brains. And they have no hope in life of ever getting either. And they've got no money and no jobs and they don't get laid. So they do this to make people look at them for some reason. Those are not the kind of people that get hired to be on real television for real companies. And say what you want about Cody or Andre, neither one of them has to do this shit. They're not two fucking fat tattooed guys with nose rings in a fucking barn. They can actually, with varying degrees of success, have a professional wrestling match. They just choose not to because Cody wanted to have a moment that didn't make any sense and makes everybody in the business look like a fucking moron. So, I can't. A good match is one thing, a bad match is one thing, but just this level of unprofessionalism and stupidity, and it encourages all the non-talent, aspiring garbage deathmatch fucks. Oh, look, if we do that, then we can be on national TV too, because in their simple minds, they think that's going to happen. And like I said, since they have no lives that anybody would want in any other respect, they want people to take notice of them, and they want to be somebody, so they set themselves on fire, or they drive roofing nails through their fucking tongue, or they goddamn, staple their dick to a fucking billboard, or whatever they do. And then everybody goes, oh, look, there's the guy that bites the head off the live chicken at the fucking county fair. Oh, they outlawed that years ago. I forgot. Now it's just deathmatch wrestling that needs to be outlawed. And this is the kind of shit that perpetuates that stuff and makes more people want to fucking do it because they think I'm a loser, but they do that on TV. So if I do it, I'll get on TV too. And most wrestling promoters reward these fucking simpletons with doing just that. So, and did you hear that Cody has also given his Twitter account over to the AEW Community Outreach Program? So that they can do, yes.
I don't know what you're talking about. No, I don't know about
yes, that. This is another thing he's done. They made the announcement. Cody's got all these followers on Twitter, but apparently maybe he's not been getting a lot of good feedback on Twitter. He said the best use for my Twitter account and all of the followers that I have will be for the AEW Community Outreach Program to use it. And I mean,
he's the most disingenuous motherfucker out there.
He's gonna be the first guy in the world to find a cure for cancer and somebody stab him for it.
Because he's ridiculous, and it's all pretentious, and everyone knows it. Everyone knows it. The wrestlers know it. The fans now know it. It's about what you do with that now. And by the way, still, if you want to say Cody's a babyface, Brandi's still a heel. We know she thinks she's a heel. She's still acting like a heel. But this whole thing was ridiculous. And these two geniuses sat there and clearly came up with this whole thing and thought it was a great idea. And this is Cody's way. Look, Cody left WWE and put out that list. His indie credibility list. I want to wrestle in Pro Wrestling Guerrilla, and I want to do this, and I want to wrestle, whatever, in my underpants. I want to grab a dick. Everything that was popular at that moment on the indie scene, Cody conveniently put on a little neatly written list and tweeted out that photo because it did the job. It made people think that he actually was trying to incorporate himself with what was genuinely happening, as opposed to he's trying to jump onto it because other than that, he's going to have no career in wrestling. He's smart enough to realize it's either over or I do this. And when he does shit like this and lighting himself on fire for no reason, against a guy no one gives a shit about, who they don't even have a feud that anyone cares about, and the guy went over the fucking table. I mean, everything that could have been dumb about this was dumb, but he wants that moment. He wants to be able to say, look at what I do, the sacrifices I make for AEW, not realizing how many guys there just wish he would stay home. And a lot of the fans feel the same way now.
And the thing is, he missed a great chance to get some sympathy. Can you imagine? He takes a bump off the top rope through a table that is on fire, setting himself on fire in the process and having pieces of the burning table stuck to his flesh. That's a way a babyface gets beat. If you'd have pitched that finish to any babyface in history, even Hulk Hogan, he'd say, okay, brother, I guess I can do a job for that.
And by the way, stay down. Let the medical team come out there and work on you.
Yes, he pops up and covers the guy that missed everything. Missed the table, missed the fire, landed in the nice soft ring. Well, speaking of people that ought to be put on the shelf, the next segment real quick. It only took 30 seconds. I'll try to be shorter than that in describing it. Ruby Soho, Penelope Pitstop, The Bunny, Vicky Guerrero, and Nyla Rose had an embarrassingly phony-looking fight backstage, where they just started fighting and they just do the same. It's, again, the most dangerous place in wrestling, backstage. But then we came out into the building with Tony Schiavone and Sammy Guevara, another talented young man. And Tony asked Sammy a question, and Sammy said, "That's right." And Cody's music interrupted him. They won't even just let the guy talk for 20 seconds. It's like, especially on this show, there was no better use of your 20 seconds than to let Sammy Guevara say something here. But Cody's music interrupts, and the building erupts in boos. And Cody comes out, and he's all burnt up. You can see he's got skin flaking off of him right and left. And apparently on Christmas Day, did they say Christmas Day? And isn't that a Saturday? So are we back to AEW on Saturdays on Christmas?
I got to check on that, because don't they do the marathon of the Christmas story?
I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but somehow I got on Christmas. It's going to be Cody versus Sammy Guevara. So now he can challenge for this title, just not the big one. So there you've got a babyface against a guy who's supposed to be a babyface and is universally hated. So is it a plot? I don't know what the fuck's going on here. And then Cody goes to walk off and he teases going down the heel tube and then goes, oh, and turns around and goes the other way. So you would think that would be the end of it, but suddenly Scorpio Sky and the other Page are in the balcony, but they have a microphone and the spotlight guy has been clued in to shoot them. So they interrupt the interview that Cody just interrupted. Why were they in the balcony? Why are they up there?
I forgot they were there. Since that fucking Lambert-Jericho feud ended, I forgot all about these people.
Well, they were still up in the balcony. Apparently, they got kicked out of the locker room. They're like the Miz. They're making him dress in a broom closet somewhere. I don't know. But now the other Page was complaining that he wants a title shot. And they imitated heels doing wrestling promos and made mean faces on purpose for a minute. And then that was over. So the first 30 minutes of this show was fabulous, and the 45 minutes since that point have sucked pond water. Well, the main event on this particular program was, again, for the TV title, Sammy Guevara and Cody Rhodes, and Cody got booed out of the Coliseum, even in Greensboro, the scene of some of Dusty's greatest triumphs.
Also, one of the first towns to start booing Dusty, that front row.
Well, that's true. Yeah, front row section D. But David Crockett was at ringside to present the title belt to the winner, got a nice ovation. I saw here Sammy Guevara has become a big-time babyface and has gotten confident in himself. And he's got the energy and the enthusiasm. We've always liked it. Remember, as a heel, I said he had a slappable face. As a babyface, he's got that oomph and that enthusiasm that makes you happy when he does something. Does that make any sense? It gives you a warm, fuzzy feeling when he accomplishes something. He just looks so happy.
It makes some sense, and I think, to your earlier point, the fans love him. The fans there in AEW really love him.
And, in this match, regardless of everything else, Cody can work physically and athletically in his matches, and sometimes what he does or the psychology behind the other stuff is whatever the fuck, but he can have a good match. And Sammy was starting out working this, giving Cody a lot of his own offense. That was and it's a babyface match again, except that one of the babyfaces is as popular as Crotch Rod. But the one problem I had at the start, or not at the start, but near the beginning, it's a babyface match, but they just spill out to the floor, and Sammy goes out to the floor and beats Cody up, and then Cody beats Sammy up, and they're bouncing each other off the steel railing, and it's a babyface match. There should be a reason for a lose temper spot. Instead of, okay, it's just I'm going to work with another babyface that I've supposedly share a locker room with and that has not tried to cheat me or have anybody interfere in their match on their behalf. It's just, I'm fighting him one-on-one in a fair fight, but now we're going to go out on the floor and bounce each other off the railing and everything, just like I would to a heel. There should be a lose temper spot amongst babyfaces before it gets to that point to make sense. That's every babyface match I've ever seen had one in there. But anyway, until lately, till modern times, Cody missed that moonsault and Sammy started making a comeback. He would have missed it if Sammy hadn't moved to begin with. But, hey, you know what the heck. And then Sammy did a springboard flip off the top rope to the floor and missed Cody. And then Cody grabbed him and powerbombed him into the crowd of who was the actual ringside crowd, who I hope were Cody's friends and or invited guests, because he just threw Sammy Guevara on top of a bunch of fans if that wasn't the case, and I doubt very seriously if he did that, because I'm sure Cody likes the home he's living in and doesn't want to lose it in the judgment. So, but that, again, you're showing guys getting thrown on purpose into the crowd. I don't know if you're giving a right message when that happens, especially with the way things have been going modern times here lately, where people want to get in on the act anyway. But finally, Cody hits the crossroads and gets a 2 count. Sammy kicks out. Okay, so Cody is picking up his limp body, and he puts it on the turnbuckle, and he goes for a big move, but Sammy drops behind after being seconds earlier hit with Cody's finish and limp. He drops behind and picks Cody up and hits the GTH finish, where he does Punk's finish, but he gives the guy the flip the other way. I'm not sure, but whether he might have not should have found a new finish when CM Punk actually came into company. But nevertheless, that was a 2 count. And then Sammy took forever to go up to the top and did a double flip. So what is that, a 780 or a 760? How many degrees is a double flip, front flip off the top rope?
720?
720. There you go. Good math, man. but Cody raised his knees. Boom, and then Cody hit 2 crossroads one after another and then hit him with a pile driver. 1, 2, 3. And the people hated that. I wasn't much on the finish because people were getting hit with finishes and then suddenly popping up moments later, seconds later. But the people really hated the finish in terms of the winner. And of course, Cody's team comes in to celebrate now with Brandi. Brandi had to come in. What is it with these wives? They've always got to have some spotlight. So Cody's team is celebrating in the ring that he's just beaten one of the most popular baby faces in the company for the title that he previously held. And this is not an on-purpose heel turn. Why? How? He just beat one of the most popular guys on the roster after already being booed out of the building everywhere. And this is supposed to somehow make people like him?
Well, now they're leaning into it, clearly.
Well, you would think, but except now I don't know if he does become a heel, they'll start cheering him.
No, they won't. No, they won't. No, they won't.
Just to be smartasses?
I think they see him as a heel in real life, and they want to treat him like that when he's in the ring. It'd be like MJF. MJF's a heel, and they don't cheer him. I'm not saying Cody would be as good as MJF, but I think it would be different, and I think they would boo him. I think if Cody turns heel, Cody's going to be treated like a heel. It's not going to be Britt Baker.
Well, anyway, what'd you think of this contest? Had its moments, didn't it?
Had its moments. I don't know what to think. I was against them taking the belt off Miedo because he was really coming into his own. And we haven't seen him do anything except for these stupid promos for the last few weeks. I don't know if he's hurt or if they're just waiting to get him back on TV, but
I think they're waiting to get him back from the multiverse. He's caught in limbo.
Yeah, I don't know where
all
he
that
is.
White space all around him.
Thank God there's a camera there, so at least we know he's alive.
That's the only thing that exists in that particular universe is Miedo and the camera. Everything else completely blank.
I was against them getting the belt off Miedo. They put it on Sammy. I wasn't feeling it, but you know what? They have him on TV. He's defending the belt. He's had a handful of title defenses, I would think. I was shocked they took the belt off him right away. I'm not to say right away, but right now, I guess.
This quick.
Putting it on Cody's interesting. I'm not going to just shit on that out of hand. Cody was the first TNT champion. He's now the TNT champion with a very different dynamic. He was TNT champion with no fans. Now it's a completely different dynamic. What are they going to do and how are they going to handle this? They have a real opportunity here to capture what is happening with the fans and Cody and run with it. But if they're going to continue doing this wishy-washy, he acts like a babyface, they boo him, he acts like he's surprised, then he plays into it. That can only go on so long. You have to shit or get off the pot. Either make him a heel or have him once again announce that he refuses to be a heel no matter what.
And then I'll make him a heel anyway.
But, I don't know where they're going to go. I'm so intrigued
here's an
by
idea.
the idea of heel Cody. And I want to see it happen. I think it would be great. But I don't have confidence in these guys doing it and doing it right.
Is this the result of this match? Is it to further magnify the heel feeling toward Cody and play a part in the story, or did they just put the TNT title back on him because he's going back on that goofy game show?
Well, the reality show.
On the network.
They're filming the reality show, aren't they?
Well, but no, the Go Big show is coming back. They've been playing commercials for that. I think they've got new judges, but Cody's still on it. They've got a couple of new judges. So is he just supposed to be the champion of the network because he's on a goofy fucking game show? Or does this actually have something to do with the wrestling company for once? And that's what started the blowback of the fans against Cody, because they already figured, hey, are you ever going to fucking concentrate on this wrestling company like everybody else is? Or are you going to do a reality TV show and a game show and potentially fucking name that tune, whatever? Or are you just going to come back and fucking wrestle?
Just put him on the show Wednesday and get him in the ring and don't let him rehearse anything or practice anything. Just let him feed off the room and respond.
Like, that's the moment we need. Not Cody going to do a promo that he's rehearsed and thought about and asked everyone about.
And workshopped.
And it never feels right. And it always misses the mark. Just go out there and react to the room. Because that's the other thing. Cody had this match. Have we heard Cody say a word on TV in weeks? Arn's been doing talking.
The last thing I heard him say on TV was, I'm on fucking fire!
And those are my thoughts about Rampage.
And by the way, he's still got the scab marks from being set on fire on his back.
Yeah, those aren't going away anytime soon. Have you ever had a bad sunburn on your shoulders? I mean, those burn marks.
I try to avoid the sun at all costs, but that ain't going away anytime soon.
There's a question where the headline makes it sound worse than it is, but let's read this question. We haven't had a question from him in a while. This one was sent to cornydrivethru@gmail.com from Charlie in Starkville, Mississippi. Happy New Year, Charlie.
Happy New Year, Charlie. You and your no-account brother, too.
Now, I said the headline made it seem worse than it is. The headline was, Cody compares championship belts to Academy Awards. Cody Rhodes recently compared championship belts in wrestling to Academy Awards. Cody said, quote, "Don't be fooled. You talk to a lot of wrestlers. We love our belts. We really do. Most wrestlers who are worth their salt have their own display of all the belts they have ever won.
Oh, boy.
It's a significant thing. It's, no different than in Hollywood winning an Academy Award." Jim, what are your thoughts on Cody's comparison?
Well, and I do possess one set of belts, replica belts, that's what he's talking about. He's not like all the guys still have their belts that they won, the actual belts, because goddamn, either Dave Milliken or Dan Lambert have those all wrapped up.
I don't know about Dan Lambert or that other dirtbag, but if you're talking about guys in the last 15 years.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I know for a fact because he told me that Bubba Ray and Devon Dudley had replica sets of every title belt that they'd ever won. They had to bring one of the sets of belts to TNA one time at a taping in Orlando for an angle of some kind. And they were bitching because they had them in glass display cases up on the wall and they had to take them down and take the case open and whatever. And as I've mentioned, because I just loved these belts. I loved the design of them as a fan, not because we had them. They were just the nicest belts we ever had. The NWA World Tag Team belts that Crockett used through 1986. And then as soon as we lost them back to the Rock and Roll and they went to Manny Fernandez and Rick Rude, and then Manny and Rude took off and took the belts and they got new ones. I got a replica set of those because I just loved those belts. But having said that, in the old days, as I mentioned, you weren't allowed to keep the belts and there were no replica makers. If you'd have wanted a belt that you held as a work in a territory, you would have had to have called Reggie Parks and spent a couple grand and waited 6 months or whatever to get that belt made. And Reggie Parks would have thought, "What, are you a fucking idiot?" Because they didn't do that back then. But now that you can get the replica belts and they look better than the ones that, the promoters used to use, guys have taken to doing that. And I don't, as big a collector as I am and as big a historian, memorabilia collector as I am, I don't begrudge anybody doing that. But to make the statement that any wrestler worth his salt has replicas of all the belts that he's held, I think is a little bit of an exaggeration. And yeah, maybe, again, if you held the WWE title, you'd want to get one, put it on your wall, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But again, I think that shows where Cody's head is at. He's in his mind, he's an actor. He wants to be an actor. And that's the first thing that I would venture to guess that 30 or 40 years ago, if you'd asked a wrestler, he'd say, well, I compare it to, the Stanley Cup or the Lombardi Trophy or the fucking, as something in another sport. You would have compared it to that, not an Academy Award. Yes, I guess it's just the modern generation. But like I said, I've got 5 championship belts here, 3 of them the Smoky Mountain belts that I designed and paid for and ran the promotion, and 2 replicas of the old NWA World belts because I like the design, not even considering that we actually held them.
Plus, I'm pretty sure this is as close as Cody will ever get to actually getting an Academy Award, so let's not completely shit on this.
But yeah, again, you know, how the business has changed. The boys have better looking belts now on their wall than the fucking promoters used to use on television in front of people.
Jim, our next question sent.
And by the way, let me say one more thing on that, because just now that I'm thinking about it, if I'm thinking about if I'd have said to the Rock and Roll Express or to the Midnight Express or Tully Blanchard, Arn Anderson, or any of the teams of that era at the time that we held them. Okay, guys, you've just held the NWA World Tag Title or the World Class Championship in Dallas or Mid-South Tag Team Title or United States Tag Team Title or whatever. Now for $2,000, you can buy replica copies of those belts that you've just held. Now that you've lost them in business, you can, for $2,000, well, that'd be $2,000 for each of you, because each of you'd want a set. You can't have one in your house, Ricky, and the other one in your house, Robert. They'd have looked at me like I had a steaming turd hanging out of my mouth. Because, and since then, I'm sure the Rock and Roll might have a set of belts laying around. Probably somebody gave them. But it wasn't, the belts weren't the important thing that you had. The important thing that you had was that if you had the belts, that means the booker and the promoter that you're working for thought that you were the top tag team for business. And if the heel had them, then you were the top heel team. And then when you drop them to a babyface team, they're the top babyface team. And that meant that you were going to be in main events and you were going to be paid more. That's why guys, most guys, some guys wanted the belt, and it was an old joke, especially baby faces. You don't have to pay them. Just give them a 6-pack, a rat, and the belt. They'll work for free. But most of the time, guys liked having the belts because it meant they were in the main events. They were going to make more money, and they didn't want to drop them in some cases because it meant that they would be moved out of that position. It wasn't the belt itself, and the idea that they were the champion is that they were being used in the absolute top spot, highest paying spot in that territory that they were going to be used in because they had them. So that's the difference now. And I mean, guys now are just, wow, we're going to win the belts. Even if it doesn't mean that they make any more money because they're on guaranteed contracts, so they probably don't. And even now we got to carry 40 pounds of fucking, extra equipment around in our bag, but we're not making any more money than we were for it. Rather than we're getting the World Tag Team title, we're going to get a good run. That means we're going to be in the main events all the way through the summer and the Great American Bashes and blah, blah, blah. We're going to be in a good position for this show. We're going to be the champions and we get the belts. Any more money? No. Any more bookings? No. Any more important? No. But we get the belts. That's where we're at now.
It's a weird question. But if, let's say, anytime between 70 and 84, there actually was a replica belt market back then, or I should say replica belts on sale back then, would there have been a big market? Would wrestling fans have wanted those? And would wrestling promoters have allowed them to be sold?
Good. Both good questions. The fans definitely would have wanted them. When the fans found out how much they cost, then that may very well have put an end to that. Because, I mean, let's face it. I know this is 40 and 50 years ago, but there was no souvenir in wrestling that cost $1,000 or $1,500. I don't know if there was a souvenir in any kind of professional sports besides maybe a ringside ticket at Muhammad Ali's biggest matches that would cost that much money. So the price tag in that era would have shut it. That's why I wasn't the only teenage kid that made my own championship belt out of aluminum foil and cardboard and a leather belt that you used to hold your pants up and blah, 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 because that was the only kind you could get. But everybody would have wanted one. Nobody wanted to pay that much for it. The promoters definitely would not have wanted the fans to have belts that were as nice or nicer than the ones that they were featuring on television, because remember, depending on the territory and the individual promoter, a lot of those belts looked like shit. They were in a bag with sweaty gear every night. They were thrown around and people were hit over the head with them at the matches every day. And they used the same belt for years and years and years. And screws were missing and jewels fell out. I use jewels in quotation marks. And the guys didn't take care of them for the most part, like I did, because we wanted our shit to look good. But unless guys were concerned about their overall ring appearance, they didn't take care of the belts because they weren't their property. And so the promoters probably would not have wanted the fans in the seats to have nicer looking belts than the ones that the wrestlers were wearing, since you brought it up.
All right, well, we got a few questions, Jim, naturally, about Cody Rhodes here this week, a very popular topic. The world of Cody Rhodes continues to fascinate wrestling fans much more than the actual matches and in-ring work of Cody Rhodes does. This first one, sent to cornydrivethrue@gmail.com from Adrian in Melbourne. I would love to hear Jim's take on a statement made by Cody Rhodes in a recent interview. Cody stated that it is a wrestling tradition that before a championship match in which the title will change hands, the champion will put the bag that is used to carry the belt in the challenger's gym bag. As a result, when the new champion gets back to the locker room with their newly acquired belt, the bag will be in their possession. Has Jim ever witnessed this occur? Moreover, did any of the champions that Jim managed ever follow this tradition? You okay over there?
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm not good. It's a tradition. It's a tradition handed down from Frank Gotch to George Hackenschmidt and on to Joe Stecker. And that's why that prick Dano O'Mahony got beat up, because he didn't follow the tradition.
That's a nice little interesting twist there.
I have never heard of that in my life until the very moment that you just spoke those words in asking that question, Brian. Now, for one thing, it may be a tradition in AEW, or maybe it's a tradition of the last 5 years of whatever Cody's been around somebody with a belt, or I don't.
Yeah, in the days when you don't have to hide your gym bag.
Well, besides that, the part of the question about did I ever, or any of the people I managed that were champions, ever follow that tradition, the answer is no, because we never had a bag to carry the belt in besides our gym bags. Another thing that's happened with the proliferation of these belts and the replica belts and the fans all having a belt and every wrestler getting replicas of the belts they've won in promotions so they can put them on the wall or whatever. When I managed in my career at one point or another, the NWA World Tag Team Champions twice, the WWF World Heavyweight Champion once, the WWF World Tag Team Champions, was that twice? I'm trying to remember. The NWA World Heavyweight Champion, when he was Dan Severn.
As always, the U.S. tag titles get the shaft, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I was about to say, and also regionally, U.S. Tag Team Champions, World Class Tag Team Champions, Mid-South Tag Team Champions. Not one of those sets of belts that at the time that I managed the people that held them had a fucking bag. You know those bags they got now when they give out with the replica belts? It's like a velour or a crushed velvet sack with a drawstring that you put the belt in. That's how they deliver them and when you buy them, right? We didn't have those. Are you out of your fucking mind? When we had the NWA World Tag Team title belts, they were at least 15 years old. You got the belts and you stuck them in your fucking bag with your sweaty, shit-stained underwear and your fucking dirty socks and all the other shit you had that smelled, because that leather, after they'd been worn every night in the ring and hit over the head with people and got blood on them and sweat, they stunk just as bad as everything else. And the wrestlers stuck the belts in their bag. Flair got the Halliburton to carry the NWA belt in, because obviously it was one of the most valuable ones in the business, and he wanted something that it wouldn't get dinged up, and also that he could keep an eye on and that would lock so people couldn't get in it. And that's when I managed the Midnight Express, they didn't carry the belts. I did. I've mentioned this. That's why my right shoulder is about 2 inches lower than my left shoulder, because I had both of whatever tag belts that we had in my one carry-on bag that I was carrying in my right arm, and I had my suit bag over my left shoulder, and it gave me a permanent lean after all those years. But no, I've never heard of the bag that the belt is carried in being placed in the gym bag of the new champion before the... No, that's something they've come up with since they've got bags now, I guess.
Was there anything done? Were there any responsibilities on the guy dropping the belt? Was there anything you had to do to the guy getting the belt? Were there any traditions?
Yeah, show up and do the job. That's it. And I will say that there's one thing, it would ruffle feathers in those days if you showed up to the building in most places. In Memphis, not really, because it was a weekly territory and they had to switch all their titles a lot. And sometimes it was on the spur of the moment. But in most places, especially if you were an upper tier champion, NWA World Tag, major U.S. title in a territory, if you weren't told beforehand when you were going to drop it by the booker, okay, we're going to do it Saturday in Detroit, or we're going to do it Friday in the Omni, or whatever. If you weren't told beforehand and allowed to offer your input on the finish, that was an insult. I remember, and still in 1990, when we were the U.S. Tag Team Champions, and we showed up, that was after Flair had quit as booker, and I had quit the creative team, and I think either Ole was just coming in, or it was just Herd was whatever, but it was in the Meadowlands in New Jersey. We were going to work with the Steiners.
Summer of 1990.
Yes. Well, it was probably Mayish, June-ish, somewhere like that. I think. Maybe it was April.
I actually thought it was later in the summer when the Steiners won the U.S. tag titles, but maybe I'm wrong.
Damn, hold on.
I'm going with August. September.
Can you hear me? Okay, well, maybe you know this better than I do. I leaned over to get the Midnight Express book.
You may know better than me. You lived it.
Well, but at the same time, I've tried to put a lot of that year out of my...
That's right.
You know what? You may be right.
And it was in New Jersey, so I'm sure you really wanted to put it out of your mind.
Yep. As a matter of fact, you were right. It was August 24th, not April 24th. East Rutherford, New Jersey, $111,000 gate. But we got there to the building that night, and they just gave us the finish like it was a normal fucking night and a normal fucking match. Yeah, and you'll drop the belts to the Steiners. And I got fucking hot because I'm like, again, we're being disrespected. You don't do that. You tell the fucking champions when they're going to be dropping the belt and who to before it happens, and that's one of the reasons why at one point Flair walked out once in the same building. Not the same show, but wasn't it in the Meadowlands when they said, you're going to drop the belt to Sting? And he said, no, I'm not.
That was during a blizzard. So not only was there no crowd there, no one could get out of there safely.
Yeah,
because there was snow everywhere. It was a disaster. But Flair
was at one point.
Flair won the title from Sting at the Meadowlands, actually. That's right.
That's right. Anyway, nevertheless, so that's where, again, after that, I made the call to Herd and said, hey, just buy us out. We've got a year and a half left on our contracts or whatever. No, we didn't have a 2-year then. So we've got more than 6 months. Just buy us out. Give us half what you owe us. We'll all just go home. We don't want to be here anymore. Well, I don't want to start that precedent. And then months later, he gave Jimmy Garvin $180,000 to go away.
I didn't know that. Really?
Yes. That's why Garvin disappeared. He had a 2-year contract for $150,000 a year, and most of it left on the time to serve, right? So they gave him $180,000 to buy it out so that he could just go away.
Well, Jim, let's get back to wrestling. Let's get away from grandparents and abduction or whatever else was going on in the world of Jim Cornette during that last spot. But Jim,
just things I've heard.
We have breaking news as we are recording right now. Sean Ross Sapp of Fightful.com is reporting. Here's his tweet.
Now, wait a minute. This is the guy that didn't know where Vince McMahon lived. So we've got to put that caveat out there.
We have read several of his stories or seen his posts about stories, and they have typically been correct, although that, of course, is a big miss. And everyone went with it. And then we got the report on everyone going with it. But here's his tweet.
I was the only one to say, it doesn't look like the house I went to. I guess he bought it afterwards, but go ahead.
Cody Rhodes is a free agent working without an AEW contract. Fightful Select has learned. He's the current AEW TNT champion. And then there is a story up for subscribers of theirs. And apparently Cody Rhodes is indeed a free agent right now, working without a contract since the end of 2021.
Right before they put the belt on him, right? When did he win that title back? It was in December.
Ago. Let me check. I'll double check.
So, well, I wonder if he's going to pull a Kenny King on old Tony. That would be interesting. And I've admitted in the past, when I make a mistake, I admit it. I trusted a lying, gum-bumping sack of snake feces one time and put a belt on him because he said, oh, yeah, I'm going to sign this contract. And we went through with it, and he slipped out without signing the contract and never defended that belt once. So I wonder if, what do you think of the forbidden door of Cody Rhodes popping up in the Royal Rumble with the TNT championship belt?
Well, I think there'd be a big lawsuit for the intellectual property violation if that happened, just with the belt.
What about just the undefeated, uncrowned, undethroned TNT champion?
And to answer your question, the match where Cody Rhodes won the TNT championship was taped December 22nd. It aired Christmas. And of course, Sammy Guevara on January 8th became the interim champion due to Cody being out of step with the medical protocol, or AEW following the medical protocol. I'm not exactly sure.
They were supposedly isolating with a family member who had tested positive for COVID. They didn't say that Cody himself was sick. They said that they were isolating with a family member. So, again, this guy is not only a wrestler, but he's one of the executive vice presidents of the company. And his contract is up at the end of the month. So 9 days before that, he's healthy enough to be there in the building and to win the belt, but not to sign a new contract. And then the next time we're supposed to see him, he's isolating. And then the next time we're supposed to see him is coming up, right? In the next week or so, he's advertised to return to television. Wonder if he'll be there.
Well, again, too, him and his wife have other relationships with TNT and Turner Broadcasting. There's a reality show that was just renewed for season 2, although, of course, that could quickly go away. There's also the Go Big Show thing that they keep advertising nonstop. So there's reasons that would tie him to AEW.
I think all those things have already been shot.
That's a good point. Here's a quote
And once again, Fightful Select broke the story, but here's a quote from Sports Illustrated recently. This is from Cody Rhodes. As of now, my future is with AEW. AEW would be very strange without the core members of the Revolution. We all still talk. We all have this admiration for each other. I can't see myself anywhere else, and I'm very optimistic about what the future holds.
He can't see himself anywhere else.
Unless Tony says, I'm not going to give you that raise you want.
Yeah.
Then he can see himself in a lot of other places, I'll tell you.
Oh, my God. How... I mean, like I said, I made a mistake once, put a belt on a fucking guy because I believed his bullshit. And this wasn't even high level, big finance, high contract offer bullshit. So whatever Cody's engaging in here sounds very interesting. Wonder when and where we will see him again. Maybe he's holding out for tattoo removal as part of his new contract. He needs to be on that show that they cover up the bad tattoos.
That's a great idea. I'd watch that episode just for the tears. But there is some fantasy world that it would be funny if he did the Rumble and then came and signed his AEW contract the next day. But to the previous topic before the tasteless commercial spot we did, you got on Jon Moxley pretty hard. I don't blame him for him working some indie show. I don't blame a wrestler for having an idea whether it's good or stupid and going to their boss and pitching it. The boss has to say yes or no. And it's the same thing right here with Cody, putting the TV title on him if he's really out of contract. That comes down to Tony Khan, not Cody. This is all about the way Tony Khan is managing things.
I can't argue. But I believe, as I mentioned earlier, if anybody knows where Tony's balls have gone and they can round them up and put them in a coin purse and bring them back, I'm sure he'll pay a reward. But that's, again, and this whole thing boils down to the WWE currently is screaming at the top of their lungs, win this war, beat us, we'll give you everything you need. Our fans hate us. The most devoted and longtime knowledgeable fans that we have left hate our guts. And all our wrestlers hate our guts and are scared to death they're going to get fired. And our shows are boring as shit. Please win this war. And meanwhile, on the other side, I mean, is it in bad taste to use a football analogy since Tony owns a bad football team too? They're dropping the ball every time that they fucking make an interception. They refuse to goddamn win this thing. And he's going to let everybody in the company and every wrestler in the company do whatever they want to do. And I don't know, there may only be one thing worse than non-wrestling people telling fucking wrestlers what to do, and that would be letting wrestlers do everything they want to do. And we're seeing both here, side by side. It's like a fight to the fucking bottom. Who is going to submerge past you first? Not every great athlete in baseball, football, basketball, whatever, can also be a coach or a manager, whatever the particular sport entails. Not every wrestler, especially not these days, because there have been so few places for them to learn what the fuck this is. Not every wrestler can be a good booker, matchmaker, writer, creative team, whatever the fuck you want. If Moxley was a performance of some description earlier, he got topped because this was a performance of some description. Cody, the big entrance, I guess he signed his contract. He made an off-kilter line an off-color line about he didn't get the contract he wanted, but he's obviously signed again. he's doing an entrance. He's in a suit and a tie and the belt. And during his entrance, they roll in a plug for the Go Big show and then go to a break. And in picture, you see Cody pulling a ladder out from under the ring and putting it in the ring for the promo. So they come back from the break and he's being booed relentlessly. And Brian, he's got to be going with it. I'll let you talk about this because Cody's a favorite topic of yours, but from the opening line of what do you guys want to talk about while they're booing the shit out of him to the display that he put on later on, he's preparing to be a heel that's mentally lost his mind, right? Or is he just someone that's mentally lost his mind?
Well, as you said, I'm a big fan of Cody, mainly for the comedy reasons. I think he's one of the funniest human beings on the entire planet because he's completely out of touch. And he spends so much time thinking about how to be in touch that it drives him further out of touch. And these promos, which at this point, if you didn't already know, you probably would have figured out they're so predetermined, premeditated, thought out, workshopped. There's nothing that feels genuine or instinctive about it. I think Cody is lost at sea. I will tell you, I heard from people in the company that said, what did you think of that fucking promo? And I said, I thought it was hysterical. He's the funniest guy in the world. And their reaction was quite opposite. It was, God, we're sick of this guy. He's out of his mind. I don't know what this promo was. I'm not sure what it was trying to accomplish. The teasing of, will he be heel, will he be face? It's gotten past the point of being a good thing, where he's flat out saying, that's why I won't turn heel.
Yeah, he said that.
Because of the revolution. And listen, you're not a leader of any revolution. And if you left AEW, everything would be completely fine. In fact, some people would be a lot happier. So enough with this shit. The revolution. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, that's the thing. He was booed relentlessly at the start. What do you guys want to talk about? And then he starts talking about Punk's pipe bomb promo and put it over as being revolutionary and led into, but we did the revolution, I did the revolution. He gave a prepared, rehearsed speech that was the antithesis of Punk's promo because that was a real expression of the truth and how he felt. And that's why it got over with people, because everybody knew it and they couldn't believe he was being allowed to or was just saying it on television. And in this case, when Cody started it, the fans were interrupting for shut the fuck up. And then he flipped out and started screaming, and he got some oomph in it. And he said, I did what Punk didn't do. I built the forbidden door. And he started talking in all these smart fan circles where he couldn't say shit, but if you're a smart fan, you knew what he was saying. But it was like he was going insane right there, and he was finally going to turn heel and say, I did it. It was all me. Fuck all of you. But then, as he's doing this, he actually got, from some segment of the crowd, got a Cody chant going because he was just screaming and looked like he was melting down. And they liked that. And then out of nowhere, go ahead.
Although at one point where he's doing his little rant, and it's so funny because it's so stupid, you hear one fan just go, shut the fuck up. Like he sounded frustrated. Shut the fuck up. You hear it.
Well, and then Cody, in the middle of all that, there was a line where he put Jay Lethal's finish over for no apparent reason. He talked about Malakai Black and said that they didn't change people's names to Gunner McGillibuddy or whatever. He mentioned everybody in the company and then suddenly segued into Sammy. And I wrote, again, the same thing with Moxley. Is this promo on advice of his therapist? This was like one of those the therapy things they do. And so he challenges Sammy Guevara to a ladder match. That makes perfect sense. a ladder match between two baby faces to unify the two TNT TV titles on a show that will air on TBS next week.
And by the way, let's just also point out, interim TNT champion because Cody was on TV for a week.
They named an interim champion. Then the previous champion came back, as you said, the next week. And then now they're going to have and we get plenty of rematches of this. Will this be the third time they've wrestled in 4 weeks on television? But I refer you back to the rematch between FTR and the Young Bucks that never happened. And all the other rematches we wanted to see that never happened. But we've seen this match now. We'll see it 3 times in a 4-week period. And now they've got to defend the TNT title on TBS and the TBS title on TNT. What the fuck is going on here? So I don't know if Cody wants us to like him or hate him or fight him or fuck him or run him a foot race. I have no idea what's going on here.
I think Cody wants the world to love him. And it's never going to happen. And he has moments where he accepts that. And then he has moments where he gets mad and frustrated at the fact that nobody wants him there. And then it turns into this. This promo was just a mess. And how long did it go?
I was too transfixed on watching a man have a nervous breakdown to actually watch the clock. But it was a while. He was out there a while.
I'm still transfixed on that tattoo. That tattoo may be the dumbest thing any human being who was an executive vice president on a major wrestling show and a major star. He never recovered from that. I know it sounds silly, but the moment he got that tattoo, the moment during that match with MJF, where fans realized that thing's not rubbing off, he never has recovered in the fans' eyes.
And banging on AEW this past week. The Wednesday night episode of AEW this past week was called Beach Break and had a beach theme. It's January and they're in Cleveland. How was this a beach break?
In name only.
This wasn't even a son of a beach. Anyway, well, Cleveland does have beaches. You just can't see them now this time of year because of the ice and pollution. Anyway, this was the big, the showdown over this hotly disputed TNT title. The TNT championship that's now defended on TBS. Cody, who was the original champion, he beat Sammy, 3 or 4 weeks ago, and Sammy Guevara, who's the interim champion because Cody was quarantined and missed one TV, and potentially because he hadn't signed his contract yet, and we don't know that he has. But so they ended up with 2 TNT TV title holders on TBS. And so they decided to settle things with a ladder match, because why not? Because that was just instantly called for, right? That was on the top of everybody's mind. Well, why don't they have a ladder match? Did we ever determine where that came from, or just they thought it was time to have another ladder match?
Well, if you go back to the history of Michaels and Razor Ramon, there were 2 intercontinental champions. So this being the situation where for the last couple of weeks we had 2 champions, there's only one way to decide who is the rightful TNT champion, and that is the ladder match.
All righty. I noticed a few things at the start. Both of them are baby faces, and the crowd booed both of them. Cody more, but there were still, you heard there were boos for Sammy, because there are some people now that are saying, okay, we're going to cheer for Cody. So they're booing the baby faces he wrestles, but most people are still saying, we don't like Cody, so they're booing him more. But this created a situation in this bizarro world that the booking of AEW creates, where there's 2 baby faces that are going to wrestle for a title, And they shake hands before the match, and the crowd booed the handshake. Did you see that?
I did.
So, and the belts are ridiculously high in the air. But so now the crowd booed the handshake to start off. So this is the kind of people that would have cheered the hunter that shot Bambi's mother. They started this thing, and I started liking it instantly because they did nice wrestling spots. Sammy has improved his confidence. He looks better physically. You can see it on his face. He feels more at home. He's more experienced. He's really, he's into this now, right? And I was really enjoying the wrestling match that they were having until after about 3 minutes, they went to the floor and started after one of the 6 fucking ladders that's sitting outside. And then it turned into a ladder match. And as we've mentioned many times, that just fucking sucks. Cody got a big ladder and bridged the ring to the rail with it and then left it sit there so it's going to come into play later on. They're fighting on the floor. They go over the rail way out into the crowd. And they're fighting in the arena, nowhere near the ladders. Why are the 2 baby faces out in the arena like 2 mortal enemies that want to kill each other, fighting nowhere near the place and the equipment that they can use to win the match? This wasn't a blood feud match. Sammy didn't, attack Cody from behind and steal his title. Cody never fucking held Sammy down and sodomized his Dalmatian. They just feel like that, even though they're putting a hat on a hat, even though they're already doing one gimmick match where they got to climb shit, they have to go out in the arena and check that box off for every indie wrestling fan's dream. Oh, they're fighting in the arena. Anybody can do it. Doesn't take any talent. These guys are good. They can work. That's why I wish they weren't having a ladder match, because they could actually have a good match. But anybody can fight out in the crowd. Not necessarily in a ladder match, because it's not necessary. And then they're already going to do enough stuff in the ring. Sammy jumps up on the guardrail and does a cutter off the guardrail onto Cody to the floor, but Cody just went down to his hands and knees, and Sammy's the one to land flat of his back on the concrete. Cody's face came nowhere near the fucking floor. They got back in the ring and fought with the ladder. Then, for the break spot, Cody gives Sammy a superplex off the top of the ladder. It looked great. It wasn't the finish. It wasn't even close. It's a break spot. So they went to the break. And when we came back, they were already back up fighting. And Cody drops. Cody had one of the ladders unfolded but upside down, so it was like a V shape. And picks Sammy up for like Arn Anderson's old gourd buster, but drops him stomach first across the fucking supports in the middle of the ladder. Which you can't work. These guys, they're going to fucking cripple somebody. And then this was a nice spot. He figure forward Sammy's legs through the ladder and then put the figure 4 on him. That's great. What a heel. He's a great heel. The best heel in the fucking company is the guy who says in these exact words on television, I'm not going to turn heel. Then they've got 2 ladders in the ring. One of them's 10 feet tall and one of them's 12 feet tall. And this was the spot of the match. Sammy jumped off the top rope onto the top of the one ladder and jumped to the other ladder and gave Cody a cutter. And we mentioned why that there's no sense in calling this a cutter because Dallas Page is not involved. RKO, whatever the fuck. Gave Cody that off the top of the big ladder from the small one, and they took the bump perfectly. Cody went face first. Sammy went. It was a great visual. It was perfectly done. It was one of the not only one of the bigger bumps that you'll ever see, but also one of the more spectacular setups and springboards into it. I couldn't believe it. Neither could the people after they sold it for 15 seconds and got back up and started climbing ladders. And then they had both ladders, and one guy was on each. And then Sammy was trying to climb, but his back was to Cody. And Cody grabbed him, and Sammy kind of leaned back for him. Okay. Cody hooks Sammy and gives him the crossroads off the ladder to the ground. And Sammy sold it motionless like death while Cody set the ladder up, and Cody starts climbing the ladder. Sammy's been flat of his back for 30 seconds. Cody's almost up the ladder. Sammy pops up and runs up the ladder behind Cody, fresh as a daisy. And now they're both hanging off the trapeze that the belts are hanging from, that obviously they've reinforced for this spot. And as they're both hanging from the belt apparatus, Sammy drops, and then Cody drops. And Brian, do you know what they just did there without even realizing that they did it?
What's that?
They both took the scaffold match bump. Think about it. They're hanging from the thing that's 20 feet in the air, and they drop to their feet. The match is not even over yet. They won't finish this fucking thing for anything in the world. Cody has given Sammy a crossroads off the ladder and a superplex off the top of the ladder. Sammy gave Cody a cutter off the top of the big ladder. And now they've both just taken the scaffold match bump. All in the same match on free television that honestly people aren't going to remember next week because they're going to have some other fucked up stunt show that'll surpass this. And in a lot of these spots, poor Paul Turner, the referee, I loved him in Ring of Honor, great guy. We didn't bury him. We gave him some authority. He's just useless there like the rest of the referees, but he's actually on camera holding the ladder so that they can do these goofy spots. The referee was holding the ladder. I mean, one time, Brian Hildebrand, Mark Curtis, bless him, Tracy Smothers and Chris Candido are having a ladder match. I want to say it might have been in Beckley, West Virginia. I don't know where it was.
It was the Bluegrass Brawl, wasn't it?
It was the Bluegrass Brawl, son of a bitch, the big one in Pikeville. And they beat that ladder up that they had so much. And by the way, we found out you should always have a second ladder, but there should only be one ladder at a ladder match, because if you have 6 ladders, it becomes a goofy fucking visual. And it also encourages all these guys to do these stupid spots. If you have one ladder, they got to fight over the ladder. They got to set the ladder up and they got to climb it. Nice and easy to understand. But we should have had a secondary one because they beat that ladder up so bad on each other that the leg broke. And to get the finish in, because they couldn't jump that high, Brian Hildebrand had to get under the ladder in state of emergency and hold it while they climbed up and did the deal. And he came back and apologized to me afterwards. I said, you had no other choice. You had to. But these ladders weren't broken. They were just doing too much goofy, risky shit on top of them. The referee in front of the fans had to hold the ladder. And I actually saw somebody on Twitter remark, I said, what's wrong with that? Okay, next time you watch UFC, when one of the guys gets on top of the other guy, is the referee holding the guy so that the other guy can fucking beat the shit out of him? The referee is supposed to be impartial. This is supposed to be a match where these guys settle their shit with a ladder, and the referee's there to fucking call for the winner when somebody gets the belt. Now the referee's got to be put in position of enabling the stunt show. So now they're fighting on the floor again after all these bumps, by the way. And that midget Del Sol whatever the fuck his name is, Mobile Midget. He comes out and gets in the ring and starts yelling at Cody. And Cody, no, I'm sorry, he didn't get in the ring. He started yelling at Cody on the floor, and Cody grabs him and throws him in the ring and gives him a pile driver. What the, and you never see him again. But then suddenly, while Cody was pile driving the other stooge, Sammy is 100% again. After the superplex, after the cutter off the top, after the scaffold bump, after the fucking blah, blah, blah. And he does a dive on Cody from the ring to the floor and then hits Cody with Sammy's finish on the floor while he's selling no effects of anything that's happened. And I'm like, please let this fucking end. It will never end. And then Sammy pulls out another ladder from underneath the ring. And he puts Cody on the bridged ladder. Remember that from 20 minutes ago? And Cody lays there for 45 seconds while Sammy climbs the big ladder, stands on the top of it, does a senton off of it, lands right on Cody Rhodes. The ladder didn't buckle. Cody did. Both of them wrist. Sammy just bounces right off the fucking thing to the floor. Both of them risking breaking their necks for a phony spot that people won't remember next week, and it still wasn't the finish. And here's the thing. If Sammy could put Cody on that bridged ladder and he would lay there for 45 seconds while Sammy climbed this giant ladder, stood up there, prayed and made the sign of the cross and all this stuff like I'm a crazy idiot, which he is, and then dives off and Cody never moved. Why didn't Sammy just get in the ring and go climb and get the belt? I don't understand. But after Sammy took that bump and bounced off Cody and knocked all the air out of Cody, within 30 seconds, Sammy had rolled into the ring and climbed the ladder. But fortunately, Cody did the same thing. After the fucking guy dove off a 15-foot ladder and just landed right on him and crushed all the air out of him, Cody managed to run up the other side so they could fight on the top. And then Sammy grabbed one of the belts and hit Cody in the head with it, and he took the bump, and Sammy got both belts. There were 5 or 6 more impressive bumps in that match than the one that the finish came from, but none of those won the match because the way they had set it up, it wasn't time. This was not Razor Ramon and Shawn Michaels. This was a stunt show. Cody Rhodes and Sammy Guevara, both great in the ring. They would have had a good match if they'd have had a regular match. They've had some. This wasn't one because it sucked, because it was ridiculous. They can't have these ladder matches anymore without stuntman bullshit and constant furniture. Why do you need to use other furniture in a fucking match with a ladder? Why do you need 6? Why do you have to take every bump possible off the top of these ladders to show that nothing is going to hurt you and nothing works, even though probably a lot of them hurt, and then win the fucking match with a simple little bullshit because it's time? Michaels and Razor never lost sight of this as a contest where 2 of us opposing each other are supposed to get this ladder, climb this thing, and get the belt. That's all they needed to work with. And it was preposterous in its own way, but it made sense. Nothing was out of the way. Nothing was ridiculous. They built the thing as it went. The bigger amount of punishment came toward the end. But since then, every one of these guys that wants to have a ladder match is going to try to make it more complicated and more illogical and less sensible and require more cooperation from the opponents to do a bigger stunt show that registers with people less and less because they see more and more. And this was an example. As I said this one time, and I found out old Colt Cabana heard it, and he wasn't happy. Well, you know what? I don't give a shit. He's standing there waiting to run in at the Hammerstein Ballroom one night when El Generico and Kevin Steen are having their ladder, table, chair, Home Depot fiasco. And I'm on the stage. I said, this is everything that's currently wrong with modern wrestling. Furniture and garbage in the ring and setting up stunts to enable each other to fall through shit for meaningless pops from people that all they want to see is a goddamn car wreck. That's why we're in the position we're in. That's why all these guys have short careers. That's why they're constantly undergoing surgery. And that's why that they're expecting to get more money per head out of an ever-dwindling base of fans because none of this shit means a goddamn thing anymore. And they can't believe that any of this could hurt anybody because they're not told that it does. The idea of working is that shit that doesn't really hurt you is made to appear to. What the son of Dusty Rhodes, the grandson of a plumber, and slappable face Sammy did here was the opposite. They managed with this performance to convince people that absolutely none of this shit hurt them in any way, even though it did. Your fucking thoughts.
I liked it.
What?
I liked it. You know what? I find Cody so funny. And I think he's the best heel in the business. And I thought this is an example of what he is as a heel. Despite some people cheering him, he was a heel here.
Well, yes, he was. Yes.
Look, I knew what it was going to be, and I knew what it wouldn't be. I prefer this to a 6-person ladder match or an 8-person ladder match. It was just 2 people, and of course it gets ridiculous. Some of those spots, I mean, the superplex, where he held them up for a while, that was pretty cool. But there were a lot of spots where I'm like, God damn.
You know what? I'll tell you what, that was the smartest thing they did. Do you know why they did it that way? Think about this. Think about the fucking physics. If you're going to superplex a guy off the top of the ladder and you boost him and go backwards in one motion, your feet, as you go backwards, are pushing that ladder out from under you. Right? That only makes sense because of the way that the motion is going. He picked Sammy up because Sammy's not that heavy and Cody's pretty stout. He picked him up and had him straight up in the air, and Sammy's right hand was on the top of the ladder pushing up so that they were straight up and down and there was no motion going anywhere. And then they had to just fall backwards. So the ladder stayed up. That was they're taking the bumps smart, but they're not smart bumps to take. Go ahead.
I'll be very honest with you. Once you said they were taking the Starrcade 86 scaffold bumps, I never even thought of it that way. But then when they're holding on to that thing and falling off, those are the bumps you took. The only thing is they don't have Bubba trying to catch them.
Yeah, well, but also Bobby took it. Also Dennis took it. And the people went crazy. And they sold it like they couldn't walk. Bobby did turn his ankle. I obviously didn't have to sell, but you stayed down. That was the end of it.
That one spot where Cody was laid on the ladder on the floor and Sammy dove and, he hit Cody hard, but if you watch the way Sammy spun right underneath him and is almost like he bent in half. I was waiting for one of these guys to get seriously hurt. Thank God they didn't. I'll say it here because it seems to happen a lot with Sammy, but there are going to be a lot of guys with major hip issues at a minimum from the dives where no one catches them at all, where it looks great and they're high up and they flip, and then they just land on the mat next to a guy that's standing there. And it happens to Sammy, it seems, more than others. Right finish. I don't think they should have had Cody go over here.
No.
I enjoyed this for what it was, and they treated it seriously. So even if you say they didn't sell anything, they popped up, and you're right about all of that, there was none of the silliness that you would see in an Orange Cassidy-Adam Cole match, let's say.
That's the only thing that saved it from complete and utter evisceration in my eyes. They were serious about it. Say what you want about what they did. They were serious about it. But I just, again, They've had Danielson showing them what to fucking do lately. They've had Punk showing them what to fucking do. They had MJF go out there and have that fucking match with old fucking who's he, what's
Darby.
Darby, thank you. Darby Allin. That's an old Scottish folk song. They're seeing what to do, but still they got to go to the stunt show, the car crash stuff, and it doesn't even register as good. I mean, I've saved 2 episodes of AEW Dynamite, the 2 episodes with Bryan Danielson and Adam Page on them, because those are textbooks. But if they want to do this shit, how do you follow it? What do you come back with? How do you rematch something? If you put a guy in the middle of the fucking interstate and run over him with a goddamn 18-wheeler and his guts and brains explode and fly everywhere, and there's nothing left of him but a stain on the tracks, how do you top that? Right? That's why all this shit goes by everybody. They pop at the time and they cheer and laugh. Ooh, wow, that looked great. What a great move. That's what the fans are saying now, because they don't care who wins and who loses, because the matches have been made unimportant. Nobody gives a shit anymore, because they're not serious about the fucking conflict between their opponent. They just want to do the fancy moves that are, oh, golly, that was so great. And then we forget about it. And you might forget about it too, except if you end up paralyzed in a fucking iron lung or in the hospital because you did that shit. So the people go, oh, shit, it's okay.
Would you have started hour 1 with this, or would you have started hour 2 with this?
Good Lord. I've got to admit, the better thing, all things considered, for a wrestling show and in the television business, they could have started the top of the hour 2 with a main event like that. But, if they put some of the other shit and people that are on this television show on first and run them off before they see the ladder match, I mean, none of this makes any sense. And there's no, as we've talked about, thread of story amongst main event talent going through the program, leading you to hang with it. It's all just standalone segments. So I don't fucking know.
And and give him credit. He may not do things in a smart way or in a way that lends itself to what some may call booking logic. But Cody Rhodes just kills himself. The last time we saw him, he lit himself on fire. His wife lit him on fire.
Well, that's true.
And now this time he was taking all of these bumps. And whatever you want to say about him, he definitely puts the work in the ring. He definitely kicks the shit out of himself.
Dedication. But I guess he outworks everybody, even Christian Cage.
Does he work anymore?
Well, that's what I was about to say. They gave a guy a catchphrase and a T-shirt that he outworks everyone, and he hadn't wrestled since. And then you got to sit through one of these every show to get to what you want to see. But this one, I know you loved it because you love the bizarre, the unhinged, the offbeat, the inexplicable. Brandi Rhodes was in the ring for an interview, and here comes Dan Lambert. Now, help me again. Brandi is a heel, and she's being a heel on purpose. She said, hello, Cleveland. They were in Chicago. Or Chicago, whatever. Same thing. She's being a heel on purpose. She knows the people hate her, and she probably knows why they hate her. I don't know whether it's registered with her that they're right or not, but she's not good at anything, and nobody wants to see her. And that's why they don't like her. So they have her out there being a heel on purpose, even though her husband, who is one of the executive vice presidents and is being booed out of the building at every stop on the tour, comes out and says he will specifically, I will not turn heel, which people then boo harder. So she's being a heel on purpose. He says he's not going to be a heel, but he's a bigger heel than she is. But then Dan Lambert, who is a heel, comes out to apparently, again, tell the truth about her and why people don't like her. For what purpose? She's acting like a heel on purpose, but then here comes the other heel to tell the truth about her in front of the people so that they will boo him and not believe the truth about her because it's him saying it? What? I don't. So here's the two most unlikable people in the whole company. And I'm not saying that personally. Lambert's a nice guy in person. I met Brandi once briefly. Can't say she was as warm as a puppy's belly to me, but she wasn't a bitch or anything. But they're on the air, they're the most unlikable people, not the hottest heels, not MJF level heel, but unlikable. We don't want to see you people. That's what they are on the television. So he starts knocking her and Cody by telling her the truth about their ego and why people don't want to see them. And I wrote, what is happening? Who are we supposed to root for? Or is this the point where the asteroid is supposed to hit from outer space and destroy all life on Earth when they're in the ring so that it would get a big pop? And Brandi's speaking. So the people start chanting, shut the fuck up. On the other channel, chicken shit gets bleeped. Here, shut the fuck up is entertaining the folks. What does this accomplish? The heel tells the truth about another heel while the people boo the second heel out of the building, not due to performance, but because they personally despise her and she's rotten. And Lambert's out there talking about heel and face turns, exposing the business terminology in these bizarro world segments where they're trying to do what they're talking about being a work for a shoot. He mentioned her last job was being turned face down, and she slapped him. And here comes Paige Van Zant. And boy, she's hotter than a daggum $2 pistol. She tackles Brandi, and within, what would you say, Brian? Was it 1.4 seconds or 1.6 seconds? Every girl on the roster in the locker room runs out to the ring. What?
No, every babyface girl in the locker room. Not every girl in the locker room. We didn't see heels running out there. It was all the babyface girls.
True, we didn't see no Jane Cargill. It was all the babyface girl. But 10 girls run out and pull them apart. And they pulled them apart for real. They couldn't get loose and nothing else happened. So just in case you're keeping track on your scorecard, last week, 5 grown men attempted the murder of CM Punk and crickets. And this week, 2 chicks get in a cat fight and they send the SWAT team. Is that about what I saw?
That, I guess, is what you saw.
Well, that's what I saw.
I don't know what to think about that segment. As soon as you saw Brandi in the ring, you kind of knew what was going to happen in terms of the reaction. She knew it. I mean, you saw it on her face, and she obviously gets off on this. She wants to do this heel stuff.
It's attention, and that's what she's going for.
I was so surprised that in the middle of this thing, I started feeling bad for Brandi. When she's standing there, almost glassy-eyed, as Lambert's hitting her with one thing after another, and she's just standing there staring at him say that, I started to really feel bad for her. I'm like, man, they've gotten to the point where they're telling people just go out there and say whatever you want about the Rhodes family.
Yeah.
And they just do it. You know, you see a lot of people say it. Name a more attractive woman that you want to see less than Brandi Rhodes. And it just, these things randomly pop up. You got to remember some of the dynamics that are always consistent, including Brandi Rhodes is not afraid of anybody, man or woman, and she's ready to fight even cage fighters. Like, she's just ready to go. Scorpio Sky, you didn't bring up Scorpio Sky and Ethan Page. Ethan Page at least looks like a badass. Scorpio Sky is so goofy and so silly. that he takes anything Dan Lambert does down several notches.
I don't know what neighborhood you come from when Ethan Page looks like a badass. Ethan Page looks like a male model on the cover of Blue Boy magazine.
He looks like he has some size and some muscle mass to him.
He's got some size and some muscle. Most of it's between his ears, but he doesn't look like a badass.
He's a black belt, I believe. So, I mean, he can handle himself. Scorpio Sky just comes out there and acts like a silly guy. And Lambert, of course, is involved in another thing later in the show that establishes him as a heel. So now we have Brandi comes out there acting like a heel. All the baby faces save her. Lambert comes out there, becomes the de facto baby face because he's attacking Brandi, and then he goes back to being a heel later in the show. And what is this building to? Is this whole thing, do you mean to tell me that after the early Lambert segments, they actually were able to get Paige Van Zandt to agree that she'll work a match, and they're going to do the match with her and Brandi? That's going to be how you use Paige Van Zandt?
No, I'm hoping not. I mean, things just start and stop all the time with it. They can't.
That's true.
The idea of Paige Van Zandt agreeing to do a pro wrestling match, and two things. Number one, not being on pay-per-view, and number two, being against Brandi Rhodes would be financial malfeasance. Malfeasances. Might as well just ball the money up and throw it out the window.
Where was her husband? Once again, a group of men come to the ring to confront his wife. Cody's nowhere to be seen. Where's Cody?
Here's another thing. Brandi slaps Dan Lambert. Lambert doesn't do shit about it because you're not supposed to touch women on television. Brian, wouldn't it be a natural response? Maybe not on TV, maybe not with witnesses. But wouldn't it be a natural response if a grown adult, whether they were man, woman, animal, vegetable, or mineral, slapped you in the face? Wouldn't it be a normal response to reach out and just grab that person around the goozle pipe?
I'm not exactly sure what the natural reaction would be, but it begs the question, what exactly are they doing with Lambert and Brandi? Are they building up a match? Because they've had this intergender verbal feud where they've kind of, in some ways, it may be a real progressive program. They've gotten past the whole idea that men can't hit women. He's ready to hit her. She's ready to fight him. What is this?
Again, that's what they did with Stephanie. They emasculated every guy on the roster in the WWE with Stephanie slapping him and talking down to him, and they couldn't do anything back. Although in real life it'd be different, but on TV they bury grown adult men, whether baby faces or heels, with these minute women just abusing them and verbally dressing them down and etc., and you don't get no comeback. Which is, then don't put him in that position. If the guy can't get retribution on the obnoxious female, don't let the obnoxious female get one over on the guy that can't get retribution.
And when you say they're trying to do Stephanie McMahon, no, she's trying to do Stephanie McMahon.
Well, yeah.
Her and Cody came into this company wanting to be Triple H and Stephanie, and everyone knows that's true.
Well, and now Triple H is home, laid up, and forgotten about.
That's right.
Stephanie's off giving speeches somewhere. So they have pretty much emulated Triple H and Stephanie. Should we move on?
Once again, I'll just say I legitimately felt bad. At one point, they showed her face while Lambert was laying into her, and she looked like she could cry. And I actually did feel bad. And I know I'm the only one out there, but I felt bad for Brandi here.
Well, you know, but here's the thing.
Maybe if her husband was there to support her, or even Dustin, but no one.
If she had been wandering through the arena, minding her own business, and suddenly Lambert started saying all that shit, then I might feel slightly sorry for her. But since it was her choice to get in the ring and put herself in that position.
Yeah, what was the whole point of it? I mean, beyond everything that we can't figure out the point of. She's in the ring with a mic just to talk. And then Lambert all of a sudden just has a mic to come out there and confront her. Like, what?
Well, yeah, there was never any point to what she was doing in the ring otherwise than to draw the heel out to do their prearranged material and the skit that they had practiced. That's another thing. The booker of the year is too green and inexperienced to actually give cover reasons to people for the things that they're doing when something else happens, or for the things that they're about to say, or for the things they're in the process, or why they're there. There's no simple but yet effective, legitimate cover reason so that when things go south and unplanned shit takes place, you know that this is a departure from what was supposed to happen. That's why it's supposed to register with you. Oh, the shit, this wasn't supposed to happen. This guy's come out and said some shit, and they've just gone off the format. No, they just present it like, okay, for no reason, this person is in the ring to say the other person's name, say the other person's waiting to come out instantly, and they have a performance they've practiced and they're going to give it. That's the way it comes off, because there's no depth or layer to any of this shit. It's just, okay, now this segment, all this shit's going to happen. We're going to cover this here. It's like Tony has the OCD. We all know that, because he's a figures and a statistics nut, like I am, about some figures and statistics. Just his was football or whatever. But at the same time, he's green. He's a complete rookie. He's total novice, and he's inexperienced. So he thinks that each segment should contain everything that you need to know about that match or angle or what's coming up. Everything is contained in that. And then we're going to start the whole show over again after the commercial break. And that's the way it always happens. And there's no cover reason for any of these things to take place that would indicate when something goes differently that they're going off the format or off the script and into business for themselves, because you never knew what they were doing out there to begin with in the first place. There was no motivation for them to be there otherwise than to perform this prearranged bullshit they're about to do.
How much do you want to bet they're going to do Brandi Rhodes versus Paige Van Zandt?
Again, I mean, I can't bet. I wouldn't bet against it. I think it would be insane. If
she's going to do something. Look, she's been wrestling matches on YouTube. We've seen reports. We just don't watch. We know that she's always said she wanted to do more in wrestling. She wasn't retired. She didn't see herself the way everyone else did. She likes being a heel.
And you're talking about Brandi now, not Paige Van Zandt.
I'm talking about Brandi.
Yes.
Like, she's not going away quietly like a Shane McMahon. Or Shane's Last Stand, I guess we can call the Royal Rumble now. Shane's Last Stand, the Royal Rumble 2022.
But it's a shame, because they have girls. Thunder Rosa not only has an MMA background, but is a tremendous worker and would be great to do something with Paige, because Paige Van Zandt's going to be greener than a pepper tree. And they're going to have to protect her. She's going to look as bad as Rousey did in the Rumble.
And it should be a babyface, not Brandi, right?
Yes, because Paige Van Zandt, that, condescending bitch that's been following Lambert and his group around. So naturally it should be, or if they just turned Serena Deeb heel, but Serena would have a good match with Paige, because she could lead Paige Van Zandt and just call stuff that she was comfortable with and get her through it, and she'd look like $1 million. But Thunder Rosa could do the same thing equally, and she's a babyface. But and then if, I'm just, don't give a Paige Van Zandt, who is going to be green and limited, one of the single worst performers on the female roster short of Riho herself.
We're going to find out her and Brandi, Paige and Brandi, are at the fucking QT gym rehearsing their match for next year.
Oh, boy.
But you know what's going to happen. Don't worry. Brandi will get hurt and Red Velvet will just jump in.
Hey, Red Velvet might be better.
She's
that
got
might
fire.
be a better match as long as Paige just watches out for that fucking standing moonsault. Anyway, well, if Tony Khan is looking around his house and missing something, it's not body hair. It's Cody and Brandi Rhodes, apparently. They are leaving. They're gone. They're done. They're in the archives. They are, well, maybe not they, but he is headed to the WWE. The contract negotiations failed. Brian, have you heard about this little tidbit of news?
Yes, I've heard a great deal about this bit of news.
Everybody went out of their minds this week. And to be honest, I had thought, we heard that his contract was up at the end of the year, and they put the interim TV title on Sammy for, a week and a half. And then Cody was back on television, and he made the little smart-ass comment, I didn't get the contract to mail I was wanting, but I thought certainly they had cleared it up and were going to divulge the news or whatever at that point. But no, he does the job to Sammy, admirable enough. And then he's gone again. And then they didn't sign the contract and he's done. What the... We've heard, of course, numerous rumors. We heard he wanted Punk money. Punk and Jericho money was the way that it was phrased. Although I think Punk money sounds better. I want Punk money. And we've heard that he was upset that his booking power was diminished. But Tony Khan's always been the booker. That's what the problem has been. But almost all, especially of the top guys, have pretty much been able to do what they want with their programs, except in the case of FTR, if some of the EVPs are actively trying to prevent them from being seen or succeeding. So it's not Cody's booking. Cody didn't lose any booking power over his own shit. You got to wonder, were his suggestions being taken? Or you got to wonder if he was opposed to the outlaw talent that was being signed and the goofy, not ready for primetime players that were being put on the show, wouldn't that have been an even bigger deal 2 years ago when they first started, or even a year ago before they started getting real talent?
That isn't the booking power that I think he has an issue with. I think part of the problem was, as we've seen play out over the last several months, Cody was ready, primed and ready for what could have been an all-time heel run. Fans are ready to boo Brandi. They already are. Fans were booing Cody. And what we saw play out on the air, his refusal to turn, may have been what was also playing out behind the scenes. His refusal to acknowledge what's happening and go with it and do something different.
Certainly not. That would be it. I didn't even think about that, but that would be completely insane. Get mad because they want you to turn heel because you're the goddamn most reviled human being on the roster and the people are booing you out of the building?
I don't think it was Cody, saying, "God damn it, Tony, stop signing all these people." I don't think that was it.
Well, but that's, again, you're trying to figure out, this was his venture, right? The project, the revolution. What about the love of the game? Did it all become about, I want Punk and Jericho money, when he realized that what everybody else already knew? Cody has been used at the top in the company and presented as a top guy, but he's not a topper guy than Bryan Danielson and CM Punk. Now, if Jericho's making more money than he is, well, then that might be a bone of contention, because Jericho didn't set himself on fire for the company. He didn't take those ridiculous bumps Cody took, except when he was on a crash pad or poof. So I can see, and also Jericho's managed to be a anchor around everybody's young guy's neck that he's worked with. But still, what about the love of the game and the revolution? I could have made a lot more money if I'd have said, fuck it, I'm going to go to the WWF full time in 1993 and not run Smoky Mountain Wrestling. But that was not my mission, my labor of love. My labor of love was Smoky Mountain Wrestling, and I worked with the WWF to make the money to keep Smoky Mountain going. So he didn't love the project more than money. And I would be sympathetic if, like I said, if it was that he finally said, God damn it, Tony, these fucking jack-off trampoline cosplayers and their friends are killing the company that we're trying to build, and I'm setting myself on fire for. If there'd been some them or me moment, straighten this shit up and fly it right, or I'm out of here, I could sympathize with that.
There was none of that.
There was, not that we can tell. I'm sure Brandi wasn't happy because apparently she's not going to be part of this deal. I don't see the WWE clamoring to sign another subpar female wrestler. Maybe they need a chief Brandi officer or a cooking show.
Stephanie was their chief brand officer, if you remember.
But she wasn't the chief brandy officer.
No, she wasn't.
Got to be somebody in charge of the alcoholic spirits. So what we've got now is one of the guys who led the revolution and established and built the company, who actually, out of all the executive vice presidents, the Hardley Boys and Twinkle Toes, is the only competent pro wrestler amongst them. Because we've mentioned, and I was all for him 2.5 years ago, whatever, until his ego got out of control and all these strange things started going on with the way he was presented, and his insufferably egotistical better half can't stay out of it. And Brandy. But he's a much better wrestler than either one of the fucking Hardley Boys. And whether anybody likes it or not, he might not do the flips and the dives and the prancing and the finger pointing and gesticulating, but anybody that thinks that Twinkle Toes is a better pro wrestler than Cody is demented. So he was the one that didn't fit in that group. He had a lineage in pro wrestling. He was accomplished at pro wrestling. He had been other places of note and done.
I think you're overstating that a bit with Cody Rhodes.
Well, he was in the WWE and they used him somewhat, and he didn't like the Stardust gimmick, but he's been in the ring and been with the major talent, had been in a major company. And then he did do work in Ring of Honor, etc. Point is, he's had, of all of those guys, he's had the best matches. He's the best wrestler. And that's why he didn't fit with the other EVPs. So now, obviously, the WWE will be more than happy to give him a bunch of money because they don't care at this point for this signing. They get not only one of the guys that's been presented as a top guy from the opposition, but they get a guy again that knows everything. Remember when I said, well, the WWE's fired William Regal. So he trained everybody. He's got a good relationship with them. And they fired the NXT people that know when everybody's contract is up and have everybody's phone number. Well, now Tony Khan has lost one of his EVPs that whether you have an NDA or it's not cricket to divulge this proprietary information, he knows what everybody's contract is, how much they're making, when they're up, what everybody's soft spot is as far as what they want out of their career or their employer, what they don't want, what their personal picadillos are. He knows everything. So they can bring him in, pay him several $1 million a year. He can wrestle, and he can also tell them everything they need to fucking know if they want to cherry pick somebody else coming up. So that's a wise investment for the WWE. Now, will there be throne breaking on the entrance? Will he be allowed to do anything he wants to do? Can he go out there and just deliver his 10-minute workshopped promos the way he wants to deliver them? I think not.
I think the days of the workshop are over.
The workshop is closed for repairs. And he's going to be how they're going to use him, I'm sure he's going to have a little bit of input in, but it's not like they've just hired Stone Cold Steve Austin to come back. And we'll do anything, Steve. Just grace us with your presence.
It's not like, respectfully, it's not like they've hired a good executive. It's not like they've hired someone with a good run lately. I mean, Cody had all of the goodwill coming out of All In into the early days of AEW up until the neck tattoo. I mean, that is kind of like the jumping of the shark. Like, it's that moment that kind of switched. All of a sudden, Cody got weird. Part of it was the pandemic came in. Part of it was he was there, he wasn't there.
A lot of it was residual from Brandi. They just disliked Brandi so much, they were mad at Cody for having to look at her.
Maybe to a small extent, but again, the way Brandi was used is a whole different problem. That's a whole different problem that Cody eventually had hanging around his neck, but I think it's Cody. There's nothing about Cody Rhodes, the professional wrestler in the last couple of years, that would make anyone want to cheer him.
There's nothing about the on-air character of Cody Rhodes that would make anyone want to cheer him. So he's going into WWE right now off a couple of years where, and some people are finally starting to admit certain things, where he lost some backstage influence in AEW, where guys started rolling their eyes at Cody Rhodes more and more. Now you're seeing the spin that, the executive vice presidents never didn't talk to one another. Yeah. If someone says, hello, how are you? The other guy might say, I'm fine, thank you for asking. But that's really the end of the conversation for a while.
Yeah. That was a little bit more than me and Shitstain did in TNA. Just a little bit more, but
So WWE's getting, from a perception standpoint, it's a great get for WWE because Tony allowed Cody to be placed as, in a lot of ways, the face of AEW. The first wrestler you saw at the beginning of Dynamite was Cody in that flash scene of different wrestlers. Doing media, pretending like he was like the booker, was Cody. Right, all those great Cody quotes we would talk about were from him doing press interviews, trying to be the wrestling sage. And it always came across hysterical, and we always had fun talking about it. All of that is gone. And I think there's a lot of people in AEW relieved, and it's going to be very interesting what happens in the WWE right now. How are those fans going to take to Cody? There is a different fan base that hasn't watched AEW or may just know a little bit about it. They may not know anything about what's happened to Cody Rhodes since Stardust. So depending on how he's used and how he's pushed, it's going to be interesting. But Jace Nakarado had a very interesting point before the show. How long before they start doing some sort of thing where Vince wants to get him into a turtleneck? And that becomes the weekly thing on Raw. He's got that neck tattoo. How do we cover up that tattoo? How long before that's it and he starts dressing like Baron von Raschke showing up with the turtleneck on?
And that's... You made a good point in that the WWE still has fans that don't watch anything else because they think this sorry state of affairs is what pro wrestling is. They've never seen anything else. So they don't know, maybe peripherally, Cody was with another company or whatever. They remember Stardust. They haven't seen him in a while. The AEW fans were booing Cody out of the building whenever they saw him. So is that going to influence how he has to be presented in the WWE? Are they going to make him a heel because he's a condescending cretin that's a reality TV show star and thinks he's better than anybody else, etc., gives off that impression, kind of like real life? And the AEW fans are going to boo him, and the WWE fans, because wasn't he a heel the last time he was there? Wasn't Stardust a heel?
I don't even know if anyone will remember that. So
nobody will remember, but the WWE fans will take him as to however they present him now. The AEW fans will still boo him. Is he a babyface in the WWE? I don't... So...
Can he be a babyface in WWE? I don't know. And the other thing is, will the fans there take to him as a main eventer? Will Vince see him as a main eventer and believe in it enough to go with it, even if there's some early hiccups? And will the fans there take to Cody Rhodes as a main eventer? And quite frankly, I have to be honest, if he is going to be a heel, and he probably should be, then he should have Brandi. They should bring Brandi in to be with him.
I can't argue with that either, because if you want to get booed, it's a real good idea to have Brandi Runnels right next to you.
How about the fact that the last ever Cody or Brandi segment in AEW history is that segment with Lambert just telling her what a piece of crap she is while she stands there glassy-eyed and takes it.
Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. And here's another one. Boom.
What the fuck? I mean, what a weird segment. She comes out there and teases the wrong city to make sure they boo her. And then the heel comes out to make sure they cheer him by attacking her. And that's the last time we see them on TV. That's the payoff. We'll never find... I joked. I said Red Velvet's going to be wrestling Paige Van Zandt, not Brandi. It may happen now, because there ain't going to be a Paige Van Zandt Brandi match, just like there wasn't a Brandi Jade Cargill match. Look at the booking. And by the way, for those of you wondering, I'm going to spoil this now. It will be long, surprisingly longer than we thought. There will be a Cody and Brandi and AEW Omnibus going up on the YouTube channel.
All right. Now, wait, let's tell them how this came about. We've got some entrepreneurial spirits working for us now. And one of the the Minions, Jay Sharknado himself said, you guys, you started out, Cody was one of the people that we were complimenting. He had that incredible match that we still remember with his brother Dustin at their first pay-per-view. And then things have slowly but steadily headed south. And he said, what would it be like if we put together the stuff in real time that you were talking about as you saw it and watch the slow and steady decline of the public image of Cody Rhodes?
I can't wait for Jace to hear this.
Well, yeah, we said go for it. And he's put this together, and you mentioned we're going to be putting it up on the YouTube channel. But we have in the past, 3 years since
Double or Nothing.
Since Double or Nothing, which was technically, legitimately the first AEW pay-per-view. We have talked about or described Cody and his involvement with various things for 14 hours.
It will be a long one. It will be ending with this clip, by the way, but
yes.
But that's one of the points. And we'll see it play out on the Omnibus. But when you look at the first several months of AEW, although not perfect, you kind of have an idea of what's going on with Cody. Cody and Jericho, the stipulation, which turns out he will live up to the stipulation. He won't be challenging for the AEW title match. Into Cody and MJF. Again, not perfect. Some things felt rushed. Some things were done wrong. But it made sense. Explain any of the booking of Cody and Brandi since that point to the last moment they're in AEW. Not only does it make no sense, but knowing there's no payoff, there is no heel run. There is no, wow, Cody's really been working on this dynamic character. Look at what it really is. There's none of that. This is what it was. It is one of the most mystifying 2 years of booking in wrestling history.
And you can understand why Tony Khan was what it was.
And you can understand why Tony Khan would not want to necessarily continue on with this, because the other story, apparently, Omega and the Bucks and Jericho, although Jericho's not an executive vice president, maybe a few others, had 3-year deals with rollovers. I think Omega may have had a 4-year deal, but 3-year deals with rollovers. And Tony Khan executed the rollovers for the Young Bucks. Keeps them for another couple of years, gives them a little bump. I think Jericho, probably same thing. He didn't execute that with Cody. Instead, they went right to a renegotiation where Cody wanted Punk money. And realistically, fairly, you can't say that Cody Rhodes is worth Punk money to AEW, could you?
No. Because, and unfortunately, part of that is, with anybody, is being one of the guys that was there at the start. And I've said this before, and I've started a couple of promotions. You don't want all the greatest wrestlers in the world to start your company, because the people you start with, they all come into the people's eyes and their consciousness together at the same time. And yes, you feature main event guys, and if they're talented, they should stand out. But then after you've been going for a little while, bringing a big name in has more fucking impact, because now you've got a base audience and you've got a baseline, and suddenly someone new comes in. They saw everybody else at the start all together. It's different. So you always want to start with a competent crew that can give good matches and get people started watching. But then you want to have heavy hitters that are available to come in and jazz you up and pick you up. And because Cody was one of the guys that started there, he was never going to have the impact of a CM Punk, a level of guy like that coming back to the business after 7 years, or Bryan Danielson, who's been at that level and has so much goodwill because of all of the greatness that he's been involved with before. He comes in, boom, that's a big deal.
And there's part of the problem. Those guys come in and no one at that point was saying, I can't wait to see them against Cody. He was almost a non-entity at that point.
Well, and part of it, game shows and reality TV, he'd taken himself out of the game a number of times to go off and do other things. And, there's another answer to how can we miss you if you won't go away? What if you go away and nobody cares? That's one of the reasons why a lot of guys that had good positions in the old territory days didn't want to go away. And they got stale, but at least they were still in the spot, because it's even worse if you go away and they do just fine without you. But that's where we're at, is that Cody now, this was part of their revolution, but he gets dissatisfied enough for whatever reason, whether it's the input he has on his booking or the input he has on other booking,
money,
or the dissatisfaction with bigger stars having come in and gotten bigger money. So whatever he's dissatisfied now, he's leaving. He can be a major benefit, not a spy, but basically an informer to the WWE, and they can crow that they signed one of the top guys away from the other company. And, honestly, Cody's going to get this money that he's agreed to with the WWE, and I would assume that he doesn't have he has a no-cut deal with the WWE, or that would be insanity.
We don't know that.
Well,
that's not a fair assumption. That's not a fair assumption.
No, that is a fair assumption, because you know that Tony doesn't cut anybody. Tony doesn't cut his toenails. So if it's all about money and Cody wants to take a deal with the WWE, he has to eliminate the 90-day clause, or else why is he just signing a 3-month contract? That would be stupid.
This whole thing is stupid. Cody Rhodes was set to have a job for life. Cody Rhodes was set to a job for life where he gets to act out his executive fantasies. And he blew it. And he went too far with how much money he wanted. And he priced himself out of AEW.
But where I was going was, he's going to get the money. And I think I'm sure they've got that taken care of, that he can't be fired after 3 months and them say, oh, never mind. And then he come back knocking on Tony's door. Tony, please, sir, can I have some more? But do you think that they're going to hire a guy who was a champion in AEW, who was one of the top guys and has a number of victories over some of the others, and push him to the moon and have him start beating the major players in the WWE? I don't think so. I think Cody's going to be a very well-paid upper mid-card guy, because they want the information and they want the visual, the optic. But also they're going to want a guy to work on the card, but he's not going to be the be all and end all of their problems on the card. And they're not going to have an AEW guy go in there and get any victories over Roman Reigns or Brock Lesnar or Bobby Lashley anytime soon. So he's going to take the money, leave his friends in the lurch, and get used as a very well-paid upper mid-card guy for the next few years until his next reality show project takes off. That's what I think.
It's interesting, too, what this says about the contracts in wrestling right now, the price for them, or how much money the wrestlers are getting, I guess a better way to say it. But Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn both stayed with WWE. Obviously, Tony Khan chose not to offer them what WWE was willing to offer them. Tony Khan gave CM Punk a lot of money. Chris Jericho's there for a lot of money. So it's not that Tony Khan won't spend. It's not that he can't spend. He chose not to spend on Cody, knowing what this would be perception-wise. Cody going to the WWE, one of AEW's founders going to WWE.
Well, but it's not just Cody, because he's starting to set precedents. And you can't, and with all these contracts coming up, and that's one thing that we found out to our dismay, although we staggered things. In Ring of Honor, when Sinclair took over, there were some contracts that were 1 year and some contracts that were 2 years. We wanted some guys for 3 years, but they wouldn't allow us to go that far. So we did have an element of, everybody wasn't up all at the same time. Some were the summer of 1 year, some were the summer of the next year. So we had an opportunity to fill some in, but still it was a lot of people coming due that you had to renew at the same time. And since they've overpaid from the start here, and these outlaw guys that they signed just ridiculous money that nobody else was ever going to get or is ever going to give them again, the guys that they're quietly allowing to just scamper away and be free, If 4 or 5 of those guys would have paid for you a Danielson or a Punk or somebody on top, pretty much. But that's the thing, is that with everybody coming due, they've made everybody feel like they're a superstar because nobody's feelings are allowed to be hurt. Everybody's featured at one time or another, whether it's called for or not. So all these guys are now going to think that they're worth a fucking fortune. And the one, unfortunately, that has to pick between which ones are worth it and which ones aren't is Tony Khan, who made all the original mistakes to begin with because he didn't know how much guys made, how much some of the people that he signed made in other places, how much money some of these people should make. And so everything he heard, well, it's great to me if you say so. Well, if that's right, okay. Well, now if they want more money, he's going to have to give them raises on top of trying to bring new. Oh, here's another thing. Remember the girl that had the match with Jane Cargill the other night, Aqua?
AQA, yes.
And fell off the fucking buckles and all that shit. They signed her.
Yes, I saw that.
That's what I'm saying. And not only is Tony Khan the one that's going to have to decide whether to re-sign some of these overpriced nitwits, but he's also the one that's continuing to determine who gets signed from scratch. So it's going to continue to be a mess because he doesn't know, he can't pick, he doesn't know what to look for, and he's got umpteen people telling him all kinds of different shit. But there comes a point, even him, he can't spend any more money. So when you think about it, no, he shouldn't have given Cody the same money that Punk is getting for the return on the investment. Of course, Cody would think, well, hey, I set myself on fire for you, motherfucker. But if they dropped Aqua and, you know, and the jellies of the world and the Sunny Kisses and all those people are expiring, don't do that shit again. And instead of signing these 7 or 8 underneath or mid-level talents or whatever, just spend that money on Cody and you'd still have him. So it's not.
But would you want him? That's the issue.
But here, what I'm saying is, goddamn, you're still wasting the money. Tony Khan is still wasting the money he would have spent on Cody Rhodes to give him Punk money, and he still don't have Cody. And he's got other people that ain't worth a shit.
But again, if the idea, and I don't know what the idea is, and certainly the Jellies and Sunnies don't fall into this, but if the idea with an AQA or any of these other young people are, let me give them a contract, it's not going to cost much, it keeps them away from WWE, maybe we could develop them and do something with them in a few years. I'm not totally against that, but I don't know if that's what this is. But with Cody,
I think if somebody had the foresight and the ability to pick the people that would really fit into that category, then that's something. Yes, let's sign something to stock our cabinet for the future. Unfortunately, he's the one picking, which on the advice of all of their friends and their trainers, they're recommending which ones he sign, and it still sucks.
But let's go to Cody specifically and the value of Cody right now. The way it works in AEW is, you know, Tony's the booker in the sense that he says yes and no. Maybe he'll say, do this. Maybe he'll say, don't say or do this. But guys go to Tony and they have ideas for what they want to do. A lot of guys may have guys they want to work with. CM Punk went in there. He's only going to work with guys he wants to work with. It's like Austin coming back for WrestleMania. He's going to pick who he wants to work with.
Right.
In fact, he's working with MJF. I'm going to assume CM Punk watched AEW for a couple of years, said, this guy's really talented. I'd like to work with him. That's who he's working with. Whoever CM Punk works with next, that's who he wants to work with. Danielson, likely the same thing. With Hangman Page, he's part of the Bucks camp. Good or bad, they have a clique. They protect each other. They work with each other. They do their own thing. Who's going to work with Cody? What main event person was still in AEW to put Cody with?
Good question. Very good question. And you're right about that. Well, you know, and that's unfortunately why that they have 3 or 4 guys on the roster that are over more than their world champion, because they ignored what was actually happening in front of them and still decided to fulfill the plan that they had 3 years previously to make Page the champion. But all he does is get cross-pollinated with the Hardley Boys and the Puddin' Gang and the Trampoline Crowd. And now poor Adam Cole has been completely neutered and had his entire scrotum not only cut off but tacked on the wall and is playing with the kids. And Cody really doesn't fit in either category. He, nobody was clamoring to see him against Punk or Danielson, and I guess they weren't clamoring to be seen with him. And at the same time, he's too good for the trampoline comedy crowd. So he did kind of stick out like a spare prick at the wedding there, too.
But the other problem is, even if you want to say that, and even that's what you think, and I know you were a big Cody booster early on, that he's better than the comedy crowd or whatever else, it's how he's used. It's how he's used on that show. He's there, he's gone. He does a big angle, there's no follow-up promo the next week. They build up to something, you don't know when it's going to happen because he disappears off TV. His wife randomly shows up on TV. So even if you're someone who...
And hey, Shaq has never been the same again either.
Yeah, they use Shaq. I mean, that whole program, and again, listen to the Omnibus, ladies and gentlemen, but that's part of the problem. Whatever you want to say Cody could have been, or that Cody was for the first 6 months, or the first year of AEW, let's say, from the creation until Dynamite started up until the neck tattoo, unfortunately. The last 2 years have given you, it's just been bizarre. Like, there's nothing there that would cause anyone to root for the guy or care about the guy. And I don't know if he realized he was doing it when he was booking himself like that or taking time off to do all these other projects that didn't appeal to wrestling fans in any way. And by the way, AEW, you have to rethink now who you have doing stuff. They let Cody do all this shit, now he's gone. And is Cody going to be happy? No more Workshop. No more Arn Anderson.
No more roads to the top.
No more roads to the top, we would imagine. Handed a script. No more executive power. Will he still wear suits to the shows?
Oh, yeah, he'll be told to do that. God damn, they get upset if you dress like a slob up there.
You know, there have been comments comparing this to Dusty. You know, Dusty, it wasn't really about money per se, although it would have affected it if he lost the booking job when he did. But, you know, the story about Cody loses some of his booking power, now he's going to the WWF. Look at Dusty in '89. He was the booker, not an owner, but might as well be right in that tier, and he went to the WWF. Here's Cody. He was the face of AEW. He was the guy smashing the throne. He was the guy saying we were going to unionize. He was the guy saying we're going to get rid of these boring old tropes. All of these different things. And now he's returning there. How's that going to go?
That ought to be the name of a tag team, the Trope Brothers.
The boring old tropes.
Boy, there comes those boring old tropes. And by the way, you know what the big lesson too is? Those boring old tropes are still true, Cody. There are baby faces and heels. You should have paid attention to that. Those boring old tropes are the ones that's making multi-millions of dollars from Vince McMahon to come back for one night. And I will, the person who revealed this to me shall remain nameless. He was a person that worked in FCW before it was NXT, when it was still Florida champ, but Dusty was there, right? And they were sitting there and something was going on where the modern sports entertainment stuff, somebody was doing a new gimmick or somebody was doing a promo or whatever, some concoction. And Dusty's sitting there shaking his head. And the guy that told me this, Dusty just came out and said, Vince McMahon better be glad I didn't save my money. He better be glad I didn't save my money, or he wouldn't have been there for a fucking second. Anyway, we wish the Rhodes family good luck in their future endeavors, as long as Brandi's don't involve getting in a wrestling ring.
I hope it does. I'm going to miss the freak show atmosphere of every Rhodes segment on that show. I can't wait to see him on Raw or SmackDown. If they don't mess it up, I'll watch every week to see Cody, because it's such a train wreck, and it's hysterical. He's the funniest man in wrestling. Unfortunately, I think it'll be a big thing for his debut, the first promo, and then he'll put on the turtleneck. You know, I think they're going to do something to immediately take all the steam down. And you brought up And it's a great point because we've seen how they've booked Taz when he was the ECW champion or various different people. Are they going to bring Cody in and put him over everyone? Probably not. But you also do want to send a signal. We've heard MJF's contract comes up in a couple years. Wardlow is a name we've heard WWE's interested in. Various other guys. What message does it send if you bring in Cody and just kick the shit out of him?
Well, no, I mean, that won't. Think about this. Even these schlubs that they're trying to get over in the WWE today, they don't come in and lose their first match on TV, which is the stupid, unless, yeah, a bunch of people should lose their first match on TV. The people that you don't intend to ever have it beat anybody, right? But otherwise, it's the stupidest thing ever in the history of wrestling to bring somebody in and beat them their first time on television. It's never happened for a reason because it's fucking stupid. So even even if they're trying to bury somebody eventually, they won't beat him at the first. They will put him over numerous times on television at first for the long term when they pigeonhole him in the upper middle card spot and reveal then the level of WWE talent that he's not able to beat. But no, they're not complete rank amateurs, and they're not going to sign anybody to a contract of any note and bring them in and beat them their first time on television, no matter who they are. So we can't, we're not going to see that. But after the first match or two, and definitely after the first promo, everybody is going to get a flavor on maybe not exactly how Cody is going to be presented, but exactly how far he's going to be allowed to go to be himself. I think we'll know that.
They made a mistake not bringing Brandi in. They should have brought Brandi in. I'm serious. As part of the package. I don't think he's going to be a babyface because I don't think it could last. We'll see. I mean, they have a lot of kids in that audience, but he doesn't really talk to kids when he does his promo. So we'll see. But if he's going to be a heel, as he should, because he's a natural, Brandi being there would be perfect. So I think they should bring Brandi in. Well, there it is for everyone that's still with us. There it is, the omnibus, the very, very long omnibus, the biggest bus we've ever had. Cody and Brandi in AEW. Jim, looking back now and knowing where we ended up going with Cody, or where he ended up going, I should say, what do you think wrestling historians will think when they look back in 20 years at the run of Cody Rhodes in AEW?
Well, you mentioned if anybody's still with us, I think there's several patients in a hospital or in medically induced comas that are still here after all this time. But nevertheless, I think they're going to look back and say, Cody somehow figured out a way to devote 6 years of his life to proving Vince McMahon wrong and getting him to come back and making him a major star in the WWE at WrestleMania. And now he just got to go after that title that they took away from his daddy in the garden.
Well, of course, we will see what happens, and you will see us again on Jim Cornette Experience and Jim Cornette's Drive-Thru, wherever you find your favorite podcasts, and of course, right here on our fantastic official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. But until whenever those shows air, wherever you are, wherever you may be, for Jim Cornette, I'm the great Brian Last. Tally-ho!